You like watching powerful people accidentally confess the exact thing they're trying to deny? Do me a favor, hit like and subscribe, because this entire panel is a masterclass in it. The setup is simple. Democrats got wiped out with young men in 2024. This roundtable was supposed to be the smart fix. Instead, it turns into a slow-motion admission of guilt, where the people in charge keep proving why men left, right up until Bill Maher walks in and torches the rescue plan. Let's start at the very first crack.
Senator Fetterman, men are nearly twice as likely as women to be living with their parents in the current financial climate. How do we help young men? Wow, twice as likely.
Whoa. Oh, right now I'm not really running for anything right now, but I'm just saying. But not, you know, what exactly? I mean,
men are. I mean, we hear this all the time that young men are in crisis. That women are doing better in college.
Well,
they're doing better.
I mean, well, without a doubt, though, you know, there's part of the Democratic Party became more and more anti-men, or describing that they were part of the problem, or they have toxic traits.
Two things happen in that answer, and the second one is a bombshell. First, the fumble. Wow. Whoa. Like the stat blindsided him. Then, under all the stammering, Fetterman just says it. His own party turned anti-men. That's not an attack from the other side. That's a Democratic senator on a Democratic stage naming the wound out loud. And he's not describing a slogan that aged badly. He's describing a reputation. Millions of people now hear Democrat and picture a finger pointed at them. Sit with how big that is, then watch him tie that reputation straight to the loss.
That's why there's been such a big migration away from the Democratic Party, from young men, and that's really why why we lost in 2024. Now, if you identify anyone as the problem or blame them for some things, then you're going to lose. We forgot that we are in the business of addition, not subtraction.
Addition, not subtraction. 5 words, and they bury the entire 2024 post-mortem. Translation, the party spent years subtracting, telling a massive block of voters they were the bad guys, and then looked stunned when those voters subtracted themselves right back at the ballot box. What makes it land is the source. This isn't a pundit theorizing. It's a guy who won statewide telling his own team they alienated the very people they needed. So the obvious next move would be to listen. Watch instead how fast another voice jumps in to talk him out of it.
So we have...
There was a testosterone shift in 2024. I don't think that's a long-term trend. I think it was a very short-term generational shift that we're experiencing within the Democratic Party. Overall...
And there's the quote, right on cue. Short term. Not a trend, meaning change nothing. The men will just wander home on their own. That's the political version of he'll come around after the breakup already happened. Catch the contradiction? Nobody flags. 1 seat over. Fetterman says this migration cost them the White House. This voice says it's temporary and basically fine. Both cannot be true. And a party that can't even agree it's bleeding is nowhere close to stopping the bleeding. Now a longtime party hand steps in and hands us the exact attitude that started the whole exodus.
Look, I've been a part-time college professor for 33 years. There's something going on with young men in our country. They're reticent, many of them are holding back, and we need to address that. But at the same time...
Holding back
because sometimes I think they don't know their place anymore, and that's something that men need to decide and discuss.
Empathy for one sentence, then a clip. Something's going on with young men. Good. They don't know their place anymore. And there it goes. Their place. Say that to a 23-year-old who can't make rent and just heard that his real problem is forgetting his assigned slot in society. That phrase is the whole disconnect shrunk down to 3 words. These guys aren't begging to be put in their place. They're asking why a party that brands itself as the champion of the little guy keeps addressing them like a disappointed vice principal. And if that sounds like a stretch, the next line erases all doubt.
But as a woman, for years, decades, centuries, women had to be overconfident just to appear qualified. So I don't want men to think that the reason why young men are suffering is because some woman. No, young men are dealing with what young women had to deal with centuries ago.
Notice the quiet refrain. Young men aren't in a new crisis. They're just finally getting a taste of what women endured centuries ago. Welcome to the back of the line. The first part is fair history. Women genuinely had to be twice as good to be taken half as seriously. Nobody serious denies that. But turning a struggling 20-something into karmic payback for the past isn't outreach. It's a scolding with extra steps. And it lands exactly where this video started. It's the wind-up before, come sit with me, I'll get you some help. Warm on top, talking down underneath. That tone is the export product that drove these men away. Then someone tries to push back, and watch where the conversation runs.
Trust me, Bill. Bill, let me tell you something. You grew up in the Brazil household. My mom used to say, Cheryl, Sheila, Donna, Tater, Chet, Lisa, Demetra, Kevin, Joel, get y'all.
A point gets started. Well, what I'm saying. And instantly the whole thing pivots into a story about mom hollering every kid's name off the back porch. Charming? Sure. An answer? Not even close. The actual question, why men left and how you win them back, just got swapped for a nostalgia bit. This is the tell that should keep strategists up at night. Every time it gets uncomfortable, the talk slides sideways into a family anecdote or a history lecture. Men didn't leave for lack of good stories. They left because they stopped feeling heard, and a table that keeps talking over itself isn't proof anyone's listening yet. Now the one honest voice in the room finally cuts through.
You talk to any of the traditional union members that are men, you know, we've lost them a long time ago. I've witnessed that migration away from the Democratic Party starting back in 2016. You know, we absolutely have a problem in that part of the demographic. So we really have to find a way to bring them back and make better arguments without blaming them or describing they are the problem.
Finally, no spin, not short term, not they'll be back. A flat admission, union men, the working class heart of the old coalition, gone since 2016. And he names the cure in plain English. Stop blaming them, stop calling them the problem. Here's the brutal part, that's the exact opposite of what we just watched happen in this same conversation. He's saying quit telling men they're the issue, while the table tells men to find their place and get some help. The diagnosis is dead on. Nobody's actually taking the medicine, and that gap is the open door Bill Maher charges straight through next.
To your point, I want to get to something very important. How many know what SAM stands for? It's a new phrase. It stands for Speaking with American Men, SAM. This is the new movement by the Democratic Party. They lost the men vote a lot last time. So they had a meeting up at the Ritz-Carlton at Half Moon Bay, south of San Francisco. I'm not making this up, where they served mini lobster rolls and had heirloom tomato carpaccio and seared sea bass in their conclave to decide how to win back the American man. Now, look.
Because we used to have conferences at Harvard to figure out what the working class needs, and so now we're moving west.
You got to own who you are. I get it. These are the mini lobster roll people. But they had this symposium, and we got a hold of what was this is Speaking with American Men. This is a real thing that they're doing.
You got to own who you are. That's the knockout, delivered with a grin. Soak in the picture. To reconnect with guys who pour concrete and drive forklifts, the plan was a luxury resort, seared sea bass, and a branded acronym, SAM, Speaking with American Men, as if the problem all along was that nobody had named a committee. You can't lecture men for a decade, then gather at the Ritz to study them like a lost tribe and expect them to feel understood. The summit isn't the answer to the disconnect. The summit is the disconnect. Catered. And Maher's not done. He turns the rescue mission into a course catalog.
Seminars that they had to try to win back the typical American men, like how to keep your liberal base while putting guns on your Christmas card. That was one that they wanted to. Best protein powder for a clean bulk. Another dude conversation starter. Bud Light etiquette. When to drink it, when to shoot it. Fishing, the bizarre hobby working class men enjoy instead of pickleball.
The bit kills because it's barely an exaggeration. Fishing, the bizarre hobby working class men enjoy instead of pickleball. That only stings because there's truth in it. He's mocking outreach that treats being a guy like a field study. Protein powder. Bud Light etiquette. Guns on the Christmas card, a pile of props, and not one word about jobs, wages, or basic respect. That's the real knife under the comedy. You're cosplaying the audience instead of listening to it. Costumes don't rebuild trust, and Mars got one more shot in the chamber.
The only scene that you're obsessed with in Titanic, hint, it has... Bruce Lee versus Bigfoot, mythical fight scenarios to man up your Joe Rogan appearance. Intersectionality and the importance of shutting the up about it.
Intersectionality and the importance of shutting up about it. Tucked inside a joke is the most honest political note of the entire night. Mars needling his own side here. Men didn't bolt over the fine print of posts. They bolted over the lecturing. The sense that every conversation comes with a reading list and a finger wag. So the punchline doubles as the prescription. Want these voters back. Talk less. Judge less. Lose the seminar voice. They threw a symposium to decode men. The smarter, cheaper move was to shut up and let men talk. Which leaves exactly one question worth asking. Strip away the lobster rolls and the laugh lines, and what's left is simple. Knowing you have a problem is not the same as fixing it. This panel diagnosed itself in real time. Fetterman admitted the party went anti-men. The union voice said the working class walked out years ago. And then, almost on reflex, the table slid right back into the tone that caused it. Find your place. I'll get you some help. They'll come around. That's not a comeback. That's a party arguing with its own mirror while the exit stays propped wide open. A photo op at a gun range won't fix it. A clever acronym won't fix it. Seabass definitely won't. Men didn't leave because nobody offered them a protein shake. They left because they stopped feeling respected, and respect is the one thing you can't put on a catering menu. The real scoreboard is the midterms, when actual numbers say whether any of this moved a single voter. My honest guess, barely. Not until the talking down stops for real. So I'll put it to you, real course correction or just Seabass and slogans. Tell me in the comments, I actually read them. And if this breakdown earned a minute of your time, drop a like, subscribe, and I'll catch you in the next one.
Madison Square Garden, I mean, things have just gone so well for you. It's exciting.
Yeah.
These tours you're doing are so popular. The latest one, the tour is called 50.
Yes, sir.
You are 50. Are you feeling different right now? Is 50 a weird time for you?
No, I turned 50 and I just decided to call the tour that. I'm kind of going the opposite of all the people who do like the Botox and the hair plugs and trying to look 22 for the rest of their life.
Right.
You know, when they really just, you know, they don't look good.
Yeah.
You know?
You're saying why? Don't fake it. Just embrace it. Embrace
They
it.
make your eyes water when you look at them. And my wife's always watching like those Real Housewives and stuff, and they just look exhausted. They're like in their, you know what it always reminds me of? Remember when Brett Favre played on the Vikings?
Yeah.
It was just like, just retire, dude. You're in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's over. And those women, it's like, yeah, you had your time. You were beautiful, and it's over.
So
Some people grown. You don't remember when you were a kid, you went into the club, and there was that older person hanging out? That creep? Yeah, that's what you're doing.
That's what you're doing.
50's not the new 40. It's 50. I am 50. All right? I have to go see doctors.
Yeah.
I have to have blood taken. So I feel young physically, but mentally, like when I watch TV, it makes me feel old.
What makes you feel old about watching TV?
Music, there's no guitar solos anymore. And then for some reason, with all this technology, millennials, if you take a full water bottle and you flip it in the air and it lands upright, they run out of the room like they just saw a witch. Everybody's like, oh! They just take off. It's like, really? You had virtual reality glasses on, you're playing all these video games, and all somebody has to do? I mean, that's like a game like Tom Sawyer would have played. So it's stuff like that I'm just like, I'm not ridiculing it. It's just like, wow, I can't relate to this.
You can't relate to it.
Yeah.
You know, your show, F is for Family, I relate to it because it's about parenting in the 70s, and that's, you know, that was when I was parented like you. What do you think of parents now? How do you compare them to parents in the 70s?
It's just completely, the kids have so much power. It's like ridiculous. Like half of these kids, I'm like, I look and I just have what happened to me. And I'm like looking at a kid and be like, this kid's about ready to get punted across the grocery store. And it just never happens.
Right.
They just don't get hit. And I think it's hurting this country.
You're mad. Wait a minute. No, let's get this. You're mad that children are not being hit.
This should be the threat of it. Half of it was just that, look, it was just your dad was acting like he was going to do it. He never did it, but your mother did. And because she was a woman, it was like, okay. Because it was like, hey, you let a girl beat you up, you kind of felt emasculated.
Yeah.
We had a rule, like, a lot of the stuff that I look at from when I was a kid that actually kind of made sense in a way would now be considered like abuse, I guess. Like when I was a kid, if you didn't finish your supper, as we called it.
Supper, yeah.
Yeah, my mother was just like, well, you're gonna finish, she would just wrap it in cellophane and you just picked up where you left off for breakfast. Like a blue collar job. Like you take the shovel out of the hole and just start digging it again. So, yeah, I remember one night we had 2 steaks, which is like one of the toughest pieces of meat. I don't know if you guys, everything's so like Asian infused Wagyu beef. Everybody's eating that crap now. But cube steak was like, they literally had to hit it with a hammer to make it like edible. And so we were having cube steaks. And I forget, my little brother was still in a high chair and he couldn't finish his. So my mother goes, all right, well, you're just gonna have to eat it for breakfast. And that was like 8 hours away, which was like half his life. So he was like, all right, I'll take that deal. So the next morning, I remember we were having waffles. My mother always made Sunday breakfast. So we had all these waffles, eggs, bacon, this whole layout. My brother was looking at half-eaten cube steaks and a little mound of green bean casserole. And he goes, so he looked at my mom, he goes, Mom, can I have a waffle? She goes, no, you gotta finish your supper. He's like, well, after I finish my supper, then can I have a waffle? She goes, no, that is your breakfast. And he goes, oh, Mom, I hate you. And my dad, without looking up, took a full glass of milk and threw it in his face. Swear to God. This is what kills me. What kills me.
You want everyone today to have as miserable a childhood as you have.
No, but it was kind of funny. We know what's hilarious was my mother just popped up and just immediately started cleaning up, and my dad just kept eating. Like he didn't like the roles were defined back then. Now the guy has to throw the milk, he has to clean it up while telling his wife she's brave for just sitting there, like whatever that is. Did you hear it? I know. Women are so overrated, right? We went from We went from not listening to them to now it's ridiculous. Like that believe women. It's like all of them. How about 85%? I'll give you 87%, all right? But that last 13% that keys your car, lights your shit on fire, and puts a family pet in a pot of stew. Who put a pet in a pot of stew?
Glenn Close.
Oh,
Yeah, okay, all right. I think it was a separately.
You know what I miss? Tougher parenting and evidence. Those are the things that I miss from my childhood.
Evidence.
Yeah.
You mean
Due process.
Right.
Somebody says something happened, and then someone else goes, well, I said it happened this way, like the old gumshoe shows, and they had to figure it out.
Right.
Yeah, that doesn't exist now on social media. It's
right.
Like just frontier justice.
Right.
You feel how nervous everybody just got in here? The fact that I just suggested that there should be due process? This guy's talking crazy, man. Did he just join ISIS? This is what it is.
What I'm saying.
And then the woos that they agreed, but they didn't agree when it counted.
We'll digitally add woos, don't worry. We have the woo machine. You are way too angry. 50 is still relatively young. You have the anger of a 110-year-old man. All these telephones.
I can't argue.
You can't argue?
I can't argue that.
You know, in the last segment, there's a lot you get worked up about. You know, and you've always been that way. I've known you a long time. You get worked up about stuff, you get happy.
When he was 4, he was like, things were better when I was 3. World shit now. The heydays of my twos.
Guilty as charged.
Yeah. Oh, so here's the thing. Are you, now that you're playing Madison Square Garden, you got all these fans, you're extremely successful comedian, are you able to enjoy your success now? Are you able to just have some fun with the fact that you're a success?
Yes, I enjoy it, but I still, you know, the bane of my existence is I let little things bother me. Downloading new operating systems will just, you know, I bring a lot of tension into the house, according to my wife.
Yeah.
Yeah. One thing I've noticed, we're always working on me. You know? Like, my wife is evidently some completed work, like under museum glass. And I'm like that building that has scaffolding around it for like 7 years. No, she's a saint for putting up with me. I know. But like, my latest thing that's driving me nuts is I spent 20 years in the back of the plane, getting treated like an animal. And I finally worked my way up to the front of the plane, Group 1, which means you get to board like it's your plane. Right?
You get to board.
Yes.
Yeah.
You
first,
sit in a chair that's the size for a human being. There's a place for your bag.
Yep.
Right? You get a little hot towel and all that. Then the second I get that, all of a sudden now, there's like these 20 groups that are like pre-boarding now. Like half the plane qualifies, and they're getting on. And I just sit there just like losing my shit. You know? It starts off like, it's just like anybody in uniform, anybody in military. So it's like, all right. But after like the 20th guy, you just start being like, have you seen action? Are you on the front lines at least? Right? Then it's anybody with kids, anybody with disabilities, and then just anybody with a red shirt. Hey, it's Tony Tuesday. Anybody named Anthony can get on. Dude, one time, I saw this guy get on the plane. Okay, he wasn't in uniform. He didn't have kids. He had all his limbs. He wasn't limping. He didn't have a cough. He just walked on the plane. It's like, who the f is that guy? How did I get on before that guy? So, no, I always hated the anxiety of being in the back of the plane. I just remember, like, the worst is whenever you would get your seat and you'd sit there and they're about ready to close the door and you'd have that empty seat next to you. Like the poor man's first class. You're like, oh shit, I'll bring the armrest up. I can actually see great. And then all of a sudden some fat bastard gets on the front and you're like, no. You're like Quint at the end of Jaws, like sliding down the bar. I swear to God, this is all true. This dude got on. He was so fat. He was sitting next to me. I was literally next to him and behind him. He like tried to make himself smaller, and he like folded his arm, and his lat came out like a, you know those old Western saloon things? I'm just sitting behind this thing.
On YouTube, for the past few years, there's a big industry that's exploded in popularity, and it's based on a simple concept. Hassan, bad. Hassan Piker is bad, and he's dumb, and bad and a terrorist, probably. It's also wild because the political content creator in question is an anti-genocide content creator, and the arguments they're attacking him for are anti-genocide arguments. So these creators, they're positioning themselves in opposition to him and his arguments, de facto positioning
Well, I mean, maybe these people don't like Hassan Piker because he says a lot of dumb things that aren't always related to the Israel-Palestine situation. In fact, most of the videos has nothing to do with that at all. But according to Noah, anyone who criticizes Hassan now loves it when people die. Okay, I'm loving the us versus them mentality. And, well, I think it's time for the yearly Noah Samson check-in. Last time was pretty crazy with the Illumation stuff, but this time Noah seems to be even more off his meds than usual. I guess he decided that slandering one of his opponents to try to get his audience to deplatform that opponent wasn't enough. So now he's slandering a bunch of big YouTubers to try to get his audience to, well, we'll get to that. But first, a little backstory on the whole Hassan Piker, Noah Samson, and Ethan Klein situation. About 2 months ago, YouTuber Ethan Klein released a content nuke on his former Leftovers podcast co-host Hassan Piker, who has endorsed things like terrorism, has violated the Twitch rules numerous times, and never gets in trouble for it like any other creator who is not Hassan would. Some people might call that a double standard. In response to Ethan's video, boosted e-girl Noah Samson, who basically has had his entire career made by Hassan reacting to his videos, decided that he can't have people criticizing his pay gig, because if people point out all the rule breaking that Hassan has done and he gets banned from Twitch, who would boost all of Noah's videos? So after Ethan's content nuke, Noah made this video called The YouTubers Who Back a Genocide. You got Destiny on the left, Turkey Tom in the middle, Mudahar on the right of him, and to the far right, you have Ethan Klein doing sort of the closest screenshot that Noah can get of something that looks like a Nazi salute. And basically, Noah spends his whole video saying stuff like this. Wait, that's the wrong clip. This is the correct one.
Israel has a long history of intentionally targeting Palestinian civilians for slaughter. Genocide isn't just a bad thing that's happening where people are dying. No, that's not what it is. It's a Holocaust. The U.S.-Israeli Holocaust. That's what it should be called. Israel is using everything in its power to eradicate Palestinians from the planet. The fact that Israel's actions in Gaza amount to genocide isn't controversial. Not among the experts, at least.
That basically sums up Noah's whole response to Ethan's content nuke on Hassan. There's a lot of misery.
Hang on, I gotta run to the bathroom right quick.
And Israelis are the Voldemort-like evil perpetrators of that harm. And look, personally, I don't have a lot of interest in this war. I'm not a big fan of the U.S. getting involved with other people's drama, and contrary to Noah's completely one-sided coverage, it seems like both sides have done some pretty horrible things. But this video is not about fact-checking Noah's research on Israel and Palestine, which I'm sure is as horrendous as it usually is. What this video is actually about is Noah Samson pushing his audience towards violent radicalism through slandering other creators and openly calling for his audience to use violence to achieve their political goals. That being said, let's go further into detail for why Noah didn't like Ethan's content nuke on Hassan.
The real reason I'm talking about Ethan's video today is less about what he says in it and more about what he doesn't say, the things he chooses to leave out. Ethan omits the Palestinian side of the story entirely. He doesn't talk about Gaza. He doesn't give any specifics about what Israel is doing there. And this is an issue. Western media manufactures consent for large-scale terror operations across the globe in a number of ways. There are more overt forms, like atrocity propaganda. There are also more subtle ways, like deceptively framing information, using passive language, and creating false perceptions about conflicts through things like burying the lead and lies by omission. All of these tactics are present in Ethan's video and the wider online smear campaign that motivated it, but it's that last thing that I think does quite a bit of damage, lying by omission.
So this is incredibly dishonest framing from Noah. Ethan's video is more about Hassan and not fully a response to the Israel-Palestine situation, so of course Ethan is going to talk about the Israel side a lot more, because he's playing opposition to Hassan. Even still, Ethan makes a point in his video to sympathize with what's happening to the Palestinians in Gaza. Funnily enough, Noah actually includes one of these moments in his video, but he is such a sociopath that he takes this moment that Ethan is using to sympathize with the Palestinians and uses it to attack him.
Towards the start of his video, Ethan mentions a death toll figure of 40,000 Palestinian people.
Of course, if you compare the raw numbers, Gazans have lost a lot more than Israelis. 40,000 people have died, and neighborhoods have been completely flattened during this war.
The figure he cites is wrong. It's just wrong. Credible estimates have placed the full scale of the slaughter in Gaza at over 65,000 deaths due to traumatic injury.
Who cares if you got the number wrong? That's not the point of this statement. The point is to do something that Noah, the nice guy at YouTube, has never really gotten the hang of, which is to spend at least a second of your video showing the humanity in your opponent. I really find it disgusting that instead of using this moment to find common ground with Ethan, Noah downplays Ethan trying to humanize the Palestinians. He actually does this again later in the video as he chastises Ethan for daring to donate to Palestinian victims.
Hey, Ethan Klein, thank you for the dono. Ethan Klein gave $6,500. My goat.
What did he do? He donated to a fundraiser. Okay, but what if I told you that this donation was a one-time donation of what is likely less than 1% of his yearly income?
Gee, with a thank you like that, why would anyone want to help the Palestinians? That being said, Ethan Klein wasn't too happy about the slander from Noah Samsen, especially the part where Noah called him a supporter of mass murder of innocent people that Ethan, by the way, in reality sent money to and openly sympathized with on multiple occasions. So now lawyers are getting involved.
And again, I'm not taking any prisoners. If my attorney thinks there's anything in here, if he thinks that there's like a decent shot of defamation, I'm suing this fucking piece of shit, this little scumbag.
It's not a threat. You'll be hearing from us very soon, my friend. Start crowdfunding, start looking for an attorney, you know what I mean? It's gonna be fun.
And Ethan has every right to sue Noah for this. Maybe now one of these radical leftist influencers will actually suffer legal consequences for committing crimes. This is absolutely slander. Not only did Noah make this thumbnail straight up accusing Ethan of supporting people being murdered, not only did he remove important context from multiple things in his video, but he also doubled down on it.
So he is threatening to sue me for defamation on the grounds that accusing someone of supporting genocide is messed up. I can think of something even more messed up than accusing someone of supporting genocide, which is, actually supporting genocide.
Noah actually has a history of making false accusations with his video titles and thumbnails. This is not a new behavior from him. Speaking of the alienation drama, where a YouTuber I reacted to tried to get me a channel strike by telling her followers to mass flag me, last year, Noah used an intentionally deceptive title and thumbnail to make people think that I doxed alienation in retaliation for the mass flagging campaign, when in reality, I in fact not only did not do that, but I openly told people to not attack her even though she told her followers to attack me. Noah, the lover of context and the hater of lies by omission, seemed to forget to inform people of the part where I very emphatically said in my video, hey, don't harass this person. And, of course, his title had the intended effect of making people believe I did something that I did not do.
The title is Think Before You Dox, right?
Right.
And I read that title, and that's why I watched the video. I was like, damn, that's juicy. What the fuck? Think Before You Sleep dox this woman?
That was my understanding from the title, yeah. That was my immediate conclusion. That's not what happened at all.
So many similarities here. It seems like Noah has a really bad habit of accusing his enemies of supporting things they are openly in opposition to. Now, Ethan Klein isn't the only one suing Noah. In a really unfortunately cropped tweet, Mudahar has announced that he will also be suing Noah. The tweet says, in the last couple weeks, a YouTuber, Noah Samsen, has uploaded a few videos labeling me as a genocide supporter. Normally, I would not engage with this discourse, but this has affected my business and has bled into my personal life. Mudahar goes on to say that he is a Muslim, doesn't like what the Israeli Defense Force has done, and will be suing Noah for defamation. Now, to further emphasize Mudahar's stance on the whole Israel-Palestine thing, let's watch this clip that I found. Well, I found it on Noah's list of source citations from his video.
I think that there is an actual case of, genocide, and there's an actual case of attack that goes towards the Palestinian people. I think there's very serious situations that go around the world. If you've ever grown up Muslim, and I have, then you know that there is a serious culture of anti-Semitism in amongst the most conservative of Muslim circles. Just as you will know that there is a serious amount of Islamophobia in the most right-wing of Jewish circles. These are two groups of people that literally are just fighting each other. And when it comes to people dying in a conflict zone like Gaza right now, there is literally nothing that I feel other than sadness for men, women, and children needlessly dying for no reason.
Again, this was listed as one of Noah's sources, so he saw this, which makes Mudahar at least the third person that Noah has accused of supporting things they are openly opposed to.
Mudahar, who I've spoken with about this, I especially feel bad for because he is a practicing Muslim and he's part of a Muslim community, and he's accusing Mudahar of being pro-genocide for, basically saying he disagrees with Hassan promoting terrorist groups. These fucking white savior losers, man. It's like he's weaponizing his own religion against him, saying he's like a bad Muslim. That's the insinuation.
So basically, again, if you don't like Hassan and point out the double standards on Twitch, then you like it when innocent people die. Nice, Noah. You really stood up for your cash cow Hassan Piker. I'm sure he will happily continue boosting your views.
Hassan spent 2 hours watching this one. He spent 2 hours watching the first one on his stream in its entirety, glazing him up.
And again, let me further emphasize that outside of being an editor for Cody Co, Noah Sampson was literally a nobody on YouTube before Hassan Piker started reacting to all of his content and sending him followers. This is why he's glazing Hassan so hard here in this drama, and probably why he also joined the Israel-Palestine meta like all the other Hassan groupies.
I think Hassan likes that this conflict's going on. His views were starting to dwindle until this whole October 7th situation happened, and his views went back up. If you don't think that he's loving every minute that Israelis or Palestinians kill each other, you're dumb as fuck.
Now, believe it or not, this whole situation between Noah Sampson and Ethan Klein actually gets much worse. Defamation isn't the only problem here, but in order to understand what's going on, I feel like I need to add some context. So let's back it up a bit. That being said, a major tipping point in this YouTube/Twitch Israel-Palestine drama was an infamous panel at TwitchCon 2024 where Denham's, Frogan, and some other people that nobody knows did this like game where they rated content creators from Arab to Love Sabra, which honestly seems like a boring idea for a panel, but apparently there was a hidden dog whistle in there.
Because Frogan is a 2-time Rising Star champ, and because of her massive viewership of 100 concurrent viewers, it only makes sense that Twitch would give her one of the main stages at TwitchCon to do a 45-minute long segment. Her idea that was Twitch approved, an Arab to Jew racial tier list. Top and most desirable tier is Arab. And at the bottom, the worst one is, quote, loves Sabra. Now, why does Love Sabra equate to Jews? Sabra is a well-known Israeli company that makes hummus. Oh yeah, and Sabra literally means a Jew that was born in Israel. They pulled me, one of the best-known Jewish creators, and immediately put me in Sabra.
Love Sabra literally in this case means Jew lover. So you're telling me you understand what a microaggression is, but you can't understand why a Jewish man might be uncomfortable with this. I feel like this is indefensible, blatant, obvious anti-Semitism, and this was greenlit by Twitch to appear on their main stage.
You've got to be kidding me. They're saying Jew lover as a slur in the modern day. Is this To Kill a Mockingbird? Are we back in the 60s? All these anti-racists are calling people the equivalent of N-word lovers as an insult to those who disagree with them.
And again, these are the same people that judged me based on the thumbnail that I used for like the Keffels video. So to give you a quick idea to understand, putting 2 Jews in the F tier kind of gives you an idea of like where they're at. Arab being at the top, Jew being at the bottom, okay? This is literally hateful conduct occurring on the platform.
Let this be a lesson that those who are actually racist will do so openly and are proud of it. They don't try to hide it or apologize if they get accused of racism. This has always been the case. So anyway, a number of people noticed that Capcom, Samsung, and Chevron were sponsoring this racist panel, so they did a mass emailing campaign saying, hey, did you know that these people you were sponsoring were openly saying racial slurs right in front of your brand name? After this campaign, Hassan groupies, Frogan, and Denims got a 30-day ban on Twitch, to which I personally celebrated by getting some hummus at my local store. I mean, they probably only got banned because
wow,
they
that's
lost
a big
money
boon.
and not for any moral reasons, because both of them have done way worse rule violations, but close enough. I'll take this as a win for justice. But all of this is to point out that the Hassan fan club has many members in it who don't like Jewish people very much, and that includes Noah Sampson. Which brings us back to Noah's video. You see, ironically, Noah complained that Ethan was a liar who was lying by omission. Here's a reminder of that.
But it's that last thing that I think does quite a bit of damage, lying by omission.
What's funny is that if you actually watch Noah's video and aren't ideologically possessed, you can pretty easily notice that Noah does basically everything that he accuses Ethan of. This is a repeated tactic that he uses in a lot of his content, and I mean that it is uncanny how much important context that Noah either removes or completely leaves out for the purpose of radicalizing his audience and enraging them against his enemies. For example, a part of Noah's video was about people rightfully complaining that Hassan has violated Twitch rules numerous times by doing things like promoting a terrorist organization, and he's only gotten a 1-day ban for it, and only after Twitch started getting bad press. Yet Asmongold has a single moment where he said some bad stuff, and he got a 14-day ban. In his video, Noah talks about this ban and shows a clip of Asmongold saying some messed up things.
Asmongold made some comments that explicitly justified Israel's genocide of Palestinians in Gaza.
I'm not going to cry a fucking river when people who have genocide that's baked into their laws are getting genocided. They come from an inferior culture. I don't feel bad for them. I don't feel sorry for them. I don't care. I don't support them.
Noah actually shows this moment in both the videos that he's being sued for. And I'll agree that this clip is pretty bad. If you only saw that, you would think that Asmongold is a horrible person. This is the obvious conclusion that anyone would come to if you don't know much else about him, which probably describes most of Noah's audience. There's one problem though. Asmongold very famously apologized for these statements. Now, since 2 years ago, Noah boasted about his expertise in media literacy, I imagine that Noah didn't show Asmongold's apology so that his audience would believe that Asmon is evil. And to be more clear, Noah definitely knows what he's doing. He's not an idiot. He left that apology out on purpose to further radicalize his audience. There's no way that Noah didn't know about that apology, because not only was it a huge event on his part of the internet, but also that video of Mudahar's that he sourced mentioned it. So, because in my opinion, Noah left that apology out intentionally, allow me to play some of it for the people who haven't seen it yet.
A couple of days ago, I made some comments about Palestine and also about Hamas and, some just general, basically opinions that were trivializing the genocide that's happening there. I said something about it that was disgusting. I said that I didn't care about innocent people getting killed by another force, by anything. And I think that that's a horrible, disgusting, mean-spirited thing to say. Everybody who's come and spoken out and talked to me and said stuff about me, I want to say that I really appreciate you. And I think this has been something that's a long time coming. And I actually think that this is something that not only I deserved, but it's also something that I needed.
Now, is it possible that this clip might make some of Noah's audience feel less negatively towards Asmongold? One would think. I mean, I don't like Frogan, but I'm not such a jackass that I wouldn't at least mention that she apologized, sort of, for saying that US soldiers deserve PTSD. So again, I think Noah leaves this stuff out on purpose. This is not about moral consistency or good faith interaction. This is a game to him, and he's doing this stuff as like a sort of propaganda to win whatever battle he thinks he's in. Or he's being paid to be this bad faith. Though I have to say that Noah has gotten a lot more effective at propaganda and audience manipulation over the past year. Someone's been practicing. I actually had to put effort into counter-arguing this time because he's trickier now. There were a lot of subtleties that I missed on the first watch. Probably the most effective tactic that Noah uses to encourage racism is emotional pulls. In writing, the way that you compel the audience to emotionally care about your characters is to give them a backstory that describes their relationships, their hopes and dreams, and their struggles. Also, if you can accurately align the aspects of your character's backstory with common experiences that your audience has had, they'll get even more emotionally attached to the person that you're talking about. Character backstories are how you can be sad at the idea of a person like John Wick dying, but you don't care about the hundreds of nameless people that he kills throughout the movie. You have the details on John Wick, but you never see random Hitman number 87's backstory and how the people in his life might deal with his death. This means that John Wick is humanized, but the random Hitman isn't. He's just a number, and that's done on purpose so the audience won't care about him. On the other side of humanization through backstory, you can also dehumanize a character and make the audience hate them by only showing their bad deeds. That being said, Noah is aware of this aspect of human psychology, which is why he spends what feels like most of the two videos on Ethan Klein telling stories about the hardships that the Palestinians have faced, and he even says that some of them are his friends. This is to get the audience to care about Palestine on an emotional level, which is fine, he can do that. And it does sound like innocent Palestinians have faced some pretty horrible atrocities like having family members die, being crippled, or being sexually assaulted. It's always terrible when innocent people are hurt in the crossfire of war, which is why I'm very anti-war and very against the use of violent tactics. However, remember that Noah's biggest criticism of Ethan Klein is that Ethan was lying by omission by not telling the Palestine side of the war. Well, this war is a two-way street, and both sides have done some pretty awful things. The problem here is that Noah only tells the Palestinian side of the story, while at the same time, this is how he represents the Israelis.
There's a comment I saw on Ethan Klein's video. It read, "I feel like a lot of people can't separate Israelis and the Israeli government, and the same with the other side. Like you are allowed to hate on the people who actually kill people and not hate the innocent adults and children that are being killed from both sides." This is a popular framing among liberals and liberal outlets, that we should separate the Israeli people from the actions of their government. While there are some examples from the past where this may be true, such as the case of the American public's attitudes towards the end of the Vietnam War, which diverged from their government, the same cannot be said in the case of Israel. The vast majority of the Israeli public supports this genocide. Months into the genocide, polling showed that over 95% of Jewish Israelis supported the IDF's actions, with a majority of those indicating that the IDF was not using enough force in Gaza. The force in question there being, genocide. They wanted more. It wasn't enough. This should come as no surprise, given Israel's history. A country that exists on the logic of ethnic supremacy and colonization requires a certain level of dehumanization to keep its inhabitants from collapsing under the weight of the reality of their rotten society.
Yeah, so those were some harsh words. Someone with 6,000 likes on his comment tries to humanize the innocent on both sides, while rightfully aiming blame at the evil people who are actually causing the war. Yet Noah takes the radical approach and dehumanizes one side by saying, actually, the Israelis are evil and rotten. Noah spends quite a bit of time establishing that basically all, not some, but basically all Jews in Israel are a bunch of murderers. Now, by comparison, Ethan just said there were some terrorist groups that he didn't like, but a lot of innocent people have suffered on both sides, and maybe the Israelis and the Palestinians could figure out a peaceful two-state solution. On the other hand, Noah spends the entire time in both of his videos making the Israelis look like the most evil scumbags in the world. I can only imagine that he's doing this with the intent of making his audience violent. Noah continues his anti-Israel messaging by showing a few interviews of Israeli citizens and their thoughts on Palestinians.
Another way to get a handle on the seemingly ubiquitous genocidal fervor among Israelis is by just talking to them.
How many civilians have been killed in Gaza, from what you know?
Who gives a shit?
Okay, but don't you feel like, for example, children?
Children grow up to be Arabs. I read the numbers last week. My memory died and went to heaven. I don't think children should suffer, but they're always casualties. And since they do a lot of pruervu, that is the natural result.
Most of the kids there that are getting killed, I never support little children dying. You know, I never want it. But most of them will grow up not only supporting Hamas, which is a crime by itself, but joining them, which is the worst of the worst.
These people know that they're on camera and that these remarks
Hey,
are
what's up?
posted on the internet or shared on the mainstream news. This is normal to them. This is normal in their society, which is a testament to the fact that their society is not normal. Simply put, it's a genocidal society, top to bottom.
Now, I can agree that those are some very harsh words. However, people don't just say horrible things like this without a reason. Does Noah try to show why the Israelis are saying these things in an attempt to maybe add some nuance and not do the exact same thing that he accused Ethan Klein of? No, he doesn't. Noah never asked why Jewish people would say this stuff. Well, as someone who did basic research on this, maybe it has something to do with Hamas massacring people on October 7th. Like Noah,
No, it just
turns out that
flipped
I also
over.
happen to have a
Yeah,
friend who lives
it's.
in the area, so I thought I'd ask
I
him
got
about the Jewish
24
perspective
hours,
on why Israelis being
but
interviewed
I
in
got a
this
shitload of
separate
ammo.
This was his
I'm not
response,
worried
and,
about it. Right
yeah,
now,
having
I'm
missiles
just.
fired at you daily probably would make most people mad. My
I'm
Israeli
running the
friend
clock
also
right
knows that
now.
If there was peace, the negative feelings that
Basically.
the Israelis have towards the Palestinians would go away. And here's the thing. After talking to that friend, I went and watched the video that Noah
The moon
took
is
those
pretty
interviews
big.
from,
If you give
and
me
it
a
turns
second,
out
I'll
that
show
these
it to
people
you.
actually do say why they have such harsh feelings towards Palestinians, and Noah just cut around that. So let's add it back in.
Overall, the world does not really understand what's going on here. They do not understand, grasp the concept that Israel was attacked.
You know, everything is happening because of a group called Hamas, you know? Most of them, like around 75-ish%, despise
That moon's pretty
Israel.
big.
Everything they hate about the world. Like, they hate everything about Israel. They don't want anything to do with us. They want us all dead, gone, and fucking, you know, they want my head on a spike. All they see in their head is just eliminating every single human being that doesn't support you know, Islam. It's not Islamic. It's not Muslim.
Well, that changes things, doesn't it? Sure, they said some messed up things, but if Hamas wasn't also attacking innocent people, they wouldn't have those beliefs. Oh wait, it looks like Noah does show someone saying why she feels so negatively towards the Palestinians. Except it's in a foreign language, so people have to read subtitles. This means that if they're multitasking while watching his video, which is very common with viewers, they won't see this added nuance. This is why when I make videos, I almost always repeat what the subtitles say if people are speaking in a foreign language. What Noah is doing here is something that I call a plausible deniability clause, where a dishonest creator will add nuance to make it look like they're being fair, but do so in such a way that nobody will notice it. This is so if someone criticizes Noah, he can say, no, I put that in the video.
Yeah, it
while
takes
at
up like
same
half
time,
the sky.
Basically, none of his audience caught it, so he won't have to risk them being swayed by nuance that isn't good for his point. I actually didn't notice what this person said until my second watch. Also, here's the thing. I'm aware that Noah loves to misrepresent people, and I'm guessing that he didn't expect anyone to actually go fact-check the material that he used, which is reasonable. A lot of creators are lazy. But since I actually watched the full video, I know that Noah basically only showed the most inflammatory things that were said. If you actually watch the video, you can see multiple Israelis sympathizing with the Palestinians. Here's one of them.
From Palestine, from Hamas, and don't hate us Jews, we're really nice people, and we love life.
We want peace. We just want peace, love, and rock and roll.
Yeah, man.
Wait, and you're willing to have peace with Palestinians?
Yeah, of course.
Yes, anytime.
Anytime.
Send
With anybody, anyone. If they want peace, we want it.
So, Noah, as a journalist who's claiming to be more honest than these mainstream
okay.
news outlets, why didn't you show this interview? Why did you only show the worst parts of this video? And for the people who did say bad stuff, why don't you cover what made them so radicalized against the Palestinians? Maybe discuss whether their feelings are justified or not based on factual reporting of the events. This is what an honest person who wanted a more peaceful outcome would do. Making no effort to humanize the Israelis or add nuance to their beliefs kind of makes it seem like you don't want a peaceful solution. It kind of makes it seem like you want violence. On top of that, Noah is so shameless in these two videos that he will even try to get his audience to hate young children by showing them saying things against Palestine.
The vile, dehumanizing racism that is required to uphold a project like this.
Because Palestine.
But I'm Palestinian. Does that mean I'm a?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I'm a.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want Palestinians in Gaza to?
Yes.
It was good.
Yes.
It was alright, actually.
Random
I just had more
children on
pasta
Omegle
salad.
is considered to be strong enough evidence for Noah to put it in a video. Great journalistic integrity, man. Also, Noah left out the part where the children recognized the guy, and it looked like they were purposefully trying to say the most messed up thing possible because they're kids, and also this guy's kind of a dick to people on his channel. I don't know, he has like multiple pinned videos of little kids that are clearly designed to turn you into a racist, as well as a number of other videos with millions of views on them that feature children under 12 saying things that he knows his audience will hate. Did their parents consent to them being on film? This guy is suspicious, I don't trust him. Anyway, I cannot stress this enough that Noah is 100% suggesting that basically all Israelis are reprehensible. Earlier, he even showed polling data to emphasize that, and he ends his first video by saying this.
October 7th blew the lid off the genocidal Israeli project. October 7th is the reason you're here watching this video today. Israel's response to it has radicalized a generation of people by exposing the Israeli state and its backers in the West for what they are: depraved, ethnic supremacist, genocidal lunatics. That's the truth.
Keep in mind that he never goes into detail.
I just made a big pot of green tea with honey and ginger.
So he shows some.
I'm letting it cool down right now.
Israelis
then I'm going to put it in the fridge.
Supporting genocide of Palestinians, right? The argument that you can make for that is that
and right now I'm about to crack open
support such violent actions. So couldn't you justify
vanilla berry Red Bull
Israelis based off of the clips that Noah Samson has shown? Can't you justify a genocide of Israeli people if they're inherently evil or inherently bad? Like, you basically, what I'm saying is that Noah Samson, without actually deliberately saying it, he is advocating for Israeli genocide. Like, this is literally what Noah Samson is doing.
Now, let's get to the reasoning for why I showed you all these clips of Noah dehumanizing the Israelis, and also dehumanizing creators like
a fake vanilla flavor.
After showing numerous videos of innocent Palestinians being harmed, while dehumanizing the Israelis as much as possible, he says this.
The liberal framework of thought is only able to conceptualize actors in conflict as being good and bad. Israel's far-right government is bad, Ethan says, but so are terrorists. Genocide is bad. I don't agree with genocide, of course, but hijacking ships is bad too. It's against the law, which is bad. Everybody should just stop doing bad stuff. Okay, well, Israel's not stopping. They're not stopping the genocide. The U.S. is not stopping its arms shipments so that Israel can continue that genocide. That is the material reality. If you actually want that genocide to stop, you need to do something material to try to stop it. And so far in the world, the only people doing that outside of Gaza militarily are Hezbollah and Ansar Allah. If you spend all your time attacking these groups while sitting on the sidelines idealistically opining on what forms of resistance are acceptable to you, then you're supporting the genocide. Full stop.
To be clear, he's saying violence. You need to do something material to stop it means violently attack people. But he won't outright say that because he's afraid of getting a channel strike. Actually, it's worse than that because Noah is saying here that if you don't support violence, then you're pro-genocide. And believe it or not, it gets even more worse than that as Noah goes full mask off in the next clip.
People living in the West have the most power over anyone else in the world to stop the genocide. We are living in the belly of the beast. We have direct geographical, physical access to the politicians, the propagandists, the weapons companies, and the supply chains that are facilitating this genocide. Protesting is great. We should keep doing it. But also, I feel like we have to be honest with ourselves. 17 months in, and what is protesting actually accomplished? Raising awareness, sure. Divestment, yeah, in some places. But really, politically, materially, nothing. Israel just killed the most children in its history in a single night with total impunity, with a deafening silence among the Western media. If we want this genocide to stop, it's time to escalate. That's all I'm saying. So anyways, yes.
See, you can lay it out very easily, one sentence at a time. It's quite clear. We in the West have direct physical access to a bunch of people, including the propagandists, after just labeling a bunch of people created propagandists. What does protesting achieve? Well, some things, but overall, basically nothing. If we want this to stop, we need to escalate. That's all I'm saying. I'm sorry, if you had a clear vision for what needs to be done to stop the genocide, you would say it, because you want to direct your audience into something fruitful. Unless the thing you want your audience to do is against TOS, anyway, violence, etc. He's calling for people to do dirty work for him. That's what this is. It is unambiguously a call for violence, okay? I'm sorry. And he doesn't want to spoil his cute little life. He doesn't want to fuck his income and ruin the little cushy career that he's got a hold of. He doesn't want to do that. He wants other people to fuck up their lives and get thrown in jail or whatever else for it.
Let me repeat what that guy Lonerbox just said. Noah spends his whole video calling people like Ethan Klein genocide-supporting propagandists. Here are some clips of that so we're all on the same page.
The other piece of Zionist propaganda cited by Ethan in his video, aside from this video being a nonsensical genocidal propaganda piece, in the content nuke he doubles down with this sort of propagandizing for the state of Israel. These people feel no shame. They're here to make money and to convince themselves that they aren't evil. And the way they do that is by lying, by spreading liberal Zionist propaganda.
So after he calls these people propagandists with a title and thumbnail that says they support genocide, after he says the correct response to this is violence, he then says, we have direct geographical access to the politicians and the propagandists. Protesting has not worked. It's time to escalate. FBI, hello? Noah Samson just told his followers to go kill creators he doesn't like. It is abundantly clear that Noah just told people to go attack every propagandist in this thumbnail. Now, if you're wondering why we had to watch someone reacting to what Noah said instead of the original video, it's because Noah went into the YouTube editor and deleted that statement after he got called out for very obviously telling his audience to go commit acts of violence.
Okay, so that's what he said, but then it comes after this sentence here, and then that's where, so you try and stop it. People living in the West. Ah, there it is, he stopped it. What an absolute fanny. Well, we saved it at least.
Make no mistake, this was clearly a call to action for violence from Noah. He knows who he's talking to. I'm sure he's very aware that basically all the political violence in America, outside of maybe a single day in 2021, has been caused by the left. Antifa,
I don't know,
BLM,
it's still
burning Teslas,
like an hour and a half away. I might not even make it that far.
Has been caused by the radical left.
Then again, I can always just start another map and then just do the 7th day tomorrow when I got a bigger audience.
In reality, he knows exactly how his audience is going to interpret what he said. And one of the things that Noah does not address in Ethan Klein's video is the part where Hassan got exposed for admitting to trying to rope viewers into extremist beliefs by easing them into it.
Then I saw clips like this where Hassan is explaining how he's hiding his power level to funnel in normies into radicalization.
I think that in the short term, in order to combat against that, you have to advocate for a much lighter form of propaganda. You want America, in the way that I feel about it, and if you want America to get out of the way for places with more revolutionary potential to do what they would normally do, I think that, you know, one thing you have to do is advocate for a lighter form, while simultaneously still doing agitated propaganda that goes beyond, you know, the democratic idea.
I just wanted to put emphasis on the exact point of the so-called radicalization funnel, where, for example, Hassan and JT catch them while they're young, as they say, and then they start looking into this new idea, etc., and then move forwards through the funnel, get more and more informed, get more and more radicalized. You do your part in the funnel for the cause, or whatever the fuck you call it. You're doing, in my modest opinion, a great thing for the cause.
This is evil. Now, last time I did a video on Noah, I said I couldn't tell if he was just dumb or had malicious intent. Now it's very clear that Noah and Hassan both have malicious intent this whole time.
Stand on your shit, bro. You want someone to kill me? Okay, stand on it, bro. Why erase it now, fuck? I mean, this guy's legitimately should be on the FBI terrorist watch list. Like, legitimately.
We are living in the belly of the beast. We have direct, geographical, physical access to the politicians, the propaganda.
He's saying kill the politicians. I mean, there's no way to even... He can't pretend that that's not what he's saying. He's saying we need to escalate. We know where they are. What does that mean?
This whole thing confuses me. Isn't this the same asshat who spent like an hour and a half last year lecturing me about audience responsibility because people wrote mean comments that you can block on his friend's video? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
this is the same guy
I think
Noah
I will.
Samson, right? Blockable mean comments are bad, but political violence, well, that's just
matter of fact, I'm gonna wait until
last year,
dawn, and then
released a video
I'll switch out.
2 months
I'm
later,
gonna see if I can make a slightly smaller map that's denser.
Responded to Illy's video in a video titled Fat Acceptance Cartoon. Right
I'm
after
gonna
Sean
play
posted
with the
his
map
response,
generator
the
a little
comment
bit.
section on Illy's video went through some changes. It was flooded
Do
with
some
hate comments,
experiments.
threats, insults, inflammatory accusations. Also a lot of anti-Semitism, so that's kind of weird.
That last one was wild. Imagine Noah Samson calling you an anti-Semite less than a year ago because of some shit a random commenter wrote after like 50 different YouTubers reacted to a drama that you were involved in. This is the same guy, the guy who just made 2 videos calling Israeli Jews a bunch of rotten murderers, called me an anti-Semite because of words other people wrote. I'm not kidding, less than 12 months ago, Noah Samson was literally saying that creators have a responsibility to make their audience play nice, and now he's essentially telling people to go burn shit down and assault YouTubers that he doesn't like. Actually, speaking of Ethan Klein, to add a little bit more context that I'm sure that Noah was aware of, a bunch of people who I'm guessing were radicalized by Hassan or his groupies called the CPS to try and get Ethan Klein's children taken away.
I knew this content nuke was going to draw a lot of negative attention, seeing how extreme Hassan and his fan base are, and his orbiters. But the lengths to which they've gone to harass us and get revenge for going after their God King Hassan has frankly gone beyond any type of point of civility and humanity, to the point where they're calling CPS, Child Protective Services, to come to our house and break up our family. On Friday morning, an agent showed up to our house saying that they had received an anonymous tip that our children were crawling around in dog shit, eating dog shit, and contracting diseases. Not only have they called CPS on us, now they're starting to try to call in a 5150 to get me committed. All these people, incidentally, who are promoting this type of insanity are, in fact, childless, and will likely remain that way.
So Noah Samson knows that he's talking to people who are so shameless that they'll go after a guy's children merely because he criticizes Hassan Piker. And Noah will tell those people in his video to go out and do more things like that. Like I said, this is evil. He will attempt to aid in having children being alienated from their parents because someone on the internet doesn't like a friend of his. How are you the good guy here? Now, for those of you who are beginners to Noah Samson, this is not the first time he's expressed violent tendencies. For those of you who don't know, Noah got into his first big drama with Vosh for defending a person named Professor Flowers who believed in violently attacking white people for things their ancestors did.
I'm not saying that people should just commit genocide. I'm saying there's so many different responses to colonization.
You
People
said they would
have
have the right
to
to
determine
remove
what
them.
to do.
You said they would have the right to remove them.
I think if they decided like, hey, we don't want the people who colonized us to stay here, let's figure out a way to like have them move or something like that. I think that'd be very harsh. Again, that's something that I would agree with. But I think the people who are colonized should have the self-determination to decide what to do about the people who have colonized them.
Okay, what you're saying is that any state that can justify its sense of persecution therefore has a right to engage in genocide against ethnic minorities within their borders. Every tyrannical regime does this. No tyrannical regime in history has ever said, yep, we're on top, we're the bad guys, we're just killing for fun. They always construct a narrative of persecution, and whether that narrative is correct or not really doesn't make much of a difference.
In case you didn't catch this earlier in the video, note that Noah called Jews colonizers, so I'm assuming that in his eyes, everything Professor Flowers said about white people also applies to Jews. Now, let me just say that the gaslighting from Professor Flowers was so rampant in this debate that it was genuinely difficult to cut a short clip that accurately describes her beliefs. But if you watch the full debate, it is very clear that Professor Flowers believes that if you were a white descendant in any country that was conquered by white people, as far back as hundreds of years ago, then the non-white conquered population has every right to steal property from innocent whites, forcefully relocate them, and go as far as to kill them if they refuse to leave their homes. I repeat, she openly said that you should be able to do this to innocent people who took no part in the atrocities of the past that took place as far back as hundreds of years ago. Now, this was all done with very passive language and, oh, I'm not saying I would use violence if it was me. But when she was pushed on it, make no mistake that Professor Flowers had some incredibly extreme, violent beliefs. The point is that a drama that involved Noah Samson defending Professor Flowers and her incredibly radical ideology is what initially he was known for before Hassan boosted his channel by reacting to all of his videos. Promoting violent narratives is not new for Noah Samson, and these people are so radical that they make Vosh look like a moderate by comparison. Noah has also made multiple public threats to people. Here's him liking a tweet saying Vosh should be killed. Here's him outright defaming Chud Logic and saying he should also be killed. Here's Noah saying Alex Jones should be killed. And finally, the thing that got him banned from Twitter, a death threat to Elon Musk. Which is weird because just last week, an ex-girlfriend of his went onto the H3 podcast to accuse him of owning a Tesla.
Did you ever see him drinking Coke or playing Disney games, perhaps?
You know, I can't recall that, but I do know that he drives a Tesla, so that...
Oh! That's scandalous!
Noah isn't the only violent one. Hassan is right up there with him saying that his political opponents should be re-educated.
If you're in a socialist country with multiple parties, and one of the parties is a capitalist party, which would surely exist, what would you do if that party started gaining momentum?
The solution to that would always be education and offering more...
Re-education?
Re-education, certainly, yeah. There should be an enforcement mechanism, and in that enforcement mechanism, I think like rehabilitation, which would include re-education as well.
Tell me, how exactly would these people be re-educated? I mean, Hassan says no camps in the full context, but remember he's hiding his power level. And in the same way that I don't understand how Professor Flowers intends to steal property and relocate innocent whites without using force, I don't understand how you would re-educate a devout capitalist into your socialist paradise without the use of force. So personally, I think he's intentionally softening the language here to make people more accepting of something that would be ultimately very cruel if it was actually carried out. Hassan also called on his audience to murder a senator named Rick Scott. I believe that's what got him the 24-hour ban. Very peaceful of him. Oh, and also, since Ethan so kindly put this super clip together, here's a bunch of moments where Hassan's fan club is also saying violent shit.
Let the streets soak in their fucking red capitalist blood.
And this isn't just a Hassan problem. It underscores a disturbing trend among leftists on Twitch. The problem is, if you can believe it, these people are frequently making death threats and facing zero consequence. I know it sounds far-fetched, but I assure you it's very real.
Listen, I'll up the number, okay? 30K to anyone
who'll make this dipshit disappear?
Bro, that Destiny guy needs to get
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of the original Black Sabbath.
It would just be so easy. It would solve all of our problems. Like we would have.
And I like the
socialism
original
now.
Van Halen.
Right? We would have socialism at this point. If someone just went out of their way.
I don't like Sammy Hagar, like, at all. Like, I don't even like Sammy Hagar's solo shit.
Like, holy shit, guys. If you live in Florida, I have an opportunity for you. If you want to earn $100,000, let me know.
Actually, Mike from PA, the dude that's stuck in the before image of a transformation story, did receive a 3-day ban.
This man put a bounty on a fellow streamer's head. This man should not be getting a 3-day suspension. He should be getting a knock on his door from the FBI.
Going back to Noah, one last point. I actually knew about this during the Alienation drama last year, but I withheld it because there wasn't enough evidence to connect them together.
Who was
But
the
it's
other
really
guy?
funny that Noah made this whole big deal about doxing last year, when he seems to be like YouTuber best friends with
David
Bad
Lee
Empanadas,
Roth
who
was
someone
the
who was
original
well known for
singer.
doxing before the Alienation drama.
Then they had
thorough
Sammy
breakdown of all this
Hagar.
video's problems, I'd recommend the YouTube channel Bad Empanada.
I'm trying to
Yes,
remember
Noah
who the
knows
other
that
guy
Bad
was.
Empanada doxed someone and
They had
threatened his
another
opponents
guy for
because
like
Noah was
a
supposed to
couple
go on a live
albums.
stream with Bad Empanada a while
He was
back
just
after
terrible.
October 7th, but I believe he mysteriously ghosted that Bad Empanada stream after his followers told him how terrible of a person he was.
And
what about Noah Sampson?
Noah said that he can't come on. I'm not sure if he can't come on.
Black Sabbath
because
has
he
gone
got,
through more
yelled
singers
at
than
by voice
Spinal
by
Tap's
fans,
gone
so
through
he just
drummers.
actually can't come on. But it's one of those things.
So,
doxing isn't the worst thing that
but
Bad Empanada has
Ozzy
done
Osbourne
either.
was the
I guess
original.
Noah
He was
has
replaced
decided
by
that he doesn't
Ronnie
care
James
now.
Dio.
You know, the irony of him
And
being
then,
friends with and promoting the doxer after he was so against doxing when he
I
made
don't
the
know who
Alienation
came
video
after
is
that.
insane.
They
I don't
started
know,
to
maybe
really
he decided to turn against Alienation
fall
because
off
she's
after
Jewish.
that, man.
Wait, that can't be the case. I forgot. Noah is a humanitarian who just wants to help people out. He's just a nice guy who's making this content out of the pure kindness of his heart. The other creators are only doing it because they're evil capitalists who want to monetize the Hassan Bad meta.
For the past few years, there's a big industry that's exploded in popularity, and it's based on a simple concept. Hassan Bad. It's kind of like a perpetual cycle of dumb guy slop. It's interesting to see YouTubers that typically cover TikTok drama and gaming content randomly giving their opinions on genocide and geopolitics, but that's the result of such an ecosystem. It's not about the politics, it's about making money.
Is he joking? Noah started out by reacting to TikTok videos. He doesn't have a degree in political science, and like 5 seconds before he was a political activist for Palestine, his most viewed videos were Sneeko and Fresh and Fit reactions. What qualifies you to talk about politics more than them, Noah? Watching a few dumbass FD signifier yap videos doesn't make you smart. But Noah is really insistent that other people, not him, do not actually care about this issue. They
Other
only
people,
care
not
about the
him.
money. I mean, look at Ethan Klein. He even put a sponsor on his video, that demon.
Collect big, fat AdSense check. That's how it goes. And Ethan knew it would do well, too, and made sure to get a sponsor for the video.
Thank you to ExpressVPN for sponsoring this video.
Which was a VPN company that happens to be owned by an Israeli billionaire with a history of funding and supporting the IDF. He's not a Zionist, though. Apparently. Apparently he's not a Zionist and he's pro-Palestine.
The irony of Noah sponsor shaming is insane. This is literally the same guy who has taken multiple BetterHelp sponsorships. For those of you who don't know, BetterHelp has been exposed as a horrendous company multiple times over the years, and I believe most recently, 2 years ago, they were caught leaking personal medical information from its users. This stuff about BetterHelp is very well known by YouTubers. PewDiePie even covered it a bunch of years ago, and as someone who has had a YouTube channel since he was a child, there is no way that Noah didn't know about the BetterHelp drama. The idea that Noah
Alright,
doesn't
well,
care
I'm
about
logging
money
out
and
and I'm
is
going to be
just covering
fucking with the new map
Israel-Palestine
now.
situation out of the
Because I'm
kindness of his
saving the,
heart
I'm going to
and not
save the
because
blood
of
moon
easy
till
views
tomorrow.
is insane. Because in reality, Noah is trying to monetize this content in every possible way, like showing his Patreon at the start of each video.
If you like my videos and want to help me make more of them and faster, consider joining my Patreon. Thanks.
This is like Noah saying, I care so much about money that I want this to be the first thing that you see. The first 15 seconds of your video are the most important part of it, and him putting money first tells you what his priorities are. Oh shit, is that a sponsor link?
One tool I found helpful to compare these differences in this sort of coverage is Ground News, who are also the sponsor of
Wait, what?
Mean it? It was hyperbole. Yeah, doesn't frick. Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. And of course, here's the meme of the day, brought to you by 5mind.com. Well, friends, you know we've recorded videos like this in the past, and you could probably sense the glee in my voice. Yeah, this is one of my favorite things to report on. Ladies and gentlemen, we got 'em. Oh, there's nothing better than instant karma, instant friggin' FAFO, playing stupid games and winning stupid prizes. You dumbass left-wing LARPers, you know, really want to do your best domestic terrorist impressions. Well, don't think that you're going to engage in street-level riots, inciting violence, terrorist activities, and in this case, terroristic threats, and that you'll face no consequences. Oh, but I'm just a kid. I'm just a dumb liberal college student. You know I didn't mean it. It was hyperbole. Yeah, it doesn't frickin' matter. The law is the law. And whether you were being literal or not, whether you were just caught up in your emotions and just LARPing as an anarchist, makes no frickin' difference. If you're inciting a mob and issuing terroristic threats against federal officers, what do you think's gonna happen? Society's just supposed to endlessly practice discretion as if, oh, well, these kids are just too dumb to make proper decisions, so they should get away with it forever. No, you are inciting a riot, you're inciting violence, you're issuing direct calls to violence against federal officers, you're engaging in unlawful gatherings, and most importantly, you're further feeding this left-wing domestic terrorism issue that's probably one of the top issues of the nation. Yeah, it's high time these people get taken care of. It's high time a message is sent to all these wannabe left-wing anarcho-communists that enough is enough. No more stupid games. It's time for the process of stupid prizes. It's time to send a message that this will no longer be tolerated. It will no longer be accepted. In comes the FAFO stage. They found the guy and he's now facing federal charges that could land him up to 10 years in prison. I doubt he'll get the max sentence, but still, I'm sure all his dumb left-wing LARPing friends and left-wing LARPers across the country are finally going to realize that it's time for this act to come to an end. Let me show you guys exactly what's going on, then let's talk about what's going on outside the Delaney facility in New Jersey. There's a very interesting dynamic at play right now. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so let's first start off with the context. I'm sure you guys remember this. We played it a couple days ago. Some Antifa dork getting riled up in the emotions of the mob. That's not to excuse him, more to say that, you know, the circumstances around him kind of enabled him to show his true self. He locked on directly to an ICE agent and issued all of those terroristic threats, and we have been saying online, hey, what the hell's going on here? This is not First Amendment legal speech. These are terroristic threats of violence. And lo and behold, a couple days later, Todd Blanche is on the case. This character has officially been charged. This coming after Todd Blanche told us that, quote, we will find him.
Your children, your wife, your whole family, I'll kill them all. And then ironically says, I have your face. We all have his face.
Yeah, so do we. And look, that's a federal crime. Not only threatening the ICE officer, but think about how disgusting this individual is, threatening his family and his children with death. He's just doing his job standing there. And so this again, that is disgusting, that what you just showed, and we see his face. And I promise you, we will find him. And when we find him, we will arrest him, because it is a crime not only to threaten law enforcement, but not surprisingly to threaten their family as well.
Well, they found him. He's now been identified, arrested, and charged. I'll pull up a little graphic here on screen. We got a little character here, maybe 130 pounds soaking wet, a bushy beard that looks like pubes that doesn't connect. You know, your typical Antifa scumbag. His name is Nicholas Selfo, and well, let's just say his life just got a whole lot more complicated. He's now been federally charged for threatening to kill an ICE agent and his family in Newark. He admitted that he's the guy in the viral video and is now facing up to 10 years, officially charged under Title 18 of the United States Code, Section 115, influencing, impeding, or retaliating against a federal officer by threatening or injuring a family member. In other words, massive frickin' FAFO, and yes, kind of like I was saying in the intro, I'm sure the left is gonna cry foul, oh, my First Amendment. That argument obviously belongs in the frickin' trash bin. And the second thing you're likely to hear is, oh, he was a kid, he didn't know what he was doing, he wasn't being serious. Again, those days are over. Giving endless discretion to these frickin' dweebs on the streets. It's time to put that era behind us. It's time to get serious. The question being, how much more of this can a nation tolerate? Well, I'd say most people's patience at this point is wearing thin. Enough is enough. No more excuses for this domestic extremism that we're seeing on the streets. It's simply unacceptable. And it's obviously only coming from one side. You don't see this stuff happening on the right. As much as the left will point to the same frickin' study over and over again, but the left feels emboldened. They feel protected. As if they could continue pushing further and further and further, engaging in unlawful street activity, engaging in violence, engaging in assaults and firebombings, throwing Molotov cocktails, throwing bricks at some of these ICE agents. This is the type of stuff that's been happening outside of that ICE facility. And the left wants you to believe that it's First Amendment free speech protected protesting. You gotta be an absolute doofus to fall for that. I mean, you have to be an extremely low IQ person to just be like, oh, yeah, of course, it's a protest. How can you possibly equate violent terroristic death threats and assaults on officers, throwing bricks and rocks at officers, with the notion of peaceable assembly? Come on, you have to be a dumbass, the most dishonest piece of crap leftist imaginable. No more. Enough is enough. So of course this is a good thing. I mean, I don't know how much else I can say. Let's now transition to the second part of this video. As it appears, once again, this whole anti-ICE, mostly peaceful protest outside the New Jersey Delaney Hall ICE facility, well, it's starting to backfire spectacularly. This is what I was saying early on. Basically, Cheryl and Andy Kim showed up, and I think very quickly they realized the type of shit that they were stirring up and the optics that they were creating. Yeah, there's a reason both of them bailed on that event and basically haven't been seen or haven't really spoken much of it since that day. Well, let's just say, you know, the left has essentially been labeled as a domestic terrorist organization these days, at least with people with working eyeballs and working brains. And the current optics that we're seeing outside the New Jersey facility, well, it isn't exactly dispelling the notion, let's say. No, it's confirming what we all knew, and I think Democrats knew this. They were expecting this, again, you know, another big moment. Ooh, I'm a ICE Gestapo, let us in, let us in. I'm a congressional oversight. Just ignore the frickin' black-clad terroristic mob that we dragged to this facility. Let us in based on totally unfounded rumors of people eating maggots and someone being killed in the facility. Absolute absurdity. But of course they were expecting positive headlines. Donald Trump and his ICE Gestapo, blah, blah, blah. Heroic, courageous Democrats take on the Trump administration. Those headlines. Now, once again, they look like absolute frickin' morons, and frankly dangerous morons at that. And so now, of course, in comes the backpedal, following all the chaos, and this really, you know, kind of also dispelling the notion that these are peaceful assemblies. Well, Mickey Sherrill has now been forced to act after basically a week of calling off the New Jersey Police Department, leaving ICE once again to fend for themselves while facing a full-on left-wing, degenerate frickin' loser Reddit moderator frickin' onslaught. Finally, out of nowhere, Mickey Sherrill issues a curfew and sends the New Jersey Police Department to finally do some basic the ICE facility.
Curfew takes effect in 30 minutes, 9 p.m., and remains in effect until 6 a.m. All members of the media must leave the place with their verified credentials and must not violate any other municipal ordinance or state law.
You got the opportunity right now, and that's it, to leave. If you don't leave out here in an orderly fashion, you are coming with us. Do you understand that? Let's go. Out. You, out. Part of the city. Out. 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 Go.
She's finally been forced to do her job, and this, of course, isn't necessarily doing so well. No, now if you listen to the rioters on the streets, well, they've essentially turned on Mickey Sherrill. They're even suggesting that she's working for Trump.
Mickey Sherrill, you can't run!
Mickey Sherrill, you can't run!
We know that you work for Trump!
We know that you work for Trump! Mickey Sherrill!
Mickey Sherrill!
Mickey Sherrill!
But this, of course, is completely and, like, patently ridiculous. Mickey Sherrill is not acting on behalf of President Trump. She's not some Trump operative. She's a dumbass far leftist. The only reason she's doing this is because of optics. She has no other choice as she realizes how bad this freaking looks for her, especially since she's the person who basically started this whole thing with her little oversight freaking, you know, optics play. She's backtracking hard, realizing what a mistake she made, and in the process attempting to shift the blame on so many different factors rioters. Oh, it's ICE that's escalating things and inciting the crowd.
We're going to continue to support making sure that people are safe and there's public safety, but going forward, it's peaceful. And what seems to really be inciting a lot of this are really the ICE agents. So the ICE agents really need to stay out of there. That seems to really be inciting a lot of this.
An absolutely insane accusation. You got these ICE agents simply trying to do their job. They're protecting the facility as these people are just doing what they always do, causing chaos, attacking them. Just a bunch of ghoulish leftoids losing their damn minds as their SSRIs and friggin' hormone replacement therapy probably causes all kinds of mental derangement. To blame ICE officers, I mean, it's just absurd. And then her second excuse, well, there's some sort of a conspiracy theory as the people that are being arrested are from out of state.
We know that people from outside the state have been interfering in the protests and escalating them. 5 of the 6 people arrested last night by state police were from outside New Jersey. And some national extremist groups have become involved in the protest here today. To the people coming from out of state to create chaos and dangerous situations, you should not be here. You are not helping the people detained at Delaney Hall. You're not helping detainee families, and you're certainly not keeping New Jersey safe.
And this is true, by the way. This is confirmed. Mark-Wayne Mullins confirmed it.
Individuals that came in from Portland, not from New Jersey, came from Portland to lead. We've seen that they've been well supplied. We've seen Antifa flags being flown.
But the idea that you can use this as a defense to lower your culpability and complicity, as if there's some sort of a conspiracy theory. Yes, there is a conspiracy theory, but not the one that she's suggesting, as if it's some sort of a psyop to make the left look bad. No, this is the left. NGO-funded domestic terrorism across the country, bussing in people with all kinds of gear and equipment and setting up shop on the streets, totally commandeering blocks, and then just endlessly assaulting these officers and harassing them 24/7 as they try to do their job. Holy moly.
Hey, how's it going?
The level of dishonesty here. But I'm not too worried about it.
Hang on,
because
let me turn down
nobody's
this.
falling for this crap. No, what we're seeing is Mickey Sherrill backpedaling, panicking, and once again, Democrats once again failing to stir up a controversy.
How's it
Boy,
going?
the Wolf phenomenon, as I've said forever. You know, the Democrats, they have nothing. You know, what's that saying? You know,
I started a new game because
down and then blame it on everybody
I got up to my 7th day in my other game. Oh, thank you very much. My other game, I got to the 7th day and I didn't have an audience, so I'm actually waiting. I'm holding off that blood moon until morning. So you actually just came in. I just started a new game.
It's been a decade, as crazy as that is to think about. A decade of the same.
I'm running a few mods.
At some point,
One of them puts big cities in the burnt forest and the pine forest areas.
They started attacking Teslas across the country. I mean,
And then the other one are just like, oh, one of them, the moon. The moon changes. It acts kind of like it's got a crazy face on it, and it acts like a timer. The closer to the blood moon it gets, the bigger it gets. You'll be able to see it at night.
Propagandized leftists to their death, attacking ICE officers Renee Good and Alex Preddy, and now they're continuing with this inevitable, expecting that it's going to pay some massive political dividends for them, but we haven't seen it in the numbers, folks. The needle is simply not moving, and I think now reality is starting to hit them in the face like a freaking freight train. You got these young propagandized LARPing leftoids getting hit with a massive reality check on the streets, and you've got the puppet master Democrat class, it appears, also getting hit with a reality check that this stuff no longer works. Once again, like complete dumbasses and ruining.
This is 7 Days to Die. It's a post-apocalyptic zombie game based on survival. I have to find a base,
Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
build a base. I have to find a trader. Right now I'm here. I can actually let me.
January, during one of my video premieres, someone in the live.
Well, those are quests. So right now, I have to gather plant fibers, gather wood, gather small stone.
And I can honestly say that I was baffled by how bad
Upper right-hand corner is the current mission I'm on.
And if you enjoy my videos and you haven't already,
I will be doing these until.
such as early access to videos.
Now I gotta craft armor.
The links for that are in the description. Now, this
Go to this. Pop on my armor.
countless movies.
Craft the
for
outfit.
this show over the past decade.
Put on
And
the
not
outfit.
All of them are bad movies, but this is one of the few that
Craft a
really
primitive
stands
bow.
out because not only is it incredibly weird, but it's so bad that I was left speechless by the end of it.
I gotta
I'd like
find
to think that I'm
feathers.
pretty fair when it comes to my movie reviews. Even if a movie is really bad, I try to find at least one good thing about it. But Cry Wilderness is so stupid, so poorly made, that I really can't talk about this movie without getting pissed off. So, I'm telling you right now,
There.
I'm not holding back here. There is going to be a lot of vitriol in this video. And I don't feel
No, you could get it on a console.
called it an inane and poorly made feature and gave it
I don't know.
rating. Variety said it was
I haven't used a console in like 10 years. So I don't know if you could get mods on a console, but my game is going to be a little better than a console game. But I play everything on a PC.
Nice person, but this is one of those movies where I am honestly amazed that it ever got made. I really wish I could say that, yes, while this movie is awful, he also did these great movies. But I can't. The only thing I could find was that he was a producer on Night Train to Terror, and that's it. The movie was produced and distributed by Visto International, who hired Philip Jordan to write the script and told him, no violence, sex, or profanity.
Yeah, this is a sandbox. Like everything is harvestable.
A movie about nothing then.
Hang on, I gotta.
And they were like, yeah, that's what we want. That's what they got. The movie starts with
Alright,
natural history.
my last quest, I gotta find a trader.
Statue of Bigfoot.
And he's right in front of me.
It says natural history better than a mythical creature. By the way,
Let me get my club out because I just heard a zombie. There, right there.
To put on the costume and stand
Pow! Come on, get up. Get up.
Paul is there as part of the
Pow! Alright, he's done.
Mr. Douglas notices Paul isn't with the group, he goes looking for him. When he finds Paul, who is still staring at Bigfoot, and no doubt completely weirding out everyone else in the museum by now, he wants answers. Paul, why don't you stay with the group?
I always chop up those stumps when I see them. These stumps, they're a good place for honey. Honey cures the zombie disease. You could get bit by zombies and you'll catch the disease that they have. If you don't cure it in time, you'll die.
Growing up, who, when you were a kid, you were like, why are they so mean? And now, as an adult, you look back and you're like, no, they really were an asshole. And I think it's because they just could be. So Paul is like, nuh-uh, he's real. We met last summer, and I gave him some candy, and then I gave him...
Here, I got little things behind me.
So I started bringing him cans of Coca-Cola, and he loves Coca-Cola. And
Let me,
bringing him shots of insulin now, Paul? I mean, a real friend would at least...
Oh, you can't see him because my plant's in the way.
Balanced diet. And I bet you didn't even bring him any...
But down here, oop, I didn't mean to do that.
Plain M&Ms.
Dang it.
All sorts. Two candies, which I have recently disparaged on this show, so that's
I accidentally shut them off instead of minimized them. This will take a second. Sorry about that.
Peanut M&Ms. That's god food, all right? Top tier candy right there. No argument. But plain M&Ms? Straight in the trash. Anyways, Paul is like, look, I can prove he's my friend. He gave me this necklace, which obviously proves he knows Bigfoot, because where else would you find a trinket like that? Definitely not in thousands of gift shops across Western North America, that's for sure. Paul is like, yeah, I also brought him a radio, too.
Dang it.
Rock and roll
It's
music.
not letting me do that.
That's the first claim he's made that makes any sense.
I have to do it the other
Because
way.
Bigfoot is very clearly a rock and roll guy. I mean, just look at him. Hairy, muddy, naked, proudly displaying his breasts for all to see. A glazed look in his eyes that clearly shows he's on at least 3 drugs. That night, Paul is sleeping in his fancy...
I have to load it from here, or it doesn't track my...
outside. Apparently, this guy's also
my dude.
a bright red light. So Paul goes to the window to see
And you get to see what I look like.
Is this a house call by a male prostitute from Amsterdam? No, it's Bigfoot. And apparently, he also brought his smoke machine for dramatic effect.
Your father is in great danger, Paul.
So Paul's like, okay, I'll save him. Just let me get my socks.
Oop,
And then
there
he
we go.
runs away from school just
All
like
right.
he ran away from his group at the museum.
Minimize
You better
it.
get
Don't
used to it too, because
shut
this
it
kid
off. There
spends
we go.
like 90% of the movie just running away from everyone. And why did he run away? Because Bigfoot told him to save his father. And what better way is there to do that than by slowly walking up a dangerous icy highway that is frequently used by big rigs and barely has any shoulder. To his credit, Paul does realize that his plan is impractical and unsafe. So he comes up with a new,
Look at that fat zombie.
safer plan. Hitchhiking on one of the big trucks.
I commissioned it. My artist is the way lower left-hand corner of my screen underneath the cat cam. That's my artist.
On the trail of, I don't know, a wolf or something. Whatever it is, he's gonna blow it away. He's about to shoot.
I do advertising for it. She did the model. She did the framing. She did everything. My cat cam frame. She gave me an animated one I haven't downloaded yet. But yeah, she does. She did my logo. She does a lot of work for me. She's a good artist.
In the middle of this forest and jumped out from behind a tree, so I almost shot him. Kids will be kids, right? Will says that Paul better have a good excuse for not being in school, and Paul tries to explain that Bigfoot sent him because his life is in danger, and Will is like, Paul, you are too old to believe in Bigfoot. And I'm sorry, I didn't realize that believing in Bigfoot was something that you grew out of.
Alright, here's the trader.
Like believing in the Tooth Fairy.
This is
or
Trader
Mr.
Rekt.
Bunny,
He's an
where
asshole.
Good things happen to good people. Bigfoot could very well still be out there. I mean, sure, there's no.
Yeah, you can get a hold of her on Discord.
But if everybody stops believing, we'll stop getting.
She's got a Twitter too. I know that.
This movie is full of B-roll.
She's got a.
Like they really wanted to sell the setting of the forest, which is actually kind
I
of
want to say
funny because
subreddit, but it's not. It's like a subreddit, but it's on Discord.
It'll be a good morning when you buy something.
I can't remember what it's called offhand.
Same place, but more on that later.
But yeah, she's got a whole community there.
Fuck this up, or I'll put you
Different
goddamn
displays of what kind of work she does.
Up a tree, all over the rocks. He even runs circles around it.
She's really good.
Making sure to get as much of his human
She'll work really hard to get you what you want.
that its mother was abandoned it to start. Anyways, fun is fun, but it's time to get serious. Paul's been sent here by Bigfoot to save his
And she's
father's
reasonably
life,
priced.
And he knows the best way to do that is to just randomly run off into the woods for no apparent reason, forcing his dad to chase him. He yells at Paul to stop, but Paul just ignores him because, like I said, Paul's on a mission to save his dad's life. He doesn't have time to stop for him. Paul eventually runs into Jim, who starts laughing, and then they all laugh. There's a lot of that in this movie. And then they all start walking for a really long time until they finally get to Will's cabin. And, I mean, looking at just how much the terrain has changed, it looks like this spans a pretty large area. So how the hell did Paul know where his dad was going to be in the first place? They go into the cabin, and this is just weird. Some guy is in there eating some kind of animal in the most disgusting way possible, and you would think that certain questions would be asked, such as, what are you doing? And who the hell are you?
Where are my raccoons?
Yes, that's the main concern here. Where are his raccoons? You never come between a boy and his friends of the forest, especially those which have a very high chance of carrying rabies. That's part of the fun of having them in the house. You know, it's the risk factor. It's exciting. Turns out the raccoons are in the kitchen, getting into all the food and making a mess and biting people. So, of course, Jim starts laughing. This guy grabs one of them and tries to strangle it to death. Turns out this guy is Morgan Hicks, a U.S. Marshal big game hunter who has been sent here to hunt down some animal which has been causing trouble. Because, you know, the 12 Pines Summer Resort is having its pre-season convention on Monday, and over 500 people are supposed to show up. We can't have some wild animal roaming around? What do you think this is? Some kind of a forest? The next day they go out hunting the animal, even though they don't even know what it is they're looking for. And when they arrive at the waterfall, Paul's necklace starts glowing. Don't know what this means. Does it mean Bigfoot is nearby? Great, cool, whatever. So they decide to go into this cave because they've never seen it before. You'd think that if Will knew the area well, he would have noticed this at some point. I guess this is Bigfoot's house. This is where they find an insane amount of empty Coca-Cola cans. And Paul brought these to Bigfoot last summer, right? So, you mean to tell me that this kid lugged all these cans of Coca-Cola to the waterfall? And what, his dad just didn't notice that 50 cans of Coca-Cola had mysteriously disappeared from the cabin? At one point, Hicks finds a footprint and he's like, holy crap, this must be Bigfoot. Because I'm really into feet, and this is the biggest one I've ever seen. This is between you and me, kid. You don't tell anybody. Because, you know, some people are kind of judgmental about that sort of thing. Also, don't tell them about the footprint either. So now they go visit Dr. Helen Foster, and Paul is like, hey, can I look at the animals? And then he does, and we have to watch him. Wow, who cares? And to top it off, Paul's kind of a jerk to the animals as well. Wow.
Oh, shut up!
Inside, Mesh Pop is like, hey kid, come here, look at this book. It's got a Bigfoot statue in it. And Paul is like, uh-oh. And why? What's the significance of this? Oh yeah, look at this book. It's got a picture of a statue of Bigfoot. So that those tracks we saw, those were Bigfoot tracks. You know, because of the book. I almost forgot about it, but the book just jarred my memory.
Paul, come back and finish your dinner, please.
I also like how Will is just completely oblivious to everything going on around him. He just tells Paul, hey Paul, come back to dinner. No mention of anything like, hey, you look kind of disturbed after that weird guy said something to you. What did he say? So I guess the mystery animal breaks a cage and attacks a deer outside, and they're like, holy crap, there's 2 sets of tracks.
We may be hunting more than one animal here.
Again, you don't notice any of this, Will? None of this is weird. Oh my god. At one point, they run into these guys who are just sitting around drinking, and there's like 60 bottles on the ground. I mean, give me a break. Alright, here we go. It looks like they found the mystery animal that they're looking for, and it's a tiger. It's a tiger. I mean, what were you expecting? Bigfoot? You thought Bigfoot was going to finally make an appearance for longer than 2 seconds and actually do something in this movie? After 53 minutes? Well, apparently you have unrealistic expectations.
That must be the tiger that escaped from the circus. It's a dead end. He's got to come back through here.
I don't know. The tiger runs away, and Will tells Jim to take Paul to the bus station so that he can go back to school. But he's like, screw that. So he runs away, even though I have no idea where he thought he was going to go or why he threw down his hat and gloves as if he wasn't going to need them at some point. And Paul tells Jim that Bigfoot is real.
Boy, are you dumb.
No, I'm not dumb. You don't say things like that. I mean, and who are you? You're just a kid. You're like, what, 10? You're the one who's dumb. If anyone is dumb here, it's you, not me. Once again, Paul runs away, and eventually, Jim can't find him anymore.
You better come out, Paul! Ah.
I thought Paul was trying to lose this guy. What? Did he finally realize, hey, I actually have no plan of where I'm going to go or what I'm going to do if I lose this guy? Yeah. Again, again, you're calling people dumb? So Jim tells Paul to stay there and not to move as he goes back into the forest. But then Paul follows him, so he's like, okay, on second thought, yeah, come with me, because, you know, this movie is so goddamn stupid. This is where they see the ghost of a man named Red Hawk, and he tells Jim to leave them alone for a minute, and then he tells Paul to tell Bigfoot that he has to leave the forest. Now quick, run away. And this is short-lived, of course, because Jim manages to trap him in a net and takes him back to Helen's cabin, where she's reading books about Bigfoot. And why would she be doing that? Well, because before she said it would take a powerful animal to break the cage?
It would take a powerful animal to tear this cage apart.
Well, then I guess it's gotta be Bigfoot. It's the only explanation. And just one more thing about this. They said that there were 2 different sets of traps. And now that we know that the mystery animal is the tiger, does that mean the movie is trying to say that both Bigfoot and the tiger came through at the same time and over the course of 15 seconds, ripped open the cage, took the deer, and then disappeared? You know, like Bigfoot was chasing the tiger.
Did you have to tie him up?
Do you know what he called me? He called me dumb. Me! Yeah, so, you know, you should tell him that he shouldn't say things like that. Because I'm not dumb. You should say, Jim's not dumb. In fact, he's one of the smartest people I know. So you should apologize. And maybe even give him some money. Not a lot, just 10, 20 bucks. Whatever you got on you. I mean, that seems about fair. Anyways, Jim is like, I'm going to gas up the Jeep, look after the kid, and make sure he doesn't run away. Which he, of course, tries to do.
I don't know where I'm going to build my base yet.
And acting is just...
I kind of...
But why would Bigfoot do this for you? Wait! Where do you think you're going? You don't know where to find him. But you do!
My coordinates on the map.
All right.
So Hicks is like, I'm gonna kill
Northeast.
Bigfoot, and then stuff him, and then tour him around
Right.
the world. And Will is like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah,
We gotta get
southeast.
this tiger first. Yeah, he made that noise blowing through his gloves. I mean, come on, man. Can you see why I hate this movie so much? Are you there yet? Are you
Good.
with
I'd
me?
shake
The
your hand,
tiger
but
comes out,
I bet
but
you
then
got.
I want the machine gun.
motioning
you
for the
smell.
tiger to stay back or something.
Let's get
But
this
then the
over
tiger
with.
climbs out anyways. I have genuinely no idea what is going on here.
Some days I don't even know why I open the
Will
doors.
the guy see him? And is he telling the tiger
Yeah, I don't know
to
either.
stay back? Why?
Just stay closed. You're
So
a
the
jerk
tiger doesn't
anyways.
get shot? Also, some of the footage of the tiger that they cut into this film isn't even good footage. Just look at this.
In case nobody's told you lately, you're an asshole and nobody
So
really
Paul
likes
is
you.
traveling with Helen, who's now convinced he's on sedatives.
Oh no. What happened? We've run out of gas.
Okay, I'm telling you right now, almost every scene in this movie has something to talk about. It just doesn't stop. So the tiger starts attacking them in the truck, but they're saved by the guys in the Jeep who shoot at it. And just look at these changes in the terrain. None of this adds up at all. You've got no snow here, yet it's a winter wonderland over here. And check this out. This isn't even remotely the same place. This is a f***ing desert. This is the ghost town in Bodie, California. And if you want to shoot in different locations, that's fine. The problem is you're trying to make this all look like it's the same place when it's obviously not. Anyways, they chase the tiger into a mine and shoot it with a tranquilizer dart. And look, for whatever reason, they couldn't get the tiger with them for this shot. That's fine, but you gotta do something better than this. This is clearly just a blanket with a tiger stripe pattern. What's Paul doing? Wandering around. And I guess he was wandering for a really long time because he goes outside and surprise, he's in the forest again and runs into none other than Bigfoot. And what is going on with the hands here? I mean, they did everything except the hands. What's going on with this lately? A few videos ago, we had pants instead of legs, and now Bigfoot doesn't have Bigfoot hands at all? You're not even gonna put some fur on them? Okay. And what happens after they're done laughing? Paul tells Bigfoot that he has to leave the forest so that Hicks doesn't kill him. And then he leaves. That's the payoff we've all been waiting for. Nothing. Of course, Will is looking for Paul, and this is when a bunch of rocks fall on top of him.
Help me, Paul. Help me.
Well, here it is, folks. It's a Christmas miracle. Bigfoot comes back and helps lift the boulders off of Will and then disappears. So was that it? Is that what Bigfoot meant? When he told Paul that his father was in grave danger and that Paul was going to have to be the one to save him? Because it seems to me that it wouldn't have happened if Paul wasn't there in the first place. Am I almost done? God damn it. Okay, so Hicks starts chasing after Bigfoot and walks right into Red Hawk and his gang of super friends. I guess Red Hawk has a necklace too, which shines in his face, and the eagle, hawk, whatever, pecks his eyeballs out. I'm not kidding. Very family friendly. I wish I could say that the movie ends there, but it just gets worse. I'm being serious when I say this is one of the dumbest, cheesiest endings I've ever seen in my life. Mr. Douglas tells Paul that his dad wrote him a long letter explaining everything that happened, so he believes in Bigfoot now. Because of course he does. Why wouldn't he? That's indisputable proof right there, a letter. Then he asks Paul if he can come with him on vacation next summer so that he can meet Bigfoot. And wouldn't you know, Bigfoot is standing right outside. Oh my God, roll the credits, please. The screenwriter really wasn't kidding when he said he would be writing a movie about nothing. I have seen so many bad movies over the years.
I gotta find something to listen to.
This has got to be in my personal top 10. Even the poster sucks.
Now, the United Kingdom is on fire. Everyone is rebelling against the government for obvious reasons. TikTok has just banned the hashtag White Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter remains in place. It's probably a coincidence, right? 2015, you're a racist. Wait, what? 2020, you're a racist. This is just the overall opinion of the majority of people now, at least that I know. Your words, your labels, your shit, it means nothing. It's completely irrelevant. Thank God, and I've been working very hard to normalize this shit. We have created an ecosystem where it is viable to actually be a normal human being and not be afraid of the woke mob. One of the major reasons why I want to be outspoken about this and normalize reality instead of the fake reality that all the, transgender, pro-jihad leftoids create is simply put, because one of the major reasons why so many normal, rational people refuse to actually engage with this conversation, to say, yeah, actually, obviously, men can't be women. I know that because I'm not in order to destroy this entire similar platform that they created, that we are forced to inhabit, you have to destroy it by normalizing the alternative. Yeah, abortion's murder, and men can't be women, and I don't believe all women, and crime statistics aren't racist, and we are tearing this shit down. Brick by brick, brick by brick, brick by... All right, so anyway, the Department of State, and I was so happy to see this. So this is Marco Rubio's State Department. Ideological conditioning and two-tiered policing are glaring symptoms of civilizational decline. They must be rejected across the West. The United States sends our condolences to the family of Henry Novak and the people of the United Kingdom at this troubling time. This is awesome, by the way. Now, a lot of people are really mad. I can't believe that America's getting involved in British politics. Every leftist on the planet is super mad about this, because why is it your business? Yeah, I know that the situation is an Indian man stabbed a white guy 5 times, called the police came, the Indian guy said the white guy was racist, so they arrested the white guy, and he bled out and died while in handcuffs, even though he was the victim. Yeah, I know that that's pretty horrible, but hey, it happened in England. Why should America get involved? Listen, all of England decided, and I mean the government, not the people, obviously. I feel like the people are oppressed by the Islamic regime. But I mean, like, the British version of the Ayatollahs, those guys in charge, they all took the knee for George Floyd. They got involved in our shit, and I think absolutely it is more than morally justified to get involved in theirs. And also, I love the British people, and I would love to liberate them from their Islamic overlords. You know, people in the comments just so freaking mad about this, that we're getting involved. No, of course we're getting involved. They're a little brother. We're here to help, brother. Just look at this, bro. For George Floyd, a U.S. citizen, they kneel. For Henry Novak, a U.K. citizen, but nobody's there. Pretty weird. So this is George Floyd protests versus the Henry Novak protests. This is George Floyd.
Like you, I was shocked and angry.
He's shocked. Everything's shocked. Muslims blow up a church? Shocked. Muslims blow up an ambulance? Shocked. Muslims blow up something else? Shocked. Shocking and appalling. You mean they're stabbing people and raping girls? That's crazy.
The killing of George Floyd and the response of President Trump and the U.S. authorities to the peaceful protests.
The peaceful protests, by the way. For those of you who don't know, these are images of peaceful protests that he's referring to. Anyway.
Like you are the U.S. authorities to the peaceful protests, to people rightly demanding justice, has been...
What justice? The guy died of a fentanyl overdose. What are you doing? We're getting condemned by fucking England? We need to start condemning people, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like we need to start doing that. Like, how dare you? Like, our quote-unquote allies are gonna come here and stab us in the back and, like, virtue signal and shit? Nah, dude, I'm so tired of this, man. I wish J.D. Vance or Marco Rubio, every time you had some unconscionable evil shit happening in England, they would, like, retweet it and say, our sympathies with the family of this girl who was raped by Islamic migrants. Or some shit. I don't think they have the balls, but I think it would be awesome if they did. Like, why are you getting involved, man? And why do we have to be the bigger person? All right, anyway, let's see his response to the Henry Novak protest.
No matter the pain we feel, there is no justification for more violence and disorder.
So what have we been doing here? They literally were peaceful protests for the most part.
The attacks directed towards police officers in Southampton last night were disgraceful and completely unacceptable.
Right, so American people, black people in America that are angry at George Floyd overdosing on fentanyl and attacking police officers, that's justified and totally awesome according to Keir Starmer. People are mad at the police officers for killing Henry Novak, which is what happened. And that's unconscionable and disappointing.
This is a time for serious work, not rage.
What work? What serious work is going to happen? He's not reforming the police. He's not changing the idea that you have to immediately listen to the migrant. He's not stopping immigration, right? He's not cracking down on violent criminals. Like, what am I supposed to do? He's not actually doing anything.
Let me be clear. We will ensure anyone found engaging in disorder meets the full force of the law.
Right. So anyway, George Floyd protest equals good. Henry Novak protest equals bad. And the reason for this is very simple. It's because he hates white people. And because basically Western culture has been conditioned by globalist forces to hate yourself. I hope you're happy with my analysis, but it's actually really simple. Now, this is just an example of what you have to deal with in Europe. Here's a large group of second and third generation migrants rioting in Brussels, burning buildings, setting shit on fire. And you just have to live with that now, I guess, because you brought them in, and now they're just as German as anybody else here. That's just what they do, I guess. Hey, they have papers, so that makes them totally welcome here. Second and third generation migrants. You mean to tell me that they didn't assimilate? That's so weird. That's so weird. I'm personally very shocked and appalled. So everyone is tired. Everyone is calling out the British government for doing this shit right now.
The stupidest headline of all. Why can we rage against George Floyd's death but not Henry Novak's? Well, I suppose because Henry Novak wasn't killed by the police.
Well, he died. He kind of was. He died in police custody, bleeding out, and then the police literally took the criminal to lunch.
Because of a lack of police care, right?
I think what we're saying...
And also, it's literally the entire policy of the United Kingdom got him killed. The fact that Vikram Digwa, whatever that fucking filth's name is that stabbed Henry Novak, that motherfucker shouldn't have been in England, but he was. So, it literally is the government's fault.
...thing here is an outpouring of rage that the police didn't turn up at the scene of this crime and automatically presume that the brown people were the criminals and the liars and the white person was...
That's right. So if you're mad that an innocent man was stabbed to death and then handcuffed to bleed out and die by the police officers who didn't believe that he was stabbed because they wanted to be anti-racist and believe the guy who was literally holding the knife at the scene of the crime, you're probably just a racist.
...the innocent victim. I think it's that simple. I think they just hate the fact that the police force no longer turn up at the scene of the crime and treat the ethnic minority as the wronged.
These people here, in my opinion, are just as much of an enemy as any of the invaders are. They are...
These people are the patriots. These are the patriots that are actually fucking radicalizing an entire country. These are the guys that are going to make the next generation the most right-wing generation in the last century.
Are enabling this to happen, purposely misunderstanding. Because, yeah, they automatically default assumed that the guy that was laying on the ground and could barely talk...
Look at his hand! Blood is totally drained from this man's body.
Was the one who
and
did
he died like this while screaming, I can't breathe, I can't breathe. And then I've been stabbed, and the police said, I don't think you have, mate.
something wrong. They told him that he wasn't stabbed, and then they went with the murderer to go get him food.
Look, I think this is a tragic case, Henry Novak, but we really need to listen to Henry's family because they're asking us as politicians, as leaders, not to use his case to whip up division.
But it's not a one. It's the thing is though. It's not just Henry Novak. Henry Novak is one of many victims to this systemic issue.
See, he's trying to rein people in because he knows that it's getting out of control. And he knows that this could break containment and actually radicalize people. The fact is that there is a two-tier police state that prioritizes minorities.
That's why we call him two-tier Kier on the channel.
At the expense of the
I
native.
would call him the F-slur again, but last time I did that, England had my video taken down and a strike was given to my channel, so we don't call him the F-slur anymore.
Of population. This is unfair, and it shouldn't be happening.
Just listen again to what the family are asking of us.
Such a massive high ground opinion, by the way. Huge high ground.
I hate that. I hate seeing the Prime Minister take that family for his own ends, I say. I say it's his own ends. Right.
And everyone sees it, and no one's falling for the slopaganda.
No, it's not his job. What he wanted to do, could have done, is he could have gone down to a very small place in Southampton, very secretly, and met them there. No, he got them to come to number 10. You know, they're emotionally, I can't imagine what it's like for them. I look upon it as a way of putting Starmer at the heart of something which he didn't change at all, brings the family up to London like that.
With respect, you're twisting Starmer's motives there. Neither of us.
I'm a politician. I'm twisting his motive.
Everybody knows. Of course that's
No
what's
one's
happening.
falling for this anymore. It's over. It's over. You lost. You tried to blind us with propaganda for decades, and you lost the war. And now you're scared because you know that the tidal wave that's about to hit is going to sweep you away.
In 2020, Keir Starmer reacts to the George Floyd video.
Absolutely shocked, as I'm sure everybody is shocked. In particular, just hearing someone almost...
This guy's everything shocks him. Have you noticed how everything shocks him? Shocked that a criminal that resisted arrest died of a fentanyl overdose. Shocked.
talking through their own death. It was very, very upsetting, emotionally upsetting. And I'm afraid, I'm sure this is the same for other people. I couldn't take my mind off the face of the officer and the sort of nonchalance, if you like, of what was happening. It was really...
By the way, Henry Nowak was 1,000 times worse than George Floyd. It's not even close.
It is really killing. And I think that's why it sparked such a reaction across the world. I was genuinely shocked. And the image, I think, will stick with me. And I'm sure it'll stick with many, many people. That combination of a man talking about his last breath in that way and an officer apparently unmoved.
Man, you just really had to one-for-one it, didn't you? That's so ironic. Wow. Almost half of British students backed the return of the death penalty. The death penalty was abolished in Britain in 1969, but growing numbers of youngsters are now calling for its reintroduction. I'm glad to see this. I'm very happy to see young people that are becoming extremely days. This is amazing.
I've been saying this literally forever. Hello, our civilization is based on biblical values, and the Bible calls for the death penalty for like murderers and stuff. Like the fact that we don't have the death penalty as often as we should is actually heresy. That's right. I'm gonna say it. We think we're more moral than God. Not even. God says they should die, and I agree with him. Now, if you go to Keir Starmer's Twitter account, you type in shocked. All right, I am shocked at the scenes of the White House Correspondents' Dinner with the assassination attempt. I'm deeply shocked by the shooting in Houston, and I would like to thank the emergency services. When I read this, I was shocked to my core. I'm deeply shocked and saddened about the sudden passing of this guy. And agreed, the local community is shocked by this thing going down, and Shireen Abu Akleh has shocked the world. Yeah, I'm sure she did. I'm shocked and appalled that a soldier was attacked in Kent, and he's shocked and saddened at the tragic death, and he's shocked at the horrific and senseless killing of 6 hostages in Gaza, and he's shocked by the tragic scenes in Washington, D.C. Bro, we have to, like, what the fuck is happening, dude? Bro's more shocked than Hassan Piker's dog. This shit is crazy. Now, Elon Musk shared his videos. Elon has been super on top of this, and it's really good to see. I think that Elon Musk is truly a force for good in this world. I'm not going to agree with all of his life choices and life decisions or, you know, little emotional crash outs from time to time. I think he is absolutely a positive force in the world. Right, so he shared this video. So let's see what it's all about. Before getting too deep into the chaos, free cash was promised to me 3,000 years ago. One thing I recently added to my daily routine is using free cash for a few minutes here and there. If I'm gonna play games as a time sponge, I might as well make some money out of it. Free cash is a fun and easy way to earn real money by doing simple tasks while already on your phone. Play games, complete surveys, do simple tasks, and turn your bathroom break into an investment. I've been enjoying playing Call of the Dragons on free cash, a high payout strategy-based building game. You get instant payouts with a really easy process through PayPal, Amazon, or Visa. There's already over $250 million paid out to over 60 million users worldwide. It's a win-win. They get someone to test out their games and fill out their surveys, and you get paid. Use the QR code on the screen or click the link in the description to sign up and get a $10 bonus today. Now, back to the chaos. Every individual sign up literally supports the channel, so if you could click the link in the description and do the thing, that would be very appreciated.
Henry Novak, how anti-racism gave you racism.
All right, let's go. Lock in.
Cast your mind back exactly 6 years. It's the summer of 2020, and Britain is undergoing what its commentariat breathlessly describes as a reckoning. The murder of George Floyd by a Minneapolis police officer sent hundreds of thousands of British people into the streets. Statues were toppled. Corporations issued groveling statements. Police officers, British police officers in British cities policing British people, took a knee before the protesters.
Bro, what
the
the fuck
message,
is this?
repeated endlessly by politicians,
It's almost like it's literally just for the purpose of dominance and it doesn't actually have any moral backing behind it or something. That's crazy. Wow, I can't believe it.
journalists and institutions of every kind, was unambiguous. Racism kills, and we will do whatever it takes to make sure it never happens again.
That's right. It's all part of the gigantic strategy. He's so fucking right.
Oh, sorry, we just got attacked racially by some white person.
What did he say?
The police need a report. Come here. Yeah, he was. Do you want to speak to my brother? He's ready to punch onto me. He's pushed me back and my turban's come off.
6 years later,
his
an
turban
18-year-old
came
student named Henry Novak was stabbed 5 times on a Southampton street. As he lay bleeding, he told the police officers who arrived at the scene exactly what had happened. He had been stabbed by Vikram Digwa, who was standing nearby. Digwa, for his part, told the officers something else, that he had been the victim of a racist attack. The officers believed Digwa and handcuffed Novak. As he lost consciousness, he could be heard on body cam footage repeating the words, "I can't breathe." The same 4 words that 6 years earlier had become the defining phrase of a political movement. They were stenciled on murals, chanted, marched, printed on t-shirts. They were spoken on the floor of the United States Congress and quoted in parliamentary debates in Westminster. When British police officers knelt in the streets of London, it was those words they were kneeling for. Henry Novak's last words, captured on body cam footage released by Hampshire police in the small...
These people are so fucking tucked, it's crazy. It's wild. Just understand how far our movement actually came since George Floyd died of a police overdose while he was resisting arrest because he's a criminal piece of shit. All right, think about how far we've come as a culture. All right, I don't know a single young man that actually has that same frame of mind that your average guy did back then.
Small hours of a Tuesday morning, the middle of the night when the fewest people would see it, were the same. "I can't breathe." He said them while handcuffed on the pavement, bleeding from 5 stab wounds, to officers who had decided that the man who put those wounds in him was the real victim. You will not see Henry's words stenciled on a mural. No politicians will quote them in the comments. No corporation will change its logo. The same establishment that made 4 words immortal when spoken by a black man in Minneapolis has met the same 4 words spoken by a white boy dying on a street in Southampton with what can only be described as a determined institutional silence. That silence is not neutral. It is a statement. It tells you exactly whose suffering the system has decided counts.
Oh,
and
yeah.
who does not. And it was
He's
produced
right.
not by the old racism, not by skinheads and yobs, but by the people who spent 6 years telling you they had abolished it. Digwa was convicted of murder last week and sentenced to life imprisonment. Hampshire police issued a public apology. The IOPC launched an investigation. And a country that had spent the better part of a decade being lectured about the unique and unforgivable evil of racism was left to contemplate what its anti-racism had actually produced. The answer, if you're willing to look at it honestly, is this:
racism.
a new form of racism,
Yeah, just
a
because white
bureaucratic
people.
racism, an actually institutionalized racism, a racism so thoroughly laundered through the language of progress and inclusion that the people enforcing it genuinely believe they're on the right side of history. What else do you call a system in which a dying citizen's word counts for less than his fellows because of the color of his skin. To understand how we got here, we have to understand what the post-Floyd reckoning actually did to British institutions, especially the police. The response to Floyd's death wasn't merely emotional.
Look, I know what happened in the USA, all right, but I don't know how George Floyd affected England that much.
It was ideological and it was systematic. Forces across the country underwent mandatory diversity and anti-racism training. The principle drilled into officers explicitly or implicitly was that...
I love how anti-racism just actually says white people are bad and should die. Like, I love how they don't say it out loud, but that's basically the policy here.
Accusations of racism must be taken with the utmost seriousness. That the historic failure of communities to believe minorities racism was the original sin, and it needed atoning for. Racism is bad, attempting to address it is good.
He's right, and it's complete insanity that we need to live in a world where we make believe that all people are the same and all cultures are equal and none of them are different, and we need to sacrifice our nation for the barbarians that we're bringing into our country. Like, this shit is complete insanity.
When you apply it without judgment in the real world. We train officers to weight an allegation of racism so heavily that it overrides the evidence in front of their eyes. It produced exactly what happened in Southampton. A man bleeding to death in Haley begging for help and was told by officers he should be saved from life. But they don't think that. What's particularly striking about this case is the way it
God, why won't you die?
George Floyd died saying, "I can't breathe."
Damn it.
A police officer knelt on his neck. Henry Novak died saying, "I can't breathe," while police officers knelt on his back and handcuffed him. The British establishment that wept for Floyd has been conspicuously quiet about Novak. The politicians who marched through London streets in 2020 have not rushed to the cameras. The corporations that changed their logos and funded diversity initiatives have not issued statements. This is not an accident. Right. It's the logical consequence of an ideology that does not actually oppose racism. It simply reassigns its acceptable target.
That's
I want
right.
to be precise
He's totally
that
right
this decision
here.
matters. I'm not saying that the officers who attended the scene that night are bad people or that they set out to let Henry die. I believe, in fact, the opposite, that they were following the spirit of their training and of the culture that had been built around them, in good faith, over many years. The problem is not the individuals. The problem is the system that produced them. The system that taught them, in effect, that an allegation of racism is a trump card that overrides normal investigative procedure.
He's totally right about this. He's totally right. Absolutely. It's just a complete moral reshuffling. Now, I've said this to people before, and people have disagreed with me. I think that the root of almost all of these evils is the absolute rejection of God that we see across Western civilization. Because if your morals are actually set in stone, because God said so, right? If murder is bad because God said it's bad, then you can't justify it if you're murdering Charlie Kirk, who you don't like, all right? Ultimately, it is inherently evil. But because they reject some sort of actual objective moral order, they're able to reshuffle their morals however they see fit. Their grand plan to basically reprogram people into automatons for the state. Like, if you think about this a little more seriously, how could you possibly think that racism, you know, a thing that saves lives, let's be real, if Irina Zarutska would pick a different seat in that bus, she would be alive today, maybe. By making that the original sin, you are literally rewriting people's minds and entire moral framework. Our civilization was based off of biblical values. Civilization. It absolutely is. And we're all these woke things and importing different cultures into our country that does not come from the same cultural background that we creating all these different movements, these ideologues, these retards, these foreigners, these people that want to rewrite the actual moral order that we have. Then you're going to have people that actually think thou shalt not murder is not really a bad thing. Hey, let's celebrate when Charlie Kirk dies because, well, we didn't like him very much. Maybe they don't believe in thou shalt not steal either. I don't know. These people are all looting the streets. You have Tom Piker going on podcasts talking about how micro-looting is actually based. All right, maybe they don't believe in thou shalt not bear false witness either when the Me Too movement starts and all of a sudden everyone's a rapist. And it doesn't matter if it's true or not, you just have to believe all women. If you don't actually have any form of moral foundation, then your opinions are just whatever your opinions were told to be. All right, whatever the power, the force, the people that actually, for whatever reason, are viewed as the moral barometers, whatever they tell you, well, that's just where we're at. Well, why should you disagree with them? What moral backing do you have behind your claim to disagree with the moral order imposed upon you by malevolent retards? The answer is you don't. So, when your moral order is rewritten by heretics, all of a sudden, everything changes.
Oh,
yes,
come
I do
on.
believe that these people think racism is the ultimate sin. And they have no reason to disagree with that take. Now, I've said this to people before, and people disagree with me, and they're wrong. Anyway, moving on.
Normal medical common sense and normal human judgment. That system was built with the best of intentions by people who genuinely wanted to address real injustices. And it has produced a policing culture in which a killer can stab a teenager 5 times, claim to be the victim of racism, and watch their officers handcuff the person bleeding out. They will not acknowledge what they killed. They will say that this was an isolated failure of individual officers,
right.
not a systemic
And no
problem.
one's buying
They will
it.
say that
No
raising
one's
this
buying
case
it.
is
We're
itself a
done
form
with
of
this.
racism, an attempt to undermine legitimate anti-racism efforts by...
This is the natural conclusion of the culture they've built. I'm not gonna lie. This is the natural conclusion. A generation of white girls getting raped to death by Pakistani grooming gangs is the natural conclusion to the pro-migration, all cultures are equal, anti-racism movement that they have created. And I don't think that it's hard to say or see exactly how we got here.
Dwelling on edge cases, they will say, as they always do, that the real problem is that we haven't gone far enough. But that game is up. Anyone with the eyes to see and the ears to hear the truth knows what happened here. A young man is dead. His killer exploited an ideology to escape justice, if only briefly. And the institutions that were reformed in the name of anti-racism are now openly racist against white people. If you appreciate these videos...
I know it's falling for this either. I'm really glad we have people like Elon Musk actually speaking out about it. I'm sure he doesn't agree with my take in regards to the whole objective morality stuff, but ultimately the conclusion is the same. Because it turns out that any intelligent person actually would come to is actually biblical values are just better. I said it before and I'll say it again. Isn't it hilarious that we have this book, the Bible, written like 3,000 years ago, and it still gives you literally the best policy for society and lifestyle that basically any genius fucking modern day retard can give you? Death penalty for murderers is actually based. Strong punishment for thieves and shit is actually awesome. You know, get married and have children is actually a fantastic message. It's almost like it was divinely inspired or something, am I right?
It's alright. That dude kind of snuck up on me.
Legendary actor John Carradine once said, "I have worked in a dozen of the greatest, and I have worked in a dozen of the worst. I only regret Billy the Kid versus Dracula." Yes, Billy the Kid versus Dracula is exactly as it sounds. It's not really that good, and it's one of those movies that makes you wonder why they ever thought it was a good idea in the first place. Hey.
Oh, yeah, I gotta get up and turn on the light. The sun's going down. Usually this room is filled with natural light, so I gotta get up and turn the light on. Ah, god damn it, that hurt like hell. Alright, there you go. Is that better? You like that? That's much better. I'm gonna seem to be out of munchies. Yeah, it's Shoujo right there. Sleeping in her bed. Meow. And Buddy's on the floor right below my chair. It's very warm in the apartment. I think he's laying down there because he's getting a breeze from the AC. Yeah, he's staying down on the floor because it's cooler down there. I wish I could be on the floor where it's cooler.
You can't just say shit and then get away with saying it. I'm going to debunk you, and then you're going to respond to it. Now, if you can't handle the fact that I was able to prove you wrong, and that's why you're trying to move on, well, then just be honest about it.
I hate that guy.
Okay, I saw this tweet over the weekend from Elon Musk, right? And it was just a video, right? And I watched the video and I thought, wow, this is sure to get the lefty retards into a maelstrom. So this is an interview with an author slash like journalist called Helen Andrews on the Trigonometry podcast. And I've broken it down to the most interesting bits. And in between these clips, we're going to have a look at what Blue Sky reckons.
Oh, that should be a laugh.
Yeah. So the interview is about this article that she did for Compact Magazine or whatever, and it's called The Great Feminization, right?
Right.
And it's all about how she reckons that wokeness is basically just the feminization of workplaces.
Right. For someone who studies the great feminization, she dresses a lot like a bloke.
Does she? She's wearing a flowery shirt.
No, go back to the
Oh, yeah, fair enough. Anyway, this was a good watch. Let's have a look. Let's go!
You wrote an article based on a speech you gave at the NatCon conference which exploded the internet, I think it's fair to say. And it's basically, I mean, I'll let you say it in your own words, but it's kind of a little bit about how the fact that women now control, or at least represent, the majority of the employees at many institutions is one of the reasons that society has gone the way.
Oh, cooking pot. All right.
I think that's fair to say.
Things
some
are.
people have reacted to the piece by, acting as if.
Oh, I want to say it was only like maybe a week ago.
Yeah, and then mostly
Oi.
Oh, sorry, I've been working on my H
Oi.
pronunciation. H, it doesn't sound right. It sounds like it should be H, but my audience tells me it's H.
You can go down, fat boy.
These two little dwarfs in number 4. Why do I feel like I know them?
Because it's trigonometry. They're famous. Constantine Kissin is pretty famous. And the other guy is the guy that never fucking says anything.
That's right, the little butt sidekick.
Yeah, he's all right. Francis, he's okay. I don't want to shit all over Francis Foster, but yeah, he's famous for not saying much. But in this one, he actually does get a few questions in. Anyway, like I said, I want to intertwine this with what Blue Sky reckons. Helen Andrews went to Yale and got a BA in religious studies. From there, her career is right-wing media and think tanks. And last fall, she decided society was too feminized, as in women work too much. But I noticed she hasn't quit posting to raise the kids. Bitter. What? Yeah, this is Blue Sky just being fucking bitter. Like, you can't say anything about wokeness. You can't say anything about our gayness. Otherwise, you're a bitch.
Women tend to be more consensus-focused, consensus-oriented. Men, when they're approaching a moral question, will ask, what are the facts? What are the rules? Whereas women will say, what are the relationships at play here? How can we make everybody happy? How can we reach an outcome that will satisfy all the parties? As opposed to the male perspective of how do we reach an outcome that is just and according to the rules.
That is 100% accurate.
I think that's 100% accurate too. It's almost like, and I'm not shitting on you here, I think I found a good one in you. You're not like other chicks, right? I can't stand other chicks, as you well know. With chicks, and I've worked with lots of chicks before, and like I've said a million times, especially the HR ones are fucked.
Yeah.
It's almost like things happen in the workplace, and they, like Helen Andrews said, they reach a consensus about how they feel about it, and they make rules and they make determinations depending on how they feel, not what actually fucking happened. It's all about feelings.
Yes, look, it's more of a nurturing sort of side to things, which isn't bad. Being a woman and being a nurturer is good in the right circumstances.
Yeah. Blue Sky says Helen Andrews doesn't actually have any ideas. She just reads op-eds by leftists and switches out the proper nouns so it's a defense of the Confederacy.
That is the most bold fucking sentence
That's
ever.
insane. She's defending the Confederate. Okay. Helen Andrews' takes will remain one of my guilty internet pleasures because she is a dipshit in the way only quite smart people can truly be huge dipshits. To be able to misunderstand the whole world comprehensively, you have to not understand a lot of reading. Okay, fuckhead.
Why is that sentence constructed so shittily?
I know, because they're smirt guys. You know what I mean? They're also smirt and intelligent.
Law schools in America turned majority female in 2016, and they've gotten a little bit more female every year since then. I think now it stands at 55, 56%. The New York Times became workforce in 2018. Medical schools are now
I don't think it's a terrible idea. It all depends on what you're going to stream. If you're going to if you're going to stream gaming,
positions. So the fact that all of these institutions tipped over to
just
being
stream when you
majority
game,
female around the same
because
time
you're
that
gonna have
Rekt
to learn how
emerged
to interact
seemed to
with
me
your
couldn't
audience, which
possibly
I'm
work.
still struggling to do.
Yeah,
That's the hardest part about it.
Like the lesbian
If you're gonna try to do one of those
but all
like
these chicks
commentary,
started to
just
take
chatting
over, and then
channels,
wokeness became this huge thing. Companies started to bring
I think
in
you're gonna
memes to
struggle because there's a
wokeness.
lot of
You know, I think she
competition
makes
in
a
that.
fucking good point.
I don't know why, and maybe it is the
But if you do a
misogyny
gaming
in
channel,
me.
you got to make sure you pick a good game too.
But whenever I'm on a plane and the captain makes the captain announcement,
Like-
I want to hear a bloke.
Yeah, I'm like that too. I
One
thought
of
that
my
was just me
favorite
being a
games to
huge
play
sexist.
is Civilization.
When it comes to group dynamics,
But I
how
won't
does an
stream that
organization
because it's got to be extremely boring for somebody that's not playing
when you're
it to
talking about
watch.
those kinds of things, those tend to be more binary. Like either you solve your
Because it's a
conflicts within an
turn-based
organization in a
game, it's
masculine
kind of
way or in a
slow
feminine way.
moving.
Either open conflict is something that your institution will tolerate, or it's not. So that's the kind of thing where once you get
Yeah,
you really kind of have to pick which one you're going to do.
I try to pick games that are fun to watch. Like, people like watching this game because there is a lot of action in it. They liked Windrose because there's a lot of action in it.
And set things into place according to our feelings. But I like how she's basically saying, listen, if you're woke, you're basically a bitch. She goes on to say, this is later in the interview, but she basically goes on to say, wokeness is basically...
Then what I would do is,
right? You're
nurturing
female...
feelings.
Yeah, you're female coded. And the boys go, and the baby
I would
is
start
like blacks? is like minority.
gaming.
Yeah, pretty much. I responded
But
to
I
that
would try.
countdown
I
for
would
those
start
tweets
with
before.
indie
He
games.
retweeted a UN
Go on
tweet
to
that said, "Any
Steam
job is a
and
woman's
find
job
play
like
for
a
free
million
games.
times." And he said, women's jobs are adult
Don't do
daycare.
gambling. You gotta also watch out
So
for
I
like the
responded,
adult
"Hey,
content
which
ones.
is the enforcement
But
arm
just
of the
find stupid,
gossip
cheap
mill."
little games
It
and
is,
play
it is.
those.
How do we feel about this? What did Jan say to
When you
Bill?
get an
How do we
audience,
enforce
start
our
letting
feelings
people
on
know
this
that
matter?
you're not really a gamer. You're just getting into gaming. What games do you suggest? And that's kind of what I did. Is I started playing with this.
Maybe only one of them, but like the onboarding PowerPoint
My audience, I asked my audience what else they wanted, and they asked what I already played, and I already played GTA, so I started playing that too. I started switching around, and then Hybrids Absolute started suggesting games for me. That's where I got
verbalize some of these
Windrose
differences
from,
because,
Hightail from,
it might be a convenient shorthand to
the
say,
Everwind
men are
game
more
that
comfortable with
turned out to, it was cool at first, but they need to fix that game.
Is it? It's only because society is
And
not
a
organized in the way that she
Subnautica I
wants
was
it to be,
playing
that
for a little
anyone
while,
knows who
so
she is. Isn't that like most people? I mean,
don't
if you
try to
like,
build
say
it
you're
as
some sort
much
of
as a
commentator
channel
or
as you're
like
trying to
person who
build a
has some sort of
community.
fucking influence,
Like I
isn't that
started
everyone? Like, the world
the
isn't the way I
Discord
want
thing.
it, and
I
he's
didn't
the
know
way
anything
I would
about
have it.
Discord,
He's
but
the
I
way
started a
think it's right.
Discord
They're all
channel.
basically fucking saying that. So now she goes into this Scandinavian study.
So
which
you
is
gotta
quite
kind of try.
interesting, and
It's
it paints a picture about these fucking woke women's workplace clubs.
Scandinavian, that's interesting.
that was a good game. That game pulled in a lot of audience, but I kind of got bored with it. I'm waiting. I didn't get rid of it.
Did they? They did. It's like in that fucking.
I'm waiting for them to add the role-playing part to it.
Oh, Norseman.
Norseman, yeah. How that chick would
I have the feeling I'll like that game a lot with the role-playing in it.
Fuck, that was a funny show. You should watch
So
it.
I haven't completely given up on it. It's just, I don't know, maybe some Saturday or Sunday I'll play it again.
Even took part in quite a lot of the raping. Huh? Freya forced all kinds of monks to let her write.
I don't know why I can't find a traitor. Is there only one?
I was totally blown away when I suddenly saw her on top of this monk, moaning and groaning.
Did you do that, Freya?
Oh, of course. I mean, that's what you do in your
Let me take care of this guy so I can look at my map.
Psychology study. Very often, if you're studying gender differences, and you're a psychologist, the way you'll do your study.
Well, I think I drew a big audience with it, because one, I think you have kind of like a Minecraft. You have people dedicated to the game. And two, I pulled in a big audience because it was an early release game that just got released. So everybody was really interested in it. And You had to buy it. There was no, it wasn't free. So people were watching it to see whether or not they wanted to buy it. So after a while, my audience started to fall off. So I had to find another game. I do look out.
Girls reported having just as many fights as the men.
I'm sticking with what works now because I'm really close to making partner, and I want to make partner.
It's in the head.
Yeah, it's all behind
Once
the
I
scenes,
make
it's
partner,
all-
I'm going to start doing commentary,
What was it? Reputation.
and also I'm going to try other games. I started looking into Lego games. I was going to pick a Lego game to play, but I'm not sure about that yet. I really like sandbox games a lot, so I was going to try to stick to the sandbox games.
Incognito.
Yeah, by conniving.
But I don't like the strictly just building games. I like.
You can't say. You
I
can't.
want games that have other aspects to
Blanket
it.
Statement like that. Women aren't bitches. Just a lot of women. Are bitches.
Yeah, I've been working fucking my ass off towards that. I was starting. I wanted to start my YouTube channel, but
Any of the female conflicts.
I kind of put that on the back burner until I make partner. But as soon as I make partner, I'm gonna start that burner again.
Reputational execution or whatever the fuck.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's a good one.
She's a dirty bitch. Did you hear that Megan is a bitch?
I got a quick story. There was this girl.
But I've been at it for
and she wanted to be,
almost a year now.
And what we
About
did
10
was
months.
we pretended that we were going to
By the time that when the summer's over, it'll be a
just got her
year.
to do all this really embarrassing shit.
Oh no.
We got her to like stand up in front of everyone and sing and dance, knowing that she couldn't sing and dance very well.
Right.
And we sat there and we nodded.
So
and,
I mean, it's.
we were, not laughing.
I got 125 viewers already. That's pretty cool.
Reputational damage. Yeah.
And I think I'm probably gonna have a pretty long stream tonight because it's Friday night. So hopefully I get a good audience.
He looks like that cartoon dog with the glasses.
I got like 6 Red Bulls in the fridge, iced tea. I got plenty of pasta salad made.
Talk a lot about this, where he used to talk about one of the ways that females try and destroy or attack other people.
It should happen before the end of the month.
And this is essentially what you're talking about, isn't it?
At least I'm hoping. Damn it, I gotta find stumps.
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah, this is why women are the most responsible for slut shaming.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I don't buy it when feminists say it's
also
a
gotta get
patriarchal
shit out of my
society, it's
bag.
a social construct that has been constructed by men. No,
So I can move faster.
Blues Guy says Helen Andrews is an interesting case because I do not believe she's entirely lacking in native intelligence. I think she is wicked and possibly a sadist. Her perverse and
I make partner with Twitch, which means I get more ad revenue. Basically, I start streaming as a job.
From a woman, talk about reputational
I get a
so
decent
smooth,
paycheck
it's
from
so
doing it.
unbelievable. I'm smirked.
Yeah, once again, it's bitchy.
Yeah, but
The
even
only-
if this is a
and-
bloke, it's very female.
It's the next step after partner is content creator. Once you hit content creator,
What are they called?
then I'm doing ad reads, and that's
But
where
this
the
my point
big
of putting
money
all these
is.
fucking catty things in between what she's saying. because
Like
it just
Asbin
demonstrates
Gold,
None of these people
Hassan,
are fucking arguing
those
against what
people,
she's saying.
they're
It's all reputational damage.
content creators on Twitch.
Actually, I feel really bad now. Before we'd started this video,
Smaller guys they're just partners.
You did too.
Like Frogan is probably a partner. Denims is probably a partner. Yeah, that's content creator. That
evolutionary biology for the solutions to all human phenomena, but this particular one
content creator, that's just something.
helpless things and they want to take care of them. That is
See, that's why I want to start the YouTube channel.
But that's also something that will
No, there's content creator after that, but content creators like
political issue
to make partner,
caring for
I have to make 6 streams that average 75 viewers. Which means if I stream for 2 hours and I have 0 viewers for the first hour and 100 viewers for the second hour, I only averaged 50 viewers for that stream. So that's what I mean. I have to hit high numbers fast and keep high numbers
I'm just. I am righteous.
to get up there. So I need 6 streams this month and last month. So 60
last weekend with a big-brained leftist.
Yeah.
Brian
Well, I
Shapiro,
researched
right?
it.
Now, Brian
Before I
Shapiro,
even
he
started
might
streaming,
have to
I did like 2 or 3 months worth of research. So, yeah. Anyway, to make, I have to do 75, an average of 75 to make partner. I'm only like 4 streams away from that. I need 4 streams that I do an average of 75. That's, I get really close all the time. I can almost just randomly do that. The content creator, I have to do 150 6 times for 3 months.
Women help move
And average 150, that means I'm going to have to pull in, it might even be more since then.
Yeah, they still had a voice.
Yeah, but I got to average 75 viewers per stream. So it's, like right now I got 124 viewers watching. If I actually go to my analytics for this stream, like, oop, this actually shows my current stream. Right now I'm only averaging 16 viewers. That's my view. That's my average views for this stream. But if I come back here again in like a half hour to an hour, it'll be up to like 30, 40. So my viewers are actually going, my average is going up. But it's also, if you see my max viewers so far has been 127. That's been my highest. I'm at 124 now. So my viewers fluctuate. There could be a point where in an hour I only got, yeah, but I've also been streaming for 2.5 hours. I haven't had 124 viewers for, dude, I streamed for an hour to only like 3 people. My first hour, I think I only had 3 people in my stream. And people didn't start filing in until my second hour. I'm almost at 3 hours now. But I've only been 124 for maybe the last half hour. So it's going to be a little bit. Yeah, so it's, my average is going up. If I go back there in a half an hour, I'm still at like over 100 viewers. If I go back in a half an hour, my average is going to shoot way high. And my goal is to get it above 75 for this stream. That was, when I first started streaming, I didn't understand that. I thought it was an average of 75 viewers for like my streaming career. So I was like, I would get online, and if I did a stream where I didn't do, I only did like 20, I would freak out about that. Like, oh, I ruined my overall average. But no, it didn't. I had a big misunderstanding about how the averages worked at the beginning, and it actually screwed me up, and I actually hurt myself a little bit. But once I realized the mistake I was making, I made some adjustments, and actually once I made the adjustments, that's when everything started to pick up for me. So once you understand the system, you got to work it. That's why I change my schedule all the time. Like, I used to start at 6 o'clock in the morning during the week. I wasn't getting any views between 6 and 7, so I started my stream at 7 o'clock. Because that 1 hour of 0 streamers was hurting my average. And I used to start my afternoon stream at like 3 o'clock. but I wouldn't start getting viewers until 5 or 6. So I adjusted that. It's the reason why it worked out for me is because I didn't have another job to do. I was just doing this. So I was able to tweak my schedule where I was getting the audience I need. And then all I needed was a little bit of promotion, and I'm getting to where I need to be. Like, if you have a job, like, oh, you got a 9-to-5 job, I can only stream in the evening. Well, you can't. What if your audience is between 9 p.m. and 2 in the morning? It's hard for you to capture that audience because you got to go to sleep and do your regular job. Where me, I'm like, okay, if that's where my audience is, well, hell, I'll end my morning stream at noon, do my Lifetime stuff. By 3 o'clock, I'm going to sleep, getting my 8 hours, and then I'm waking up, blam, and I'm doing my streams and I'm capturing my audience. So it's not as much as you have. People have to find you, and that's what it is. It's not as much as people are walking around the woods looking for you. You have to walk around the woods looking for people. So it's kind of it's like that. You can't just stream and expect an audience to come to you. Yeah, you can't just stream and expect an audience to come to you. You have to actively pursue an audience. And that's probably the hard part about streaming, is how do you capture people? I'm mostly capturing people through interest in gaming, and most people come back because of my personality, like my sense of humor. But yeah, the more I learn the game, the actual better I'm getting at it. Like, if you go back to my VODs on Twitch and you look at like my first streams, oh my god, they're probably horrible. Like, half of them I'm not even talking. I think GTA gave me a big lift because I respond to the NPCs in that game. I do a lot more talking to the characters in that game. This game, sometimes I'll talk shit to the zombies, but I try to do it more often just to be more engaging. It's fun, but it's not easy. That's how I'll describe what it's like to be a streamer. And I definitely suggest, yeah, I would definitely suggest start while you have a job. And like either stream in the mornings or in the evenings and try to find that. Because right now I'm trying to capture 2 audiences. I'm actually, before I almost gave up on doing evening streams. Like, I almost gave up on this stream here. But now I'm starting to attract an evening audience. So I'm doing 2 streams a day with good numbers. Once I make partner, I should be making decent money. I'm probably going to end up combining them into one big long stream though. I don't know. I might stick with 2. It all depends on the numbers game. But once I make a partner, I will be experimenting with my schedule. Yeah, but I am kind of a meticulous planner. I do get very upset when shit doesn't go according to plan. But yeah, I do I do make plans about everything. I probably shouldn't, because I think making a plan making a plan makes failure more frustrating. Because not only did you waste your time making a plan, but you wasted your time executing that bad plan. So it's like you wasted twice as much time. You might as well just go in there and figure it out. But yeah, I made a plan just because the way I was doing it, I knew I was going to be risking a lot. So well, I've already passed the deadline of the plan, so already my plan had failed. But I'm pretty sure I can make partner, because I wanted to make partner by my birthday. Yeah, I wanted to make partner by my birthday. That didn't happen. And I was going to kind of give up on streaming and go back to work, and still kind of stream in my free time. But I re-looked at everything, and I was like, I could do it. So I decided to stick it out one more month. And I'm pretty sure I'll make partner by the end of the month. I'm almost positive. The only way I won't make partner by the end of the month is if for some reason Twitch decides I need to do more to become partner. Which technically they can do, but oh god, I hope they don't do it me, because I fucking busted my ass to get to get 125 viewers per stream. I mean, I don't get this is actually like a big stream right now. I probably overall average about 70 viewers per stream. But I do occasionally get these big streams where I pull in a big audience. It gets stressful sometimes. I mean, there was a lot of nights that I had trouble getting to sleep. Wondered what I would do, if this didn't work. Yeah, but I'm talking about the average per stream. Like here, I can even go back right now. Let me open this up. Bang, go back to Twitch. Open my analytics, stream summary. Boom, see? My average already went up to 22. And last time we checked, it was only 15 minutes ago. So I already went up 8 in 15 minutes. So my average is getting better. I should get a 75 average view as long as I can maintain this 125, between 100 and 125. Yeah, I'll probably, once it gets down to below 50, that's when, you know what, I'm falling off. Sometimes if I hang on to that 50 long enough, I'll keep streaming and it'll start creeping back up, but you want to bail before you hit 0. You know what I mean? Eventually people are going to fall off. Everybody's going to start going to bed. I don't get a lot of Asian or European because I only speak English. I do have I have a follower from New Zealand though. I think that's pretty cool. Pops in every so often, chats with me.
Remember the person that said that the most vile shit about you, they're going mega viral, insane rabbit hole that was community noted? Let me see this. So this post has 8.5 million views. He died 6 days later. So this is one of these freaks that keeps making up fan fiction about how I killed my mom. Would you like some more personal info about my life? I'm a pretty open book. So this is a message with this person's dad. Chemo started yesterday. How are you feeling so far? So far, not bad. Glad to hear it.
All right, so the trader's on the other side of
Streaming
town.
right
All
now
right.
isn't important.
I'm all right with that.
You need to know I've been given a time frame. Call when you can. That means they told them that basically you're going to be
Yeah,
dead in
that's
3 months, 6 months, and Jesus. Well, that's what they gave that to my dad. And I remember like on the way back when we got ice cream.
Well, I don't know about perfectly, but
I've been given a time frame. I'll call after stream.
yeah, that's kind of why I want to
So
start
they
doing
didn't even
commentary.
want to stop their stream because their dying dad.
I already have a plan on doing that. I think I've got a.
This is the person right here
I got a gimmick that will
about me killing my mother.
boost me. I think the way that I'm going to do it, I think will be a better way, and it'll attract a lot of attention. I don't want to give anything away. I don't want to give anything away right now, but once I start that, I think that'll be a big jump for my channel too.
He says, why not? I don't know. I just found out my dad had pancreatic cancer. He's like, oh, yeah.
But first, I'm gonna do
it'd be good if you went live, but if not, you know, maybe come up later on. It's actually funny that like,
all the experimenting with
to see your dad. My dad told
I'm
me
gonna
to
end up
stream
dying here.
instead of pausing it to see him. Oh yeah, yeah.
Busy as he was, he would come over every day. He did my shopping, he did my laundry.
Engagement manipulation for revenue.
I'm never gonna make it to the trader,
It got
so.
deleted. Nikita can ban for this? Wait, what's this? What's this? This is the post. Nah, I just want Ravoon, and comments don't give you Ravoon. So you're going around farming your dead dad with cancer to get a little bit of a few Elon coins. The hidden replies and the quote retweets are crazy. My dad, my sister, before I was born, why would I care about him dying? My grief was superficial. Y'all are so mad over who ran away from his consequences and tried to swoop in and beg for forgiveness right before he died. Pathetic. Sure he did. This is the person that invented infinity fan fiction about how I killed my mother. They're using their sisters. So yeah, wait a minute. No, you're right. So now you're using the fact that your sister got by your dad, allegedly. Now you're trying to farm revenue off your sister being, what a fucking weirdo. What's wrong with this person? And so this is what this person literally posted about me. Hopefully once you're no longer relevant, you can go back to doing what you do best. Being alone in your disgusting room where you got your mother killed due to neglect. Holding Asriel accountable for killing his mom. My mother isn't dead. She's very alive and well. This is the person.
I gotta intervene in a second. Thank you. Just unlock ancient memories. Welcome back to World of Warcraft. Welcome back to World of Warcraft, but now you're a girl. I gotta intervene.
Jesus Christ. Even made a video about you? Wait, they made a video about me?
I don't know, I don't pull my punches. I'm not gonna say I didn't like push it a little too hard. Like, I'm not gonna lie about that.
I can't listen to this. Imagine not calling your dying father because you're streaming. It's my job. It's not their job, okay? They're not making any money. Ignoring your dying father to stream to 26 viewers. This shit is insane. Is there more of this? It's okay. Me and my dad made
Oh, bees! Look out! The
Why did you
bees!
make up with your dad if they your sister? I wish he had tried to have a relationship with me before he was gonna die on me. Oh my God! These people need to get institutionalized. You need to lock these people up. It makes no sense. I know. Let me get this straight. You're sad. That
Alright,
your
I got
dad-
enough
this is why I
honey
think
to
they're lying. They're
cure
lying
myself.
To try to sympathy farm because you know you're deranged. I feel so bad. Yeah, imagine
Let me see if I
being
can
a
get more
sister,
in
by
case
the
I
way.
fuck it up.
Brother or sister, or whatever the fuck this person identifies as, goes around on the internet trying to farm your, and then saying how they're sad that they weren't able to reconcile things with their. I can't even say it. It's just so ridiculous.
I almost forgot to say thanks to all you guys who say all the nice things about me. I see in his chat when you call him up and, you know, getting his shit. And I really appreciate that. Kind of cheers me up. So thanks, guys, and I'll see you around.
All right, but this guy is so fucking retarded. He doesn't realize the fact that, yes, there are 2 billion Muslims that are trying to kill 15 million Jews in Israel, and they're failing because they're low IQ inbreds for the most part, and they have been absolutely and utterly, thoroughly humiliated by Israel, even when Israel was getting zero foreign aid, like in 1967. All right, like just to understand. So this guy, like super peace candidate, he wants to become president. All right. Also, he hates America.
Absolutely could be a fucking asset, and if he is, he would be doing exactly what he's doing now. First of all, fuck America first, dude. There is no America first.
Yeah, so again, like we have these anti-American Islamic retards trying their best solely with the ideology that they want to promote the actual values of Islam. Complete and utter subjugation of the Western world, destruction of Israel, etc., etc. These are the actual political aims and agendas of these people. All right, you shouldn't be surprised.
I mean, honestly, the only real battle in the world today that I see worth fighting is fucking, exterminating Israel. I mean, I would sign up tomorrow and go fucking put boots on the ground and go fucking kill Israelis. That would be a great day for me. I would fucking sign up on the fucking draft waiver wherever. Give me a fucking, give me a send me the fuck over there. I truly believe that the majority of that country is evil, and
right. So just understand, this is Dan Bilzerian and Sneeko, Islamic retards, basically crashing out and crying about how actually he wants to go and just murder some Jews in Israel or something. Again, this is the political ideology of these people, and of course he's losing massively, as you can see. Bro has a 14% chance of winning against Randy Fine. Oh, bro's gonna get obliterated by a fat Jew. Oh, that's rough, buddy. That's really rough. Now, just to understand what our adversaries are promoting, Marjorie Trader Greene, who recently backstabbed Trump and abandoned the party, all right, said that actually this is the Armenians that Randy Fine is talking about when he says Armenians should not be in Congress. Based, actually, I don't think we should have any foreign people in our Congress. Dan Bilzerian is fighting against Zionist entities. All right, so remember, Marjorie Trader Greene over here abandoned Trump, stabbed him in the back,
and by CIA op, I just
completely ran off. America First stances, Islamists and retards. All right, the very, very cool and base.
I understand
Marjorie Trader Greene here.
the sentiment of you wanting native-born representatives.
Make America great again.
America. All right, so she is very, very all about America, so pro-America that she's allying.
But I'm not 100% sold on
the. Take down Trump. What? Also,
foreigners aren't allowed. I'm not like. I mean, if you immigrate, become an American citizen.
That's right, because she cares about America so much.
I don't know.
She sells it
I don't know. It's
millions of dollars, backstabbing Donald Trump and fucking off to Costa Rica. Isn't that pretty incredible? Watching all these people completely fall apart like this.
It's kind of a tough call.
ICE has been spotted in the Muslim-dominated Dearborn, Michigan, arresting illegal aliens. So the raids are still going, which is lovely. But understand, it's only a matter of time until you realize it's actually too late. All right, just understand what we're dealing with here. All right, so grooming gangs are now in the United States.
Is your friend right here? Why are you talking to little boys? Why are you talking to little boys? Why are you sorry? Why are you talking to little boys? How sorry are you? How sorry?
So allegedly, this is a Muslim guy who's trying to lure and groom an 11-year-old Christian girl to part of a Pakistani grooming gang. And authorities intervened before he could carry out the abuse, apparently. But this is crazy, by the way. It's insane. It's pretty wild. Now, new reports say that New York City schools are teaching kids as young as 5 about Palestinian resistance. What the fuck, man? Palestinian resistance is terrorism, by the way. Just understand.
God damn.
Palestinian resistance means branding Jews as genocidal white supremacists.
I don't know what just drove past the house, but it shook the whole building.
We're teaching 5-year-olds to support Hamas terrorists, rapists, sex slavers, martyrs. What are we doing, man? What are we doing? You shouldn't be surprised, because this is happening in Brooklyn. This was yesterday in Brooklyn, New York. Alright, so here we got some girl with a red keffiyeh just attacking a random lady over here. That's pretty nice. That's lovely. Love to see that. Watching it happen everywhere, and we're just supposed to accept that this is happening. So yes, there is a major issue, and the issue is not a couple of radical Muslims. The problem is Islamism as an ideology. And I know that it's hard to hear, and it sounds like it's bigoted, but it's not bigoted, actually. All right, it's really not. This is not racist against some sort of ethnicity, although I mean, we can go there at some point. But that's not what we're doing today. This is an ideology that is toxic, and that if you understand religious doctrine at all, or how people act when they are fundamentally part of a religion, you know, they act like basically what the culture designed by the religion basically gets them to do, you will start to realize that maybe actually we have a major problem on our hands. Right, we can look at our buddies over there at England, watching them vote over the gigantic mass rapes of millions of girls. But we have to pay attention to what's going on here. It is not a surprise that actually, you know, you got your America First patriots all supporting infinite Muslim migration into the country. Right, that you got your Trump backstabbers fucking off and leaving the country while supporting Islam-approved Dan Blazarian purely because of his hatred of Israel or Jews or whatever. You got Hassan Piker pushing his leftoid revolution bullshit while sitting here and underplaying Islamic terrorism, supporting Japanese imperialism while hating American imperialism. Well, like, it's the craziest shit in the world. And I'm really glad the normies are waking up and finally realizing, hold up. I'm starting to think these guys are fucking evil, actually, and hate our country. Yeah, I actually think it's a major problem, and we have kids, 5-year-old kids in schools being taught from the perspective of Hamas rapists, sex slaver martyrs are actually fucking awesome and the good guys. Because that's how the left grows. The left doesn't grow by having children and raising them to have nice values in life. The left grows by grooming kids into their ideological death cults. And if you thought those were bad YouTuber crash outs, you're not ready for this one.
The crazy video going viral. What is this here? Masked libtard suicide. Who is this guy?
All right, so this is a libtard historian on YouTube.
1.5 million views? What is this?
When people ask me why I got snipped, I generally kind of gesture vaguely
Alright, continue.
to fascism and climate change. And the truth is that whenever my friends and family members get pregnant, I get a horrible weight in the pit of my stomach.
A weight in your stomach when you see somebody who's pregnant? Wait, what?
No, it's only when white people are pregnant.
And shake the idea that in 9 months, another American will come into the world.
Oh God, anything but that.
Another ravening cannibal who will spend the next better part of a century burning fossil fuels. And you can say, you know...
This is literally a liberal historian, major, big YouTuber guy talking about how he's doing his absolute best to extinct the white race, to extinct America. This is literally the goal of a lot of the left. Right, so when you wonder why they ally up with Islam, it's like, I don't understand. But the leftists love gay sex and the Muslims kill the gays. Why did they get along? Well, they have one thing in common. Death to America.
Oh, well, I'll bring up my kids and share my values and they do those things. That's a hell of a gamble. You can take your kids to school every day on your bike, but if every other parent has an SUV, eventually your kid's going to get curious and want to drive a car. And then what are you going to do? You know, forbid them?
That's right. Because cars destroy the environment.
I mean, they're just going to do it anyway.
Oh, no.
This guy is literally the deep. He is the deep from the boys.
Don't think there's any realistic way that anybody in the global north could have a child that won't eventually cause massive harm.
Seriously, I can't put a block down because of the paint?
Literally in Africa and have an average IQ
planet, and probably like most people, not even realize what they're doing. And that's all assuming that your kid grows up to be a kind person, which is also a hell of a gamble.
Oh my God.
A lot of bullies and dumbasses walking around out there in the world.
Yeah.
A lot of rapists, too. What if my pride
most of them are in Africa.
boy grows up to be somebody else's abuser?
So then kill the black people. Sorry, that was a joke. I didn't actually, that was a joke. But like, what I'm... Bro, like, these people do not live in reality. They drank the Kool-Aid so much, and now they're talking about genociding America.
God damn, what a weirdo.
If I give birth to a baby daughter, then there's a 1 in 4 chance that she's going to be raped.
What the fuck you even pull these numbers out of, bro? Bro, so genocide Egypt. 99.3% of women get raped in Egypt. Alright, so it's time, bro. It's time.
Is this what happens when you spend too much time on Reddit? What is wrong with him?
I don't like those options.
I don't like
The craziest thing is this isn't just some random retard dipshit. Guy with a following, an audience, an historian. Like, you don't understand the psyop that we're dealing with.
The real thing that even if my child has a great life, even if they cause no harm to others, they will still suffer. They will still die. It is unavoidable.
Oh my God.
Right?
Antinatalism, baby.
I will be
Existential.
inflicting this
Oh my
fate
God.
upon them without their knowledge or consent.
Oh my God.
Only to spring it on
Child did not consent to be born.
them
You
when they're
can't
Anyway, could we please import 1 million Pakistanis?
have kids because kids can't consent to existing. This is amazing.
To me, the creation of human life is very obviously an incredibly selfish thing to do. And I'm not saying that we should like make it illegal to have children or whatever, but I am saying that this is a deeply consequential thing.
By the way, and so this is the reason why this ideology is even dumber than you would imagine. If you asked him, oh, so you don't think black people should have kids either, he would contort himself into a origami shape that has never even been conceived of in order to rationalize why it's okay for them.
I play this game with everybody. It's so fun. It's like, oh, men are bad. Even George Floyd? Like, well, not the criminal drug abuser. Obviously not. You know, it's like, man, it's so fucking awesome. It's so, dude. It's so
to have kids.
Like,
But
these people are retarded. It's like, this guy is basically trying to come up with mental concoctions as to why we need to kill white people and Americans. But actually, we should be having infinite third worlders taking our place because, you know, they make society so much better.
not you.
Oh, well, that's just what people do at this age. I want someone to take care of me when I'm old. As though that were anything other than vanity.
Dude, if Reddit was a person. Graph makes a lot more sense now.
This guy's fucking awesome, actually. It really is. I'm so happy that we have people like this actually going out there and saying this dumb shit in public. I think a lot of leftoids are taught they're groomed to believing this garbage. This big cuck energy. Man, God is good. You know, be fruitful and multiply. The first commandment in the Bible. All right, emulate God, and God created life. But these people, they have to come up with the most unbelievable self-destructive ideologies ever. It's like, it's honestly the most satanic shit in the universe. And they don't even know what they're worshiping.
Dude, if Reddit was
Hey, buddy, how you
Graph
doing?
Makes a lot more sense now. There is mean children by political ideology. Extremely liberal is at
Give you a little scratch on the head.
So they're literally going extinct.
I've been saying this the whole time. Why do you think they need to groom people? Why do you think they have teachers teaching kids about migration and shit? Why do you think that they bring children in schools on anti-ICE protests? Why do you think that they literally trans kids?
All right, we're gonna come in here and see if there's any.
Because you gotta groom kids when they're young, and then you have one trans kid in the class, and all the other kids in the
There's a
class.
lot going on there.
They might get groomed into that shit. And B, you got the teacher putting that kid on a pedestal, teaching all the other kids about how trans kids are actually fucking awesome and shit, and how your parents are bigots for thinking it's weird that Sally has a penis. All right, and this is all part of the gigantic cult. They know that they cannot survive without importing voters and without grooming voters. They can only grow vampirically.
This is insane. Look at the replacement rates for these people. Even liberal is only at 1.25. A deeper dive.
And it's heartbreaking. And it's almost every culture. I think the only Western country that has above replacement rate children is Israel. It's around 3 children per woman. As opposed to the United States, which is like 1.6 children per woman, which is a nightmare. An actual nightmare.
This Atan Shea guy, and it's genuinely the most depressing and psychotic lib that I've ever seen.
As soon as we landed, I would use the money to bribe the bosun to look the other way while I stole all of the muskets and powder on board. I would march my ass immediately to the nearest indigenous settlement, give the guns out like candy, and make it my mission in life to murder every single white man, woman, and child on the eastern seaboard of the continent.
Can you believe it that we have these people just running around? All white leftists.
Isn't that incredible? And I think this is just like white leftoid sentiment.
Politics boil down to self-hatred and a desire for complete self-destruction. And it would be a sad and pitiable if they were just killing themselves.
See, my favorite argument against these people, like this guy's like saying that you shouldn't have children because they didn't consent to be born and stuff and nothing matters and shit. My favorite argument with nihilists, and there's a really easy way to debunk nihilism. A lot of people think nihilism is an airtight argument. How do you prove that anything matters? Getting married matters because you have children. Well, why does having children matter? Having children matters because it repopulates the planet. Well, why does repopulating the planet matter? And you know, nihilists think they have like this infinite end game where they can just constantly say that things don't matter. And the ultimate way to debunk a nihilist is to kill them. This is not me advocating for violence. I'm just talking purely on a philosophical level. The best way to debunk a nihilist argument is to shoot them in the face. But they won't like that very much. But they gotta explain to you why it's bad, actually. Because, well, nothing matters, right?
But they aren't. They want to kill you too. They intend to make this the murder-suicide of the West.
That's right.
An interesting thing to note about this rambling whining is that his main concern seems to be his fear of being able to control his child. That one day his child may wish to have an independent thought and not just submit to his programming completely. These people are mentally ill. There's something profoundly wrong with them. And I've got to tell you guys...
Parents' Day, that's right, not Mother's Day, Parents' Day. Because what if no mother? What if we are just two homosexual men that decided to purchase a child? Remember, guys, buying humans is illegal unless you're a homosexual.
I also think that there's a lot of copium with this game. I do not think that its success is good enough to justify the theoretical amount of money that was spent on it and the other projects that this was meant to make up for.
A lot is going down right now for Ubisoft. I'll start with the obvious thing that you know, that Assassin's Creed Shadows has just had its review embargo lift.
Yep.
But that's not really the main story here, and by the end of this video, we'll even be discussing the very real chance of Ubisoft quite literally splitting. That might sound crazy to you,
I think that they're going to have to do it. I think they're going to have to split the company or do something crazy. Too many L's.
It's actually a well-substantiated thing that we're able to talk about.
Your D&D analogy is perfect,
According
yeah.
to this shareholder letter, Assassin's Creed Shadows should save the company financially. Here's the thing.
See, this is what I was saying. It was like what I said. I'll repeat it. I apologize. Just like the third day I've used this analogy, so if you've heard it before, I'm sorry. You ever play Dungeons & Dragons and you need to roll a 19 or a 20 in order to just hit a monster? I think that that's what Ubisoft did with Assassin's Creed Shadows. They needed to roll a 19 or a 20, and they rolled an 11 or a 12. Rolling an 11 or 12 is better than average, and, you know, technically you did get lucky, but it wasn't enough.
That is not some boastful letter sent to the shareholders from Ubisoft. No, it is an investigating letter sent from shareholders to Ubisoft. And they are not happy. It's alleging secret talks. It announces a protest. It threatens.
Yeah, AJ investors are prepared to sue the company for misleading investors. Holy shit. Jesus.
Lawsuits.
That's bad.
And it all cuts through to a very personal angle.
Yeah.
The CEO and founder, Yves Guillemot, has been fending
There's the
off
guy.
hostile takeovers for a lot of his recent career. And it's happening to him again, because now he has got shareholders trying to take him out. And that gives anyone who could help him out of his current situation quite a lot of leverage.
I gotta tell you, if you're the CEO and the graph looks like it does, I think you gotta go. I do. Like, I mean, I feel like there has to be accountability for that, right? I mean, you can't lose 80% value of the company and then it's like, oh, well, this is normal.
Huge story to cover today, and the little fun part of it is one of the things that they're trying to weaponize is...
And also another issue is that the products simply were not selling well. It's not a matter of like the stock being overvalued or some sort of market manipulation. The fact is that a lot of their recent games haven't been high quality games. I think that's really important to keep in mind.
Act, you and me. Now here's something that's pretty wild. BT were hacked a few months ago, and that meant that user data, which may include my family, was stolen. And that's why I actually use today's sponsor, Incognito, because they are our way to fight back. That's because when data leaks, data brokers then harvest and they just sell it on. You don't
Do you
really
remember
know.
back in the 90s and the 2000s where it would have a guy hacking a computer and he'd be wearing a mask while he was doing it? Those were the days, right?
It was true.
That you otherwise have to do to get your data taken down. And if you join at incognito.com/news, you'll get 60% off an annual plan. And here's how it works. It's so easy. You enter your information, and that's basically it.
Wow.
Now, the way it actually works is you've got the legal right to have your data taken down. But
Yeah.
doing that takes hours. It's a manual process, and it's not permanent. What Incogni does is it automatically scans all the brokers, it sends takedown requests, and it adds you to suppression lists so your data is not reharvested.
I don't understand how this even happened, by the way. It's so annoying. Like, this problem should not even exist.
That automatically,
I hate
and then
this.
it constantly rescans so your data is actually kept down. Just take a look at my dashboard for an example. You can see 150 sent requests, 142 completed. I've not touched it since October, but since October, Incogni's removed me from 35 more brokers. That's peace of mind. At incogni.com/failure news, you get 60% off manual plan, so give my link and click today. To kick us off, here's the letter. It's from AJ Investments, who bought a minority share in Ubisoft last year. If you know what a activist investor is, well, they're basically one of those. They jump into a company, they try to do some form of skullduggery to yank up the share price, and then they yeet themselves away with a lovely payday. Now, when their letter says that Shadows can save the company financially, it's not wrong. The finances of Ubisoft do need saving, as do the Guillemets, whose position this letter very much seems to undermine. So let me lay out the stakes for you so you understand the gravity of today's story. Ubisoft's post-pandemic release schedule just, well, fell off a cliff, right?
Every game they've released basically in the last 5 years has been dog shit. Minus, like, maybe 2. That's really bad. That's really bad.
And then when they did ship games, quite often they missed on quality and they undersold. Leakers actually report half a dozen cancelled projects, and of course, please the market, Ubisoft locked into all of the fun trends, the NFTs, AI, all of it. And of course,
Ubisoft recently actually made a new NFT game.
harassment,
If you can believe that.
Purge of senior leadership, and then the year 2024 happened. 2024 was, as we all know, pretty much a shit show for the company. The thing that should have really brought in the sales, Assassin's Creed Shadows, was obviously delayed. We knew that Shadows needed to be of better quality. It seemed that Avatar Frontiers of Pandora didn't really do that well, and while Prince of Persia lost...
This is fucking stupid. It's a stupid fucking game. Why do you even think it'd make an Avatar game? Like, who the fuck thought this was a good idea? Who wanted to play this? Nobody wanted to play this fucking bullshit. Like, what's this fairy shit? What the fuck are you doing with this fairy-ass bullshit? What? Why? Who asked? Who wanted this? Nobody asked. Nobody wanted this. What are you thinking?
Persia
What
Lost
are you
Bounty is a
thinking?
really good video game. It was just too nation. It basically did not move.
It was
the needle.
overpriced.
While all this is going on, we've got the investors rebelling, demanding the
Yeah.
removal of the founding Guillemot family. But of course, unfortunately for those investors, the Guillemots had spent the last decade making their position, their control over the company almost unimpeachable.
That's a lot.
Deal with Tencent. And so, Shadow was delayed. At the time where it was about to come out.
The hell?
And now it basically
I
means
think this
if
game got delayed like 2 or 3 times. I think just once.
Shadows flops, it's proof that Ubisoft does need to be. The Guillemets really are the problem, at least to the investors. If the game succeeds, in a way it'll almost be proof that management should have just made a lot of decisions a lot sooner, and basically for AJ Investments with their letters, no matter what happens with Shadows, they'll get to basically say, yeah, we told you so. Now, don't be confused here.
Okay. This is not a good draft. It's not. This is a bad draft. This is a very, very, very bad draft. Just because you release
Come on.
that does that. As I said, you needed to roll a 19. You rolled an 11. Great. Amazing. Awesome. But it doesn't matter because it doesn't counterbalance everything else that was going on. On the tip? Yeah, I guess so.
AJ Investments are not out to make a better game for you. They are parroting very obvious criticisms of Ubisoft, many of which I'd say we could probably agree with.
Sure.
But, as an example, they're also pissed off over the delay to Shadows. I think we all know that that delay was a good thing, and as you'll soon find out in this video, they're trying to rile everybody up to generate headlines to put more pressure on the Guillemets, which will, of course, make their position far stronger.
Professional complainers.
Given they're trying to do the whole rebelling thing.
Absolutely.
We'll get into that. But for now, let's examine the spiciest claims of their letter. Ubisoft have been secretly meeting Microsoft, Electronic Arts, Tencent, and more. That is the claim that is made by the shareholder letter, and it's far from the only bit of pressure that AJ Investments are seeking to mount up here. They actually plan a
So
protest.
they're playing Assassin's Creed IRL with the company?
They plan a lawsuit against Ubisoft's management as well.
That's a
They say
lot.
have wrongfully withheld information from shareholders. Now, sparking this was the Assassin's Creed Shadow dual delay, and then the financial forecast changes that were caused by that. Suffice to say, yeah, revenue projections went down
massively.
But then it gets a bit juicy because they say that this depressed stock price would allow the big players to buy up Ubisoft on the cheap. Now, of course, if those are big players who
That's true. But, that's what happens whenever the game does badly. I mean, I think that's normal. They were doing research. Yeah, that's totally normal.
With Ubisoft management, that would be great. It would be fulfilling management's personal goals at the expense of the portfolios of smaller shareholders.
Yeah, sure.
Perhaps shareholders like AJ Investments. It's quite spicy. And per the letter, Ubisoft often hides things from their
Why
investors.
are you happy about this? I think the people are happy about this is because games nowadays. Open world, checklist design, daily quests in a single player game, pay to win in a single player game, and it's also you have to deluxe edition $100. Definitely if you think of the Exodia, right, of bad video game companies, you have the head sexual harassment allegations.
Who the fuck are you?
The right arm, you have microtransactions. The left arm, you have woke video game design. The left leg, you have, let's see, open world time wasting mechanisms. And the right leg, you've got fucking microtransactions. I could think of 5 other ones too, but, a million inept shitty combat shots. Yes, by our powers combined, Captain Planet. Exactly, yes. Yeah, why they don't like the company makes a lot of sense. And it's also
that guy was a dick.
Launcher. So people will celebrate the failures of something that represents what they think is bad. That's it. That's the main
Of course, there's no food in here. God
Is it
damn
something
it.
that they don't like? That's understandable.
Savvy Games, if you're not aware, are Saudi Arabia's state-funded gaming company with investments.
Here's what I think. I think that they're going to these investors because they're fucking desperate. I think they know they're cooking. And so, yes, you're going to Saudi Arabia, you're going to China, Tencent, because you need somebody to bail you out because you know that you're fucked. That's the real reason.
So apparently there's a deal with them to make DLC for Assassin's Creed Mirage, but I think it's relevant to today, quote, discussions between Microsoft, Electronic Arts, and others are interested in acquiring IPs from Ubisoft. And if true, that is a perfect wedge issue for AJ Investments.
Yeah.
And they know this letter says that they will hold a protest in Paris this May, and that if things don't improve, they'll actually sue.
Wow.
And look, examine all of this. It's hard to not see a lot of it as just the final nail in the coffin for Ubisoft. They've had nothing but bad news. Even their own shareholders are turning against them. But it's not all of their shareholders. It's a group of them. A group that is led by AJ Investments. And it's not hard to see.
Just because you have some investment activist group complaining, that doesn't really fucking matter. What really matters is the quality of the games and how many people are buying them. That's the bottom line. That's the lifeblood of your business. And if that's not happening, you're fucked. That's it. That is the beginning and the end of this conversation. Hey, Saudi Arabia, want to cash us out after almost going bankrupt for being woke? Yeah, that's basically what they're saying. And you know what? If I was Saudi Arabia, I would say, yes, please, let us cash you out. We'll make the new Assassin's Creed. We can set it in, Middle Ages and, medieval ages like Arabia. And the game is going to have a, dark, edgy male protagonist. And it's going to sell 10 million fucking copies. Prince of Persia, yeah. Yeah, wow, where was that? Is that, jeez, I forgot. Yeah, so you just go right back to what you were doing, and you do it again. Yeah, that's the first game. Exactly.
Come on, where the hell are all the stumps?
Gonna be down for that. I know that. That's why I told you. Do it again. People buy Call of Duty every year. They'd buy this too.
Actually doing here. And that's really played their cards like for everyone to see. And well, they're not the sort that we should trust, even if sometimes they'll say words that we agree with. Let me explain why. Reading AJ's letter, the one thing that will strike you is that it's dramatic, right? Ubisoft are keeping secrets. Shareholders are going to protest. Lawsuits are coming. That is all a mode of spicy stuff. And it is spicy. It's kind of fun to talk about. But here's the thing with that. We've been watching this story since it began, and it began last year. What this letter is, because if you only see a little fragment here or there, you won't have a full picture of the story. What this is just another play in a war game that has been going on for a while. The first letter actually came last year from AJ Investments.
I watched this whenever, I remember covering this when it happened.
And this open letter blamed Ubisoft management for everything wrong with the company. And in fairness, a hell of a lot of blame does rest with them. But why was this new open letter released to IGN first? That's no slight, of course, to IGN's news department.
All they're doing is they're trying to position themselves in a way that pressures the company to change what they're doing and change their leadership so they can probably get more stock and control. That's the reason why. It's obvious. Now, sometimes you can be doing that for a good reason, but that's exactly what's being done.
The whole letter, it's the shareholder letter. It's corporate talk. Why are you giving that to the red gaming site for instead of, say, the trade press?
They want me to react to it. That's the reason why. They just want they want an Asmongold react video, obviously.
I mean, if the intent is to actually get shareholders and investors to protest with them, that does seem kind of counterintuitive. You would not go to IGN if that was your goal. What you would go to IGN for is to get public eyeballs on the situation. Eyeballs that are, of course, part of it. Frustrated with Ubisoft, but not really people who will be thinking about who AJ is. Oh, look at that. Even the shareholders are turning against them. Damn, those shareholders are like headlines, and we just got to laugh at Ubisoft. It gets the headlines trending. Here's the thing. Investment firms generally don't care, too much about the detail of why gamers are mad. They just want to harness you and further their own game. And their game is...
I think that's fine, by the way. I don't need you to care about my feelings. And that's it. We don't need to be in a relationship. We just need to, all I want is for them to make the game good. That's it. Just use them and we use them and they use us. And this is a perfect example. Let's not rock the boat.
Fairly obvious.
That's right.
To put more and more pressure on Ubisoft. So if news sparks because of their open letter sent to IGN, which it absolutely has, then that does further the pressure. To do a protest or a lawsuit to accomplish that. You just need to harness public relations against Ubisoft.
That's right.
Now, what about the meat of their letter, right? That Ubisoft are meeting other companies. That it's,
that's a lot.
Secret and spooky stuff. Well, it is newsworthy, right? Yeah, okay, them talking to these companies like EA, that is newsworthy. But it's also exactly what Ubisoft promised they would do. Which was to, again, quote Ubisoft's own words.
Smart. That's what they should be doing, quote, obviously, right? Yeah, of course.
Capitalistic options. And to kind of cut through business speak, that basically just means layoffs, closures, and possible sale options. And so far, we've seen layoffs.
I think they might have to sell off some of their IPs or split the company or do something really big. Because I just can't see how you can have such a big company lose 80% of your value and then release kind of a mid-game or slightly above mid-game, and then suddenly now everybody's supposed to be okay with it. I just don't see that happen, man. Yeah, I just don't. They have 13,000 employees. Well, the problem, and I think this is also another big issue that Ubisoft has had, is that they've tried to release too many games. Stop doing that. you're making too much. Release a new AAA game every single year and maintain a high level of quality. Says you? Yes, exactly, says me. Yes, yes, there's too many mid games. It is better to focus entirely on making one really, really good game than make a bunch of different games, diminish the brand value, and then hope that one of them pops off through some sort of like viral, internet marketing campaign. It's just not what's going to happen. Yeah, it's like you can't just, well, if we sell one game and we get $10, we can sell 5 games and we get $50. And we sell 10 games and we get $100. Oh my God, let's make 20 games, we'll make $200. You can't do that. Like, you're going to hit market saturation at a certain point. And I think that they have, and it's also the amount of bandwidth that the leadership has. Because fundamentally, leadership is now being spread across so many different things. You can't do that. Like, it's not how things work.
Closures.
They're set up to fail.
Possible sale options is, well, not really surprising because they literally said they would do that. And when you actually read Ubisoft's statement, they say that when there is a transaction, the market will be told. And you may then think, why would you be secret about that? Why would you not announce talks? Well,
insider
if talks
trading
fail or the deal falls through, that can really hurt you as a company.
Exactly.
Just ask the Embracer Group.
Yeah, they don't want to talk about this before it's settled, because if they do, then you're going to have a lot of market speculation one way or another. And it could make the company look bad if it doesn't happen, or it could make the company look bad if it does happen. So they want to save that until it's actually a defined entity. I think that makes perfect sense.
Well, that went. So, given the risk, why would investors want Ubisoft to talk? Specifically, these investors, AJ Investments. That's pretty obvious. Rumors of a deal will shoot the price up. This quite literally happens. For short-term investors, that is the business model, and you don't even need to take it from me. We can just read AJ's own website. Quote, AJ Investments take advantage of the risk and correct and optimize the running of companies. Basically, they capitalize on a problem. They force any solution that raises a short-term stock price, and then they profit.
Yeah,
they
of
don't
course.
so much care about the long term when they say, save the company. As an example, they only started their position in Ubisoft a few weeks before they published their first open letter. Prior to that, they're actually long-term shareholders of Activision Blizzard.
It does seem like it's very obvious, advantageous. Like, I mean, they're not necessarily good actors, but at the same time, you can agree with people that are bad actors, but you can still acknowledge, yeah, they are bad actors too.
Which obviously worked out fairly well for them in the end. But in this case, right, their letter, their pressure did kind of work. Ubisoft's studio closures and layoffs in the last few months happened at least in part because of that pressure. And now the stock price is somewhat rising up again. But not just because of this letter. In fact, it's because Ubisoft might actually be close to a deal. What if I told you we might actually have Ubisoft 2? I'm not kidding you.
I think that it's going to happen. I think it's going to happen. Too many L's. The best thing Ubisoft could do is take half of the company. Okay, let me think about how this would work. So, what are the big Ubisoft IPs? Give me like the top 3 biggest Ubisoft IPs. Okay, Assassin's Creed. Okay. Sell Assassin's Creed to either Saudi Arabia or to China. Sell Prince of Persia to Saudi Arabia. Sell Far Cry to probably also China. Sell Splinter Cell to, I don't know, probably also China. Rainbow Six Siege, sell that to China. Okay, a lot of these would go to China. Persia's not in Arabia. I know, but it's the same type of vibe, right? Like, I mean, I think that I'm not saying it's the exact same thing. My point is, like, to make a really good fucking version of it, it'd be good. That's it.
A new company created by Ubisoft that will include, quote, some of Ubisoft's IP.
Morning. I got a hangover, so just keep it down. Make up your mind or make your way out.
According to Bloomberg's reporting, what it would essentially be is a lifeboat to save the company and maybe save management as well. Now, apparently offers are being made to Tencent as well as various investment funds, and preliminary bidding is actually being sought this very month. Now, obviously, right, this is all stuff that's not settled yet.
Maybe
It
I
is
should
open
bid
to
for the
change,
company.
but it does in fact align with Bloomberg's previous reporting.
Yeah.
Bloomberg, back in January, claimed that Tencent and Ubisoft were in talks to
Be a great
establish,
idea.
quote, a new venture
Saved
where
it? Yeah.
Gilmo's would be backed by Tencent.
You cheap-ass
Since
son of a
Gilmo's already
bitch.
backed by Tencent,
That's all you're gonna
most of
buy?
Gilmo's control over Ubisoft is actually via a company that's called, like, I think it's Gilmo Brothers Limited or whatever, where basically...
You better take this job. I'm not in the mood for it. Word of advice. Next time, bathe before coming to a job interview.
Things that people do in like business in order to like obfuscate who owns what. Like, and it becomes immediately evident that the reason why this is because the people that are inventing these roach solutions are the ones that are paying.
All right, hang on. I'm going to run to the bathroom right
add in
quick.
little holes so the roaches can go in and out of the holes. That's it. I hate that. Yes. It's a roach economy. Zero accountability. I don't know about zero accountability, but it's just harder to see what is what.
So suffice to say, the boys at Tencent have got decent leverage.
As much to own the company. I mean, if you want me to be totally honest, I do not want to deal in video game development. I don't want to manage video games at all. I would manage, like, I'm not passionate about making video games. I am passionate about maybe media, but not making. I just not. Like, it's just not something, like, it's weird, right? Because I play video games. I've always played video games my whole life. I'm one of those weird people, maybe, that I never thought, oh, I'm going to grow up and I'm going to make video games. I always wanted to grow up and just collect money from the government and play video games. Mission accomplished, by the way. But other than that, yeah, that was it. That's not weird. Yeah, it's insanely difficult to make video games. Yeah, but it's insanely difficult to do a lot of things and kids still want to do that. Yeah, that was it.
For the Gilmos, I think it's fair to say. Anyway, what's maybe more curious here is that Bloomberg are reporting that Ubisoft may, and this is a quote, seek evaluation for the yet-to-be-formed IP unit that is higher than the size of the main companies.
Man.
So let that sink in. A unit of Ubisoft being worth more than Ubisoft. How can that make sense? Well, honestly, it's actually extremely simple. Efficiency. If you take one unit of Ubisoft and take it away...
That's true. I mean, apparently they have 13,000 employees. And this goes back to what I was saying earlier. It's like if you have a game and the credits for this game are 2 hours long, dare I say it, you might have a little bit too many people working on the game. Maybe it's just a little bit too much.
But then you look...
You know, it's a little bit bloated. Yeah, just like, wow. Like, and keep in mind, the Concord credits were like an hour or an hour and a half. And everybody was joking about that, about how bad it was. Ubisoft said, hold up, I can do that better. And they did.
Could Ubisoft and you sort of
2-hour credits.
Lots of bits of Ubisoft are actually of a negative value.
Yeah.
Of course, it actually makes a lot of sense with this sniped away thing, this scalpeled away thing.
This looks like the Chinese or like the third world version of Valorant. That
yeah, I think it's because it's Friday.
Buy guns with real money that do more damage, like, and it's only on mobile, and it's called like Firefight Warriors. Really, like, this looks awful.
Actually have a higher valuation. Right.
Pay for bullet, yeah.
Is that Ubisoft
The shooters, yeah.
Not the developer headcount, but actually intellectual property. A bit of a smaller, more focused company that only cares about a few IPs is likely going to be seen as a better investment. And honestly, I think it's pretty obvious why when you take a look at the games industry. So
yeah,
if this is to happen, and there is...
Yeah, the IPs have a lot of intrinsic value, but the company structure clearly does not. Like, I've said this before, that, like, my dream is that Nintendo... Like, I'm not, like, Tears of the Kingdom, Breath of the Wild, it's like,
stay away
this
from
is
there.
nice, I guess. But I want Twilight Princess, I want Ocarina of Time, I want Majora's Mask, I want Link to the Past, I want that. plus Elden Ring. That's what I want. Big? Yeah. And so the IP has a lot of value. No.
Good reporting from Bloomberg that it is something being investigated. How would it? Well, broadly, there's two ways that could go down. Number one, the new company would just hold the IP with really no developers. So it would control the IP for minimal cost. It would then license that IP back to the original Ubisoft entity, which would then begin development. The new IP holding entity would have lower fixed costs, less risk, and its investors would have more control, which gives them a real good incentive to buy in. Saying, hey, do you want a slice of Assassin's Creed? Free.
It's actually crazy that they're doing this. That they're basically saying, like, we give up on making the games, we're just going to own the IPs and register and run the IPs instead. Like, this is basically admitting defeat.
For them. There is, of course, another way. You just do a split in terms of development and intellectual property.
God, I don't like this place.
On one side, taking these smaller yet beloved properties like Rayman, and Anno.
This is the problem is when the layoffs hit, they're laying off seniors and good people. When Ubisoft layoffs happen, the people who ruined Assassin's Creed will stay at the company. You bring up a really great point, and I think what you're saying is true. And that's why I always say, like, if you really want to see change happen, look at C-suite accountability. If you do that, things change. We should not fire any people ever. I don't think that's what he's saying. I just think that he's saying that it's disappointing that in a case where the reality is in a lot of these companies, like, yeah, you're going to have bad people all the way down, for sure. But really, the heads that should roll are the decision makers. That's why they get paid a bunch of money. They get paid, like, millions of dollars in stock options because of that accountability.
One side taking smaller yet beloved properties like Rayman, Anno, and AAAs, your Rainbows, Assassin's Creed, all that stuff. The point is basically...
I don't want to make it, like, political, right? But it's like you saw this with Joe Biden. It's like how many border crossings were last year versus this year in February? It was 1. It was like 35,000. It changed to 1. At the end of the day, leadership does matter. And having leadership that puts a priority on certain things, that will change the direction of the company. It absolutely will. And I think that leadership bears the most responsibility and also the fault.
I thought that was
all the difference. Yes, all the difference. It was like 70K points.
Something to loot. Oh, that was the last dude. Cool.
Guy, unstoppable. He got away.
In theory, both sides of the business could here be more efficient and be more focused. Now, there is a problem that efficiency is a fine idea on paper, and the other side of this is, yes, there are all of these rational arguments, but you could perhaps also say this would work per the goals of the Guillemot family, who would be using something like this to basically retain control of Ubisoft and solve their current predicament.
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, you're licensing out the IP, you fire like 90% of the employees, and all you're doing is running a skeleton operation where you're just basically selling the thing that you already had to people to do it better than you can. I mean, I feel like if I were them, that's a huge W for me. Yeah, that's a massive fucking W.
Of course, the problem there, the thing with efficiency, is that it's fine on paper, not necessarily reality. Here's the rub for today. Assassin's Creed saving the company does not mean better games for you, okay? How many games does Ubisoft make that are more efficient for investors on release than just putting your money in the stock market, right? Like in the S&P 500.
Yeah.
Well, the answer basically is
Zero.
Games aren't really worth it.
Well, Ubisoft games are really good if you want to take $100 and turn it into $20.
Morning.
If you
Congratulations.
have $100
Here's your
and you want to
reward.
turn that into 10, maybe $20, Ubisoft is a really good place for you to start. But, you know, for people that want to make money, probably not.
So just throwing your money in the stock market.
Does the game cost $80?
Worth it.
Yeah,
Rainbow
that's
Six
the reason.
Siege is worth it. Valhalla's worth it. Some of their other sort of live servicey sleeper hits are probably worth it as well. But just about everything else.
You got money this time, or you just here to piss me off?
Taking up resources that...
Well, it's also like these other games like Brawlhalla, and these are very small games. It's nice to have a good game that has a small audience that's well designed and people enjoy it. But the problem is that that isn't necessarily going to justify 13,000 employees. The fact is that if you have a company of over 10,000 people and you make video games, you need to be making the Lord of the Rings of video games. That's it.
Be going to making
and if you're not, you're done.
Guaranteed profitable games.
Blizzard used to do it.
It's so efficient for Ubisoft to produce Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, right? Under pure marketing theory, that game was a bad investment. It was a waste of time. None of this is about the quality of the games that are being made. AJ Investments may
well,
say...
it's about, the thing is that I agree half with what Bellier is saying and not with the other half, is that the quality of the game, I think, also has to deal with the delivery method of the game. Like, for example, taking the character and then giving him that, like, you know, super generic Killmonger haircut, and then making the narrative of the story that's just like kind of paneling and it's not actually animations, and also selling it at such a high price in a Metroidvania genre where the average price is $20. You went into a market, you didn't advertise the game very well, you're selling it way above market cost, and you're making it in a way that's not really resonating with the audience. You're fucking up. Like, that's really just, it's a marketing department L. Right? Whoever decides the production and distribution
well,
for this
good
game
luck.
should be
By the looks of it, you're gonna
because
need
they
it.
totally messed it up. The game was fine, but if you design it this way and you make a game this way, you need to have and you need to fit inside of the market expectations, and that's not what they did. Fucking up on the and so you see a lot of things, like I think Assassin's Creed Shadows is kind of the same thing, is that if they had never used this like argument to authority of like Yasuke, he's real, he's a real samurai, racist, like if they never used that type of messaging, I'm not saying they said that directly, but they clearly implied it, and they clearly went in that direction. If they had never done that, they would have never had this problem. It would have never happened. And so the problem is that at the very highest level, decisions are being made that are stupid. Stupid decisions are being made, and because of that, the games suffer. That's what it comes down to. That's what really matters. And like, if I look at like Assassin's Creed, for example, the combat is very one-dimensional, it's bad. But like everything in the game generally works. It looks good, etc., right? What that tells me is that the people that are working on the game at a baseline, those people know what they're doing, and they're good at their job. To an extent, right? At least to enough extent, because they're following directions. But the people that are deciding the big picture ideas for the game, they're the ones that are totally wrong.
Yeah, hang on a sec.
They're the ones that are making bad decisions constantly. And that's the big problem. I wouldn't even call it bad, it's just mid. Yeah, the combat, I would say for an action combat game, I think it's below mid. But, I mean, that's my opinion. The combat department needs to be changed. Yeah, but like what I'm saying is that like I think that a lot of Ubisoft's, and I'll give you the best example and the best frame of reference for this, then I want to continue the video. It's almost over. Is that the guy, the CEO of the company, was like confused the reason why his video games aren't selling very well, but they review so well. Well, why are these games reviewing so well, but they're not selling well? Well, it's because they're not reviewing well. You're listening to a handful of retards that are, you know, journalists about these video games and not your actual customers. I think that, just by itself, is the biggest self-report you can possibly have. How do you self-report that hard? That you're focusing off of that?
They want that. They may say that and try to harness your anger to put on more pressure, but at the end of the day, we know that they were pissed about the delays to Assassin's Creed Shadows, and whether you want that game to succeed or not,
Yeah.
Game companies delaying their game so that they
Alright,
can have
let me get a
more
sip.
polished releases
I can
is
take.
almost universally a good thing for the customer.
It is.
So if Ubisoft
I think Buddy's still laying on the floor because it's cooler down there. And I don't know. I don't know where Shoujo went. She was just walking across my desk a minute ago.
At long-term value, long-term quality, will that be good for the games? I would not.
I think she's looking for trouble. That's what she's doing. Let me take a quick little puff break.
Star Wars Outlaws clearly tell us those delays are.
I'm gonna be honest. It can't get worse. Fuck it, send it to China. Maybe they can do something right with it. They didn't fuck up Wukong. Seems like they're not fucking up a number of other games. Like, fuck. I mean, you might as well. It can get worse? Not really, though, right?
Needed. And so regardless of how well Assassin's Creed Shadows we expect them to do more headlines and try and get a bit more leverage.
He's on the floor.
And turn that pressure into something that they can profit off. Meanwhile, though,
It's definitely way cooler down on the floor. He's been on the floor probably most of the night.
Will that be good for the actual game?
The sun went down, so it's going to start cooling off. So I'm going to say probably half hour to an hour he'll jump up, sit next to me. Because it'll start cooling off in here. But yeah, it got up into the 80s today. Plus I had to do laundry, so it was hot and humid in the apartment.
Do you re-roll a 5? Yeah, you do. You re-roll a 5. I think that, yeah, they should re-roll it.
So at least it basically means, who knows if Assassin's Creed Shadows is going to be some amazing banger or terrible failure, whatever it is. At least what I can say is a good
That kind of sucks.
of surety.
Work goes by so slow when you got nothing to do.
We can at least enjoy that. Okay, I'll see you when there's a new update to this story.
I think this is so funny.
Once we know how the game launch is actually shaken out. Till then, though, do you want more drama? Corporate drama? Wow.
I'll link it to you guys. This is a good video from Bellior. I pretty much agree with everything that he said, except for like maybe a couple of things. I think that Ubisoft, here's what's really fucked up. The gameplay in a lot of these Ubisoft games, aside from like the stealth gameplay, like the Prince of Persia combat on a fundamental level, like the Lost Crown, and the Assassin's Creed combat feels relatively good. Like it's not bad combat. But the big problem is that the leadership and the way that the games are delivered and the way they're marketed and like big picture design decisions are bad. And when you think about that, I'm looking at
I gotta
my job is to just program things
cool spot that I built a base. But I haven't really thought too much about what I was gonna do.
Sucks that if they do this restructuring,
Hang on.
that all of those people that do good work, all of those people are going to probably be
This is
left
my
out.
base right here.
Or at least the majority of them. Yeah, it sucks. Combat's way too rigid. I mean, I think it's
I don't.
okay, right? It's not.
I'm gonna build a base that I'm gonna defend, man. A little island fortress.
Yeah, once you get got, you realize how bad.
I don't know how it's gonna work out.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you're right. I mean, that's the thing. There's a very good chance that if I play the game and like I see these other games are like way fucking better, then you know, sure, that maybe could happen. But I do think that in a general sense, the big problem of what happened is that I think a lot of game studios have totally lost and they don't understand at all about like what should or shouldn't happen in the game anymore, and what should or shouldn't be in the game anymore. I think that's really the big weakness that a lot of these development studios have, is that they don't have a focus in a way that is meaningful and that matters. Western games are just DEI instead of a good game. Yeah, I unironically, like, and I know this might get me in trouble, but I unironically think that the over-fixation on DEI representation, and I think hiring based off of that too, because, like, here's the way I see it. Like, I view diversity as something that usually naturally occurs whenever you engage in an international market. Like, you know, or a widespread market. Like, if you have a company that's in Japan, you're going to have only really right?
I'm drinking Red Bull, so.
But if you're talking about like an international,
What time is it?
with
Oh, holy
streaming,
shit! It's
right?
10 o'clock.
Like if you pull up, I'll pull up Twitch tracker. So let's just we'll look at channels here. So Kai, all of these people, me, Queso, Kadril, like Loud Karinga, Jinxie, Hassan, like this, I think he's this Japanese guy. If you look at all these people, there is a tremendous amount of diversity here. It is completely multicultural. It is multiracial. It is all guys. But other than that, it's all different people, right? And that's the thing. And so my point is, no women? Well, yeah, because it's a male-dominated platform. Like, that's really the reason why. And so if you look at this, like, there's tons of different people, tons of different races of people. So I look at diversity as something that if you provide an even playing field, diversity will happen naturally. But when you're hiring based off of diversity, and you're hiring based off of diversity-based goals, what's going to end up happening is you're going to hire people that are not the best fit. Because that's the reason, like, if this was happening naturally, and you were hiring people that were the best fit, you wouldn't need these goals in the first place in order to keep things on these rails. So the only reason why you have these goals is so you can artificially add these people into the ecosystem, while at the same time not taking a person that you would have naturally taken that would have been maybe a better fit for the company, maybe a better employee or something like that. And so merit needs to be the only focus that you have. And I think that when you have a merit-based, and this is the point that I was making, is when you have a merit-based system like Twitch, nobody gets a career given to them on Twitch. People decide, like there are people that get hosted every single day and they don't get any viewers, etc. You have a massively diverse group of people whenever you open things up to anybody can do this. And if you look at, for example, like the guys that work at X, like at Twitter, you're going to see the exact same thing. It's subjective? No, it's not. I think the truth is that it's the same with the Olympics. Like, you see people all over around in the world that are successful in the Olympics. Like, I am not a diversity disliker. I am a forced diversity disliker because I think that it's counterproductive. I think diversity
Well, you
happens naturally.
can't go into streaming thinking everybody's going to like you. You have to find your niche.
Like in college, you see that, like, I have tons of friends that are personalities, all different races, religions, everything, right? Because it's just normal. Like growing up online, that was the default. That was what was normal.
Like, if you look at YouTube, people on YouTube usually start doing one thing, and they stick with that. It's not like they do political commentary, video game review.
True. I think that's dumb. So yeah,
I don't know, like React content. They do one or the other. You know, they do one thing, and then that thing usually either switches to whatever works better, or they evolve it as a creator and they put their own spin on it and kind of make a new thing out of it.
And the fact is also, like, I'll say this as well. A lot of the guys that are doing that are joking.
You can't go out there and just cover everything, and you can't expect everybody to like you. You have to kind of find a niche, man. Like, if you're into Star Wars, you got to do a Star Wars channel. You can't, okay, well, I'm going to do all science fiction. No, you can't really do that.
The point that I was trying to get
you got to kind of stick into one area. Or, I guess you could do all science fiction, but you'd probably want to do like all outer space and or all medieval fantasy,
affected by this rot.
Something like that.
You have American game studios, particularly American game studios.
But if you spread yourself too wide,
around creating video games,
it's going to be too hard to.
Or a reinforcement mechanism of their world.
Like I said, you got to find your audience, man. You can't just sit there and wait for them to come to you. You got to find your audience.
And the problem isn't even that they're doing it. The problem is that they're doing it and nobody agrees with what they're doing. The fact is that a lot of these ideologies are not.
I don't even. I didn't.
They're not that great.
I think it's just like my regular
It's not that popular to hear about, like, you know,
thing.
the non-binary thing with
All I did is I went in and I fucked with the map, and I got the map as small as possible, but still had a city.
Average people can relate to. And that's the point.
And I think I got a pretty good map. But that's all I did is just made a tight, dense map.
Surrendered. A little bit too late, unfortunately for them, but honestly humiliating stuff. They surrendered. They want a deal. They say, no, 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 Mr. President, of course, we're not going to make nukes. We're so sorry for what we've done. And Trump is not buying a second of it. Heggs blaming reporters, the Democratic Party crying and screaming why terrorism is actually a good thing or whatever they're saying these days. And at risk of sounding Islamophobic, I'm going to make a statement that I feel like I need to put it at the beginning to where I stand. And again,
Can't believe how far.
At risk of sounding Islamophobic, I actually.
I guess I did pick a pretty far one because I wanted the good loot, the good reward.
Not trying to sound Islamophobic, but as someone that is anti having sex with goats, I personally am not a big fan of the current regime in Iran, and I'm very excited that most of them are dead. My most patriotic self is the idea of America killing terrorists. Okay, listen. There are a few joys in life in America killing terrorists. All right. You can take your empathy and you can shove it where the sun don't shine. I've seen what makes you cheer. Your boos mean nothing. Yes, killing terrorists before they successfully kill you is a gigantic W, and honestly, the polls are on my side here. I have some narratives to break for you today because the internet is losing its mind. A lot of the worst people are very unhappy, and I am so excited for today's deep dive. Oh, and also, did I forget to mention? We do have boots on the ground in Iran now, but they're not our boots. Yeah, you're not ready for today's deep dive. I got some insane stuff for you guys. First and foremost, we have to understand Donald Trump's approval rating among MAGA is still 98% approve and 2% disapprove. Now, for those of you that are unaware, those are really good numbers, right?
Yeah,
and moron and
we need to set up a day where we could just get in there and actually get in there and do some teamwork, man.
Normal people are on my side here and agree that we should be killing terrorists before they successfully kill us. So Donald Trump's approval rating is still mega, giga, super duper freaking high.
I'm trying to figure out a way where
should the U.S. have taken military action against Iran, according to MAGA,
I've actually mentioned it to a couple other streamers too.
That is insane.
Like having two teams that compete against each other, man.
Keep this in mind when I about to show you all the retards and freak shows losing their mind. Now, in fact, if you actually look at the broad polls, 54% approve of Epic.
I think that would be a cool way to play this.
This isn't just among right-wing people, right? With only 41% disapproving, and remember, these guys disapprove.
What I would probably do is spend my first 6 days trying to locate the enemy, the other guy's base, and then wait until the blood moon, and then attack their base.
All right, we got only 41% disapproving this war in Iran. All right, now I have to show you some of the unbelievable shit that's been happening. So first of all, the White House decided to post the ad of all time.
It'd be cool if we could set up a day where we could play all day, or at least a good, 4 or 5 hour sesh, where we could do it teamwork. But I was also talking, I'm trying to hook up with other streamers. It would be cool to have 2 teams of like 4 or 6 guys competing against each other. Just because I think it would be cool to spend the first 6 days locating the other guy's base and then attacking it on the 7th night.
America is winning. That's right. This was never meant to be a fair fight.
That's right! Dude, the leftist crash out started saying, why aren't you making it fair for Iran? Fair for Iran? What do you think? This is a medieval jousting match? We're here to kill them. What are you doing?
The Iranian Air Force is no more.
That's right.
Built for
They used to have an Air Force.
96, destroyed in 2026.
Awkward.
The Iranian Navy rests at the bottom of the Persian Gulf. 4 days in, we have only just begun to fight.
Yeah, so 4 days in, they have no more Air Force, they have no more Navy, and we'll see where it goes from there. But quite literally, it's diabolical. Dude, Trump has been on fire.
Yeah. Their leadership is just rapidly going. Everybody seems to want to be a leader. They end up dead. And it's
Bro, Donald Trump creating job openings in Iran in record time.
It's an amazing thing to see.
Oh, that guy wants to be a leader?
In place before your eyes, because for 47 years we were pushed around, and we shouldn't have been.
True.
And
True.
I can say, and you
God
see it as
bless
well
America.
as I do, you see the tremendous progress that's being made. Their missiles are being wiped out rapidly. Their missiles are being wiped out. They're attacking.
Absolutely. They've been fucking with us for 47 years, between killing thousands of our people, tens of thousands of their own people, hundreds of thousands of people in surrounding countries. We don't need to deal with this shit. Dealing with Iran was an inevitability. Let's do it when we could win, all right? Let's do it when we could actually win, with taking as few losses as possible. It's inevitable that this needed to happen. This is when it needed to happen. Honestly, quite literally, Donald Trump's the man with the balls to do it, because no one else seemed to want to. Now, the Senate did it. All right, the U.S. Senate rejects the effort to block the American military through war powers resolution. All right, so to understand, the Senate came together to vote to stop the war. It's unbelievably retarded. Except, of course, all the Democrats decided to vote.
You're gonna be a dick about this, aren't you?
Except for one, John Fetterman, who joined our side. More on him later. And all the Republicans voted no. Terrorists, except for Rand. Unbelievable the way this dude's been voting. He's been voting against Trump on almost everything. He's like one of these libertarian guys. Libertarianism has become kind of lately, I'm not gonna lie. But everyone's like, it's an illegal war. It's an illegal war. It's not an illegal war.
Man.
It's documented. Second of all,
Bikers are tough.
It's now a legal war, baby. We're in there and we're in to win. That's what I'm talking about. Absolutely. Yes, sir. That's what we're talking about. So yeah, so they voted to try to shut it down. They failed miserably. And this is quite literally the response that Trump has been getting.
Well, President Trump has done something historic. Let's recognize that. Regardless of partisan and politics of that kind, as a matter of national security, let's recognize what President Trump has done.
This is the very moment they've been for 7 years. We're shown photos of the people that were allegedly killed by the regime. There were people here holding those photos and saying that this day is for them. Named by name here in this crowd. But some people, even Democratic voters, who are praising the president.
Trump is not just saving America. President Trump is saving the world.
The people of Iran are so grateful that President Trump is finally the one who helped us out. After the Clintons, the Bushes, the Obamas, the Bidens, nobody even cared for the Iranian people as much as President Trump.
That's right. God damn. So honestly, quite literally, despite the fact that there is a gigantic, in my opinion, Islam-boosted bot farm that is trying to push all of this, no, actually war is bad. Actually war bad, and therefore don't war. I know Christianity is killing you. I know that there are lunatic, religious, extremist clerics that have literally pronounced death to America over the last 47 years all the time. I know they literally lied constantly and fucking kill us. But no, actually, we're not allowed to do this. And I know that because I got 100,000 likes on my tweet. Yes, they're all from Pakistan, but obviously my word is super important. So anyway, we have to show you what some of the dissenters have been saying.
I feel like there's going to be a snake in here somewhere.
And rallies have been insane. Everyone is super happy Trump is doing this. That lives in the real world. Now, of course, there are a couple of Islamists that are not happy. But first, I have to show you this post from Elizabeth Warren. All right, she's a Democrat senator, retard, and she posted this after doing a classified briefing.
I just left a classified briefing on Iran. Here's what I can say.
Get ready. This is awesome.
It's so much worse than you thought.
What does that even mean? So much worse than we thought. We killed the leader. We killed the guy that replaced him as the leader. We killed the 88 follow-up leaders. All right, 88 people. I did this in my previous video. 88 people, the top 88 dudes in the Iranian regime came together to figure out what's going to happen, and they all got obliterated in 1 second, okay? So we got rid of those guys. We got rid of their Navy. We got rid of their
The English crown isn't figured out to like.
We did lose some soldiers, and they are.
I mean, somebody would probably sit down and fucking figure out who would be 88th in line for the English crown, but Dude, they don't figure it out that far. That's how many
using
fucking of their leaders we killed.
to our security, to our American security, to our sovereignty. You don't give a shit about the Iranian people, obviously. And you're using
It got to the point where they had no idea who was in charge. That's how many leaders we killed.
Trump administration has no plan in Iran. It's illegal.
Damn, no plan, and we still got to take out all their leaders and their Navy and their Air Force? Damn. And that's with no plan. Oh, holy shit. Imagine what Trump could do with a plan.
The war is based on lies.
Lies? They admitted themselves they had enough uranium to build 11 nuclear bombs. Right? They, retards, yes, you're right. After 1,400 years of inbreeding and goat fucking, they have produced some of the dumbest fucking people on the planet. It's true, I'm not denying it. But those idiots literally told us they had enough uranium to build 11 nuclear bombs. They declared war on us. They attempted to assassinate Donald Trump several times. As we're going to talk about later in the video, he actually got the assassin. But the point that I'm trying to make is, what are you talking about based on lying?
And it was launched without any imminent threat to our nation. Donald Trump.
Good. I don't care. I don't care that there was no imminent threat. Now, for the record, I don't actually believe that's true. I do think because inevitably they were going to bomb our bases at some point. No one knows when. But I do believe that if there's a terrorist regime that's hell-bent, and we have to constantly deal with this shit where they're building nukes and trying to kill us, we absolutely should eliminate the threat immediately. Imminent threat? I don't even care. I don't care. Alright, my stance is very simple. These guys were a regime of terrorists that quite literally were planning our destruction. It is unfathomably based, and biblical even, to obliterate them before they actually become a threat. Absolutely. Kill them before they kill you.
Trump still has single clear reasons for this war.
He gave so many clear reasons. They just lied. Leftists just lie. He gave so many clear reasons. They were building a nuclear weapon. They're building intercontinental ballistic missiles. They were threatening our troops in the region. They were also threatening us on the homeland. All right, they were threatening us in America itself because they were developing long-range missiles to actually reach here. They literally stated that they were planning on building so many intercontinental ballistic missiles, 500 per day, when we can only build 4 to 6 interceptors a day, to overwhelm our interceptors to basically give them immunity so they can work on a nuclear bomb where there's nothing we can do about it. It was explained a bajillion times. Also, this is geopolitical checkmate because it absolutely puts Russia and China's balls in a vice grip. Russia can no longer get their cheap weapons to fund this infinite war with Ukraine. Every leftist was like, by the way, rah, Ukraine, until we literally cut off Russia's oil suppliers, and China, which can no longer really get oil because most of their oil comes from Iran and Venezuela, both of which toppled by Trump. Now, this is geopolitical masterclass, okay? And in my opinion, people like Elizabeth Warren know that. They know the truth. But they don't care, because campaigning is more important than reality and safety.
He seems to have no presence. Like a lot of people. I am angry.
I've never seen it before. Tell me that leftists can get angry. Wow.
Oh, you jerk.
In this unnecessary conflict.
No grief for the 35,000 Iranians massacred by the Iranian regime? No grief for those guys?
You know what? I'm gonna
doing everything I can to fight.
get rid of the thumping stick and start using a poking stick. Yeah.
I guess.
I
We
think
have the Democrats literally allying with terrorists, right? We got feminists for the Ayatollah here before we actually
this will
got anything
change
else. It's
attitudes.
incredible. And Iranians are actually so mad. So
Ooh.
this is Masih Alinejad. She is an Iranian journalist. She lives in New York. I'm not just
You know what?
angry, I'm
It is exciting, but those things always end up biting me in the ass.
Stop using the suffering of my people as political ammunition against Donald Trump. You say you were grieving for those killed in this unnecessary war? Really? I checked your social media. More than 20 posts attacking President Trump after removing a monster terrorist of Iran, Ali Khamenei, but not one post grieving the massacre of more than 2,000 unarmed Iranian people. Over the last month, by the way. Why? Shocking. More than 10,000 protesters were intentionally blinded by security forces. Young women were shot in the eyes. Students were beaten to death. Families were burying their children. Where were you then? We are not a tool. The pain of us Iranians is not a talking point for your partisan battles. Well, actually, it is. You don't understand how the left operates. They'll literally celebrate the murder of Charlie Kirk, but they will scream and yell about, I don't know, international law when we assassinate the Ayatollah, which was directly planning on destroying America. As a woman, your silence while women in Iran are being shot, jailed, and blinded is more than disappointing. I'm telling you, man! I'm telling you, man! The feminists for the Ayatollah, no one saw this one coming. It's insulting. Beyond that, it's a slap in the face of the Iranian mothers who have been killed by the Islamic Republic. I cannot ignore this hypocrisy. Our suffering did not fit your narrative. Our voices were inconvenient. Now the situation serves your political agenda. You speak loudly. Heartbreaking to see powerful women in the West totally ignoring Iranians being slaughtered. Because, and this is going to shock you, the whole leftist ideology of empathy and stuff is not real. They don't actually have empathy. Now, if you watch Nuxanor, you actually get a little glimpse into the truth of the reality of the retards in the West, all right? So you probably have heard this before, but don't trust their words, all right? These are demons, monsters that use human speech to manipulate you. They fake having emotions to control you. They have empathy for the rapists getting deported, but they don't have empathy for the women getting raped by illegal aliens. They have no God, they have no moral compass, and therefore everything suits their whim, because what they really want is power. And that's ultimately, and this is gonna break your brain,
Which way am I looking? I want to look southwest.
Modern feminism is a power grab, and that's it.
That looked like a whole nother town, man.
Equality. In fact, it never has been. But anyway, I gotta show you other retards losing their minds.
Oh shit! It is a whole other town.
Congresswoman Marjorie Trader Greene says, if your church leaders and elected leaders are telling you the way to bring Jesus
That's cool.
back is by killing innocent
That
children
is
of innocent
super
foreign
cool.
people you've never met in a
All right.
foreign land you've never been to.
Where's my
then
base
you're
again?
believing the
It's over that
lies
way.
of wolves dressed in sheep's clothing.
How did I miss
Spelled
this
wrong.
town?
You were a
I ran right
congresswoman.
past it.
Anyway, now, I don't know what church is saying this. I highly doubt there's a single church on the planet saying this. But again, I could be wrong on that. I do have to note that this is supposed to be a photo of children murdered by the United States and Israel in a school next to the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. In reality, it was not an American missile that destroyed this school and killed these 150 girls. It was an Iranian missile that misfired, and they blew up their own school and blamed it on us. That's one. Two, this image is from what? This image is from Indonesia. This is an image from Indonesia. Okay? All right?
Pointy stick.
Whoa, this is not real. All right?
Much better than thumpy stick.
Woman trying to push her political agenda by literally blood libeling the United States of America for killing these girls, which were killed by Iran's terrorists, and using photos, which are photos of a different conflict from a different area of the world 5 years ago. Like, seriously, bro? And they're all like this. Nick Fuentes, very anti-Israel.
Well, whether I thought I was too thirsty, but whether I go in here or not, I'm gonna be thirsty. So.
People could play both sides too. The GOP broke every single promise. Did they? Epstein file cover up.
Come
I
on.
agree. I'm not gonna lie.
I know there's a bunchie on the outside here.
On the cover up, but we did get some files. Regime change war in Iran. No one ever said we were not going to war in Iran. This
Oh, you! Oh, you fucking
to
bastard!
the Iranian regime for the last 20 years. Okay, all right, just quite literally, that is delusional. No mass deportation. Well, here's the thing. I agree with you.
Hey, come on! How many times do I gotta stab that stupid bird?
We had a net negative migration for the first time in 15 years in America. Right? Compare that to.
Wasn't even cool.
Right? Compare that to under Biden. GOP burned to the ground in 26. Hostile takeover 28. So essentially, he's voting for.
Game all pulling bullshit on me.
Because he's been saying this for a long
Hey,
time.
right.
Back in September 2024.
You know what? I'm gonna load up this fucker and let it break my heart.
Watch me, all right? He's been doing this. He's been saying vote for the Democrats for years.
Hold still.
Pretty insane. So again, I get that you hate Israel, but let me get this straight. Because Trump is murdering.
Nope. Woke up the neighbors.
Eliminating a tyrannical terrorist regime that's hell bent on our destruction, that inevitably would develop enough firepower to affect us. So Trump is eliminating that threat in advance. Because you're so mad about that, it also happens to help Israel because these are terrorists that are fucking killing everybody. You would rather vote for race communists that want to open the border and flood us with another 30 million illegal aliens? Like, I'm just trying to understand what's going on here. Like, dude, I'm seeing people be like, yeah, abortion is murder. Anyway, I'm going to vote for the abortion party because we killed a terrorist that's been murdered for 47 years. What are we doing? And then I saw this clip and I was like, what is even going on?
I am more fearful if we win.
What? He wants us to lose to Iran? First of all, not going to happen. Second of all, are you serious?
Then if we lose, honestly, I'm relieved. If we win, they're building the third temple. What happens then? Is there going to be another earthquake? What? Will they succeed? And if they succeed, I think that's it. For the planet, I think that's the end of everything.
What are you doing here? Jews being wanted in Israel, they can build the third temple now, okay? I don't think toppling Iran has anything to do with building the third temple. That's one. And this is also just something I find interesting. Why is that the end of the world? Like, why? Most Jews don't even want to build the third temple. They're waiting for, you know, the Messiah and stuff. All right, there's all right, whoever it is. Anywho, but there are definitely some that want to build the third temple. I don't think it's connected to Iran in any way. And even if they do build the third temple, why is that going to destroy the world? Like, this is unbelievable levels of exaggeration and hyperbole. I don't think I've ever seen something like this. Roe is against us killing terrorists that are directly trying to kill us because that way we can directly get some Jews to build a building out of the ruins of another building, and that will destroy the world. You know, a building that was discussed in Ezekiel and Zechariah, you know, and apparently that's the apocalypse or something. I don't even know, man. Who's this guy working for? What is even happening? Anyway, it gets even wilder when you keep looking at the people that are opposed to this war. Fuck Trump, our politicians, and all the Muslim leaders who sided with Israel. All right, just to be clear, that's almost all the Muslim leaders. That's Azerbaijan and Qatar and Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates and Oman and Jordan and all of the Arabs. All right, so you sold out your people for shekels. Right, apparently the Saudi Arabian trillionaire royal prince, all right, was paid off by Israel. Like, what are we even talking about? This is the craziest thing ever. And I'm sure the Iranian people that were being subjugated by the Iranian terrorist regime, I'm sure those guys were also paid off by Israel to secretly be upset. It probably wasn't the mass killing of all of them. It was probably the Jews paying them off. Right? So, again, the biggest retards on the planet are assembling to protest killing terrorists. All right, so this is what he had to say on Sneako's stream.
I mean, honestly, the only real battle in the world today that I see worth fighting is fucking, you know, exterminating Israel. I mean, I would sign up tomorrow and go fucking put boots on the ground and go fucking kill Israelis. That would be a great day for me. I would.
Your average-based American that's against the war in Iran.
Fucking sign up on the fucking draft waiver wherever. Give me a rifle and send me the fuck over there. I truly believe that the majority of that country is evil and they're perpetuating a genocide. They've been operating in apartheid.
Perpetuating a genocide. Like, they're just trying to throw things to try to make it sound like it's a good thing actually to just go massacre Jews or whatever.
They're suppressing those Palestinians. They're attacking.
Apartheid and suppressing Palestinians. Dog, every single Muslim country is apartheid. Every single one of them. They don't let anyone vote. That's not Muslim.
Their neighbors. They're operating like terrorists. They're fucking arrogant, ungrateful bastards, and they need to be wiped off the fucking earth. So.
This is your average base anti-war pacifist trying to liberate America. All right, I'm really glad we're all on the same page. This is pretty awesome stuff. I'm really happy that they're saying it out loud, honestly, because if I would like quote you on this, I don't think you'd believe me. All right, here's another based anti-war individual.
Groups, these Muslim terrorists. For whatever reason, these Muslim terrorists only want to terrorize to benefit Israel. It's so strange. I cannot work it out. If you're a
Muslim terrorists are secretly agents of Israel, according to Candace Owens in a new breakthrough.
Muslim terrorist, we want to hear from you.
If you're a Muslim terrorist, we would like to hear from you, says Candace Owens on her show. Like, dude, this is honestly the most shocking shit I've ever seen in my entire life. I'll get to the war updates later, but like, dude, I have to introduce you to these retards. All right, so Cenk Uygur has been having daily crash outs now.
Talking about a country that is destabilizing the region and the world with endless wars, that country is Israel.
What are we even doing? Iran is literally propping up Russia's war with Ukraine. Iran has started the wars against Israel from Hezbollah, from Hamas, with the Houthis. They're all propping up Iran. Iran is starting all of these conflicts. It's unbelievable.
I mean, look, this whole thing is topsy-turvy. The whole framing of the discussion is ludicrous.
I hate these guys.
Israel has attacked
Like, seriously, it's a half a zombie. How many times do I have to stab it?
Of its neighbors in the last week.
Iran.
Not Iran. Like these people, they don't even believe in reality. Reality doesn't even exist for these people.
Israel forced us into the Iraq war, and they said it would.
Israel actually came out and stated specifically they did not think America should get involved with the Iraq war. I'm gonna actually even pull up proof for this because you're not gonna believe me. It's gonna get repeated again and again. Just to be clear, this was published in 2007. Chief of Staff, former Secretary of State, reveals a large number of senior Israeli officials warned Bush administration that the invasion of Iraq would be destabilizing to the region. The Israelis were told Iraq is not the enemy. Iran is the enemy. That's what Israel's stance was the entire time. But again, now apparently Israel dragged them into the war with Iraq.
Be easy, and it was a disaster. They said they were doing it for the Iranian people, and then we wound up killing hundreds of thousands of Iraqis. We lost thousands of our own men.
Our own men, says Turkish Cenk Younger, who hates America.
Fake weapons of mass destruction evidence came from where? It came from Israel. They pushed us into the war with Libya. Now there's modern-day slavery back in Libya. Every war they have pushed us in.
Dog had slavery there the whole time. What are we talking about? The Jews are making Muslims have slaves. No, dude, that's not the Jews.
Has cost us trillions. Hold on, General Clark. Hold on. They have cost us trillions of dollars. And you know that. And they have cost us blood and treasure. And it's Israel doing it, General Clark. Be a patriot. Be a patriot. Stand up for America, not for Israel. I'm not going to go to another war for Israel. We're not going to spend trillions more for Israel.
Yeah, bro. This is wild.
We're not going to lose American soldiers for
I love
Israel.
these guys. You know, honestly, there's this alliance. The people that are against this war are literally, they have one reason why they're against it. Because it might also benefit Israel.
The Israelis have bought 94% of Congress. The Israelis have bought Donald Trump. And this is a fact. And you guys keep
This is a fact.
confiscating
All right,
these
hang on.
facts.
Can we have some respect for the general, please? I think he doesn't deserve to be screamed at.
No, a fat Turkish man who hates America obviously understands American military better than generals.
General Clark, you should have respect for the American people. 85% of whom...
I love this guy. No, I will not have respect for a general. Anyway, he's currently crying that some ex-Marine guy was just thrown out of Congress. Don't worry.
Do not want to go. General Clark, why are you pushing us into this war when 85% of Americans don't want it? And you yourself know that the neocons have wanted this war for 20 years.
Anyway, he continues screaming and sweating and screaming and sweating, as he does. He's fucking faggot. Anyway, so lots to say. So this is the take of Cenk Younger. 85% of Americans do not want this war. My. It seems like 90% of MAGA does want this war, and, you know, Trump was MAGA, and it seems like 54% approve of this war, as opposed to the number that Cenk literally pulled out of his ass, which is 85 don't want it. I'm just saying, at least, thank God, our enemies are retarded, so that's a big W. All right, so anyway, so this was Cenk just yesterday, because for some reason, Piers Morgan keeps inviting this guy on his show, because this guy just screams and yells and sweats. He's perfect.
Yeah, let me bring Matt. Okay,
They say that they are
Cenk, you've had a good say.
when they obviously
That's
are.
right. Yeah, we got
are
it.
sick
We got
of
it.
Israeli
Yeah.
control.
Honestly,
They've driven Trump
Cenk,
to
all right,
every war.
Cenk,
Every war.
I get it. I get it. We're almost.
Deny it when it's
All right, but
obvious.
I'm going to come to Matt. I'm going to come to Matt to respond. What I would say, Cenk, is you are in danger of getting to the stage where, if there is inclement weather in America, you instinctively blame Israel. And I do think you've got to be slightly careful.
No,
You don't
it's
just sound like
Israel is responsible.
Everyone's starting to realize that this guy literally has his own radical Islamist agenda.
Let me bring it back. They almost control all of Congress. Yes, because they literally donated to 94% of Congress.
Oh my God, a pro-Israel guy donated to people in Congress? Holy shit, America's occupied.
Let me bring it back.
Let me bring in other people speak.
Inbred 80 IQ Cenk Younger figured out the plot.
Please don't talk over Cenk. The other people. I don't want to mute you, Cenk. So let Matt Schlapp respond.
Right. So I do think Israel is in charge of the brain, but the
it's true. 20 seconds. Bro, these guys are incredible. Anyway, this is the wildest one, all right? Anti-war, all right? We got Tucker Carlson, anti-war. I've covered some of his shit in the past, but this is the wildest rebuttal I have ever seen. And then we're gonna get into the actual dynamics of the war on the ground. But this dude had an entire segment of his video saying that it was this one sect of Hasidic Jews that is secretly controlling the universe.
So how exactly did the IDF, the Israel Defense Forces, a military that the U.S. taxpayer pays for, that lots of wealthy Americans send money to friends of the IDF, how did all these guys wind up wearing patches suggesting the point of this war was the destruction of one of the holiest places in Islam and the rebuilding of a temple that is totally anathema to Christianity? Like, how did this happen?
Literally going on his show, fighting for the holy places in Islam. Dog, are you not aware that this holy place in Islam, okay, Al-Aqsa, is literally built on the ruins of the temple? Where is it built, my guy? Where do you think it's built?
Well, there are a lot of ways it happened. The main way it happened is because no one in the United States noticed, because it's such a secular place, and as noted, we have eyes but can't see and ears and can't hear, but this has been going on a long time in public, through, in part, the efforts of a group called Chabad, C-H-A-B-A-D, and you may...
Chabad, which is a Lubavitch, which is a little sect of Hasidic Jews that kind of goes around the world and is the target of an unbelievable amount of terrorism. For example, the Bondi Beach shooting in Australia was shooting Chabad, a little group of Jews. All right, so let's see what they're doing.
You know people who give money to Chabad or run the Chabad, super nice people.
All right, super nice people.
All kinds of charitable activities.
Yeah, Chabad are known for charity and outreach and stuff like that, all right?
Rehab. There's a lot about Chabad that's really good.
All right, there's a lot about it that's good, all right.
But what is it? Chabad, you can look it up. It's a very old organization, about 250 years old. And it's a branch of Hasidic Judaism. It's an organization that was overseen for many years by a guy called Rabbi Menachem Schneerson, who was famously in Brooklyn, considered the Messiah by some of his followers.
He's dead. He's buried. His grave is there. Yeah.
Who was a friend of presidents, or certainly someone presidents visited. He was a very powerful man in the Orthodox and the Hasidic
he was a very good man. Yeah.
Community. And he was the overseer of Chabad, which predated him and lasted him.
You know, the people that do charity and outreach, right?
He was its most visible ambassador.
Okay.
And
the rabbi. Okay.
Chabad has been pushing in a pretty subtle way, unless you look carefully, for the reconstruction of the Third Temple. And it seems like, from the reading we did recently, that those patches actually came from Chabad. In any case, Chabad is pushing for the building of the Third Temple.
If you know anything about Chabad, you know that they have zero political power and zero influence, politically speaking. They do not control the IDF and the American military, all right? This war with Iran has nothing to do with a bunch of religious people trying to build a third temple. Like, what are we even doing? This is unbelievable stuff. Like, every time I watch this guy, and, you know, he just says shit. Where's your evidence to anything, man? So again, all right, these are the people that are against the war. I wanted to make this clear, because a lot of people are saying, well, actually, the American people are very against the war, when in reality, 54% of the American people approve the war. 50% of Republicans approve the war. You know, a war taking out terrorists that literally directly stated that their plan is to kill us, that they had enough uranium to build 11 nuclear missiles that they wanted to destroy us with, so we're taking them out before they could do that. Yeah, pretty basic, honest-to-God stuff. Like, this is the most obvious war in the history of warfare, okay? You kill them before they can kill you, which they directly stated they want to, because they're retarded, apocalyptic demons, terrorists. So we're annihilating them first, evil fucking people. The entire world is happy about this, except for a couple of people, like Candace Owens, who says that terrorists are secretly controlled by Israel, and Tucker Carlson, who said it's this one little sect of Hasidic Jews that are controlling this for a apocalyptic third temple strategy. Or people saying they're going to vote for Democrat now because obviously voting for race communists to import infinite retards in our country is somehow better than killing terrorists that are trying to kill us. Or we get this guy who's directly saying his wish is to get armed, go into Israel, and massacre Israelis. Not even kidding. These are the people that are pushing the traffic, and you see they have a lot of likes. These are Pakistani likes. All right, this is some retarded ass shit for real, for real. So that's me, Nuxanor, the breaker of narratives. And the narrative that is being pushed, I've done the research, I've looked into the sources of all the people that are against it. It's Hassan Piker, Islamist, Cenk Uygur, Islamist, Dan Blazarian, retard, all right? Tucker Carlson, owned by Islam, all right, we've covered this in the past, all right? Candace Owens thinks Israel killed Charlie Kirk, okay? Like, again, you have to understand where the traffic is coming from that makes it look like there's this massive divide. There isn't a massive divide. 98% of Republicans still approve of Trump, all right? It is a gigantic hoax that so many people are falling for. So that's why I'm here, to basically piss people off, because apparently, unfortunately, stating the truth makes people unhappy. But now, we gotta talk about some other truth, and that is the actual war. Iran no longer has television. It is off the air. As you can see over here, from all the black smoke, the, breaking news, the Vatican has selected a brand new Ayatollah. Fantastic stuff. Yeah, so they no longer have anything. They're kind of cooked. Now, there was a plot to assassinate Trump, actually two of them, that happened about 2 years ago in 2024. And this is a Fox News segment from 2024.
We have some breaking news this hour. The Justice Department has just unsealed criminal charges in a thwarted Iranian plot to kill President-elect Donald Trump.
So just to understand, this isn't some new thing that just came out of nowhere. And Tucker Carlson, in fact, directly stated that if it's true that Iran tried to assassinate Trump, we should go to war with them, because that's a declaration of war. And have to say it, Tucker Carlson is correct. This is a declaration of war. As far as I'm standing, that's enough. Trying to kill our president? Are you insane? Oh, you're gonna die now. Right, they thought, again, this was under the Biden government, so they didn't think anything was going to happen, because Biden, he kept his balls in the other room. But unfortunately for them, we no longer have retards, all right? We have professional retards, and they are going to fuck you up. So, yes, this is, in fact, ancient news, all right? The DOJ unsealed criminal charges, thwarted Iranian plot to kill President Trump, and this was in 2024, all right? This is old news. Everyone knew this was happening because Iran hates America and wanted to kill us, and they wanted to kill Trump before Trump came into office, because they knew Trump would probably end up destroying them if they tried any funky business. And it turns out, fantastic update, that guy's fucking dead now.
The leader of the unit who attempted to assassinate President Trump has been hunted down and killed.
Fuck him.
Iran tried to kill President Trump, and President Trump got the last laugh.
That's what I'm talking about, baby.
Now, this is not a mission accomplished situation.
No, it's just very, very nice. True. Not enough.
This is simply a reality check.
Oh.
The combination of U.S. and Israeli intelligence and combat power will control Iran.
That's right.
And will control it soon.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So we have the air, we have the seas, we've taken out their Ayatollah, we've taken out the people trying to assassinate Trump. In fact, it was Israel that did it. Israel reportedly just killed the man who tried to assassinate Trump before the 2024 election. Rahman Makdeb, sounds like a straight white male to me, head of the IRGC Special Operations Division. Trump was briefed on it personally by Israel in the last few hours. Honestly, insane stuff. You know, I would say we're even with Israel, but we're not even. We gave you billions of dollars. Please keep killing people that are trying to kill us and stuff. That would be very nice. Thank you. I'm still not a fan of foreign funding. You're not going to break me, but that's pretty awesome stuff. So yeah, they killed the guy trying to assassinate Trump. Colossal W. And I'm sure leftists are super mad about this because, again, leftists would support the assassination of Donald Trump, a democratically elected president, but they're against the assassination of a pedophile, goat-fucking terrorist mass murderer like Ayatollah Khamenei. If that's not the most eye-opening reality check ever, I don't know what is. Now, Iran has been losing their mind, you know, because they're literally dying in real time. And they've been attacking everyone. They actually fired missiles at Turkey, a NATO ally.
This is breaking news. Turkey's Ministry of Defense says that an Iranian ballistic missile was launched toward their country.
Bro.
And it was shot down by NATO air defense systems. Fragments of that missile landing in southern Turkey. This is a major development and the first time...
Oh, but I was told by Cenk, specifically, that Iran doesn't attack its neighbors.
A country like Turkey has received incoming Iranian ballistic missile fire. This is breaking news.
Yeah, pretty crazy stuff. So they're bombing Turkey now. That's pretty insane. That's the 16th country Iran attacked since the war started. All right, a NATO ally. And they've been attacking everybody. You know, that's been their thing. You know, they got attacked by America, they get attacked by Israel, and their response is just fucking going ham, bombing the shit out of everybody around them. It's pretty insane stuff. It's almost like they're terrorists or something. I don't know. Now, insane stuff, they actually attacked the 17th country. Iranian suicide drones are striking the Nakhchivan airport in Azerbaijan. Another country! Dude, that is crazy! They're literally attacking everybody. It's almost like they're an apocalyptic death cult that really believes that if they murder people while they are killed, they go to heaven, have sex with children for eternity or something. I don't know where I would get that impression. Maybe it's literally from their holy book. That's crazy. So yeah, they're just attacking airports in Azerbaijan, 17th country. It's almost like they're terrorists. All right, this is forces in Tehran firing into windows of civilians that are celebrating. Right, so you just have celebrations in the windows, and the Iranian regime just actually fires live ammunition, just firing machine guns into windows of random civilians that seem to be happy that the regime is falling apart. But leftists told me that actually I'm not supposed to be happy that terrorists are dying. Now, this is a crazy update. If you know, you know. Israel and U.S. are going after Islamic regime police stations across Iran. So understand how this started. It started off, you know, you obliterate their navy, you obliterate their air force. You do your best to obliterate their missile system so that they can't actually strike us. And now they're attacking their police stations. Why? Why would you attack police stations? They don't pose a threat if you're in the air or if you're on the sea. But they do pose a threat if you're on the ground. So I have said from the very beginning that I very much support the idea of bringing in our guys, obliterating the fuck out of them, but not boots on the ground. I do not want boots on the ground. I don't want to be stuck there for 10 years like in Iraq. I don't want to be stuck there for a long period of time and be there personally doing a regime change. I want our guys in the air, on the sea, obliterating our threats and taking out this terrorist regime that's quite literally been a thorn in our side for 47 years. That's what I said the entire time. And I'm not going to change my opinion on this, probably. I do not want this to happen. So if they're taking out police stations, that means they are preparing for a ground invasion. There's no other reason to take out police stations. They don't pose a threat to our ships. They don't pose a threat to our planes. They do pose a threat to people on the ground. Now, in the past 40 minutes, Israel and the U.S. reportedly struck around 30 Iranian police stations. So first of all, this is incredibly well thought out, obviously. First you take out their air defenses, you take out their air force, you take out their navy. Now you work on their police stations and other stuff like that. But again, it's terrifying because that means a ground invasion is coming. There's no other reason to destroy police stations. This is the ground invasion. Kurdish fighters based in Iraq have begun a ground push into Iran targeting forces of the Islamic regime. The most unbelievable strategy I have ever seen in my entire life. I don't know who came up with this shit, but this is the most incredible thing I've ever seen ever. Breaking Washington Post reports Trump told Kurdish leaders in Iraq
literally just
they
fucking
must
left the house, man.
between the U.S. and Iran. Oh my God. The Kurdish, for those of you that are unaware, is a Syrian minority. They've been getting bullied by both Iran and by ISIS in Syria for a very, very long time. And by bullied, I mean they've been massacring innocent Kurdish people for a very long time. And now it seems like the Kurdish people, let's just say they will be earning their keep. So it seems like we are arming them, and they are to be the ground invasion. When I said I didn't want boots on the ground, I meant it. But this is sandals on the ground, baby. They'd be going in on camels and shit. I don't know, actually. That was an exaggeration. But for those of you that are unaware, this is the Kurdish forces of Iraq launching ground offensives into Iran. That's right. That is what I am talking about, baby. Thousands of Kurdish fighters reportedly crossed the border, started taking combat positions inside Iranian territory. For those of you that are unaware, this is what we call a 5D gigabrain. All right, breaking news. Donald Trump has done the impossible. We have boots on the ground in Iran, and they're not American.
It's big. A U.S. official telling Fox thousands of Iraqi Kurds.
Oh my God!
How old is this video?
Walking on Mordor over here. This is
How old
insane.
is this video?
This is like the end of Avengers Endgame.
3 months ago.
Together to fucking obliterate.
Yeah.
So in an insane bombshell update, Bricks and Minifigs is parting ways with Brandon Best and Joshua Johnson. These are the two CEO type people that allegedly stole $200,000. They say due to a devastating social media campaign. Yeah, you don't say. They say that they've reached out to the family that owns the 200,000 Lego collection. They'll return it all. The law for compensation for any missing items. We will give it back. Stop. So this is a complete and utter W. It didn't happen yet. All right. Once the money changes hands, I'll be a lot happier. But I think this just goes to show that you can actually fucking win against these guys if you humiliate them enough. Which is why public humiliation is actually a all right. It's not breaking any laws. Freedom of speech and the freedom to humiliate retards that are going to abuse the system to destroy us. All right. It's just honestly incredible. You know, we've been asked for documentation for a long time. We asked Mr. Mansell and the others did not receive enough to give us a clear picture until recently, thanks to internal and external operations assistance to those who continue to handle this. And we finally have enough to proceed with a resolution, says Ammon McNeith, CEO, Bricks and Minifigs. And now that we do, Brian, we continue to offer to sit down with you. We're prepared to discuss dropping the lawsuit against you. Let's go through the spreadsheets and the POS data together and ensure you were made whole monetarily. Ensure whatever Star Wars Lego was or remains in the Salem store, whatever, whether you can identify it as yours, you can have it. Just take it. Take it all, please. We will ensure you are compensated for anything and accounted for, including Mrs. Law. Gorman failed to compensate for without knowledge. We're ready. We're ready when you are. We'll give it all back. Please stop, bro. For $200,000, these guys literally destroyed their entire company. And you know the funniest part? Not only is bro going to be made whole at the end, but Bricks and Minifigs, an evil corporation, is going to collapse. Because people aren't going to believe that you're actually sorry. You're sorry you were caught. You're not sorry it happened. Who knows how many more times you've done this before? Who knows how many more times you plan on still doing this in the future? And the only reason why you got exposed is because a YouTuber decided to make a documentary on it that went viral and everyone started talking about it. You haven't grown. You haven't learned any lessons here. In fact, you tried to bury it under the rug for like 2 weeks ever since the scandal started. And only now, once you've been absolutely humiliated, are you doing something about it. I'm sorry. I'm grateful that you're doing what you're doing so far and making these people whole, but the public shaming will continue. The public shaming will continue, all right, until you actually earn our faith back. Look, I'm not a leftist, and therefore I do believe in repentance and forgiveness, but I haven't noticed any yet. They're not sorry. They're not sorry for what they did. They're sorry they got caught. Now, in my opinion, the actual nemesis here, and for me personally, the most interesting thing, listen, gigantic companies screwing over people, this is literally what almost every gigantic company does. I know that's a bit of a black pill over there, but let's be real. That's what they all do. Come on. Let's be honest. That's what they all do. Now, what I didn't expect, and this is crazy, all the footage got unredacted from the police. And the reason why, in my opinion, it's because it was leaked by someone internal. That's the only way I see that this could have happened, because this wasn't done officially. I doubt the police department was hacked. But I do think someone internally feels bad about what's been going on and feels like these people are getting harassed, mistreated, getting their arms dislocated and stuff, all because they were trying to return $200,000 to a dying man who got robbed, and the entire police department went to defend the evil company instead of actually defend the victim. So I think someone actually leaked everything, and this is insane. I didn't see it yet, but I'm really excited. Before getting too deep into the chaos, free cash was promised to me 3,000 years ago. One thing I recently added to my daily routine is using free cash for a few minutes here and there. If I'm gonna play games as a time sponge, I might as well make so much money out of it. Free cash is a fun and easy way to earn real money by doing simple tasks while already on your phone. Play games, complete surveys, do simple tasks, and turn your bathroom break into an investment. I've been enjoying playing Call of the Dragons on free cash, a high payout strategy-based building game. You get instant payouts with a really easy process using PayPal, Amazon, and Visa. There's already over $250 million paid out to over 2 million users worldwide. It's a win-win. They get someone to test out their games and fill out their surveys. Use the QR code on the screen or click the link in the description to sign up and get a $10 bonus today. Now back to the chaos. Every individual sign up literally supports the channel. So if you could click the link in the description and do the thing, that would be very appreciated.
Someone actually hacked into the American Police Department.
No way, so it was actually hacked? It wasn't leaked internally, it was actually hacked?
Released all the footage, unredacted, of my interaction.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
This is the original footage I got with the redaction thing, and this is the new unredacted footage. I'm lining them up, and I'm going to keep only the redacted parts to see what they were actually saying.
I understand. This ends today. I know. We're talking.
Put the fuck in jail. He's out there. Wait, so this is the CEO guy. Changing the police officer to arrest someone because they're exposing him for being a thief. Damn! Oh, damn!
Sadly, they weren't able to get the first 2 days where I was accused of having heroin on me. But the final 2 days, we were able to see a lot, actually. The footage starts with me going to Josh's house so I can serve him his legal court papers. Josh knows that if he goes to court with me, he's going to lose. So instead, a much easier option is he calls the police on me to prevent me from serving him.
His name is Ben Schneider. He's stalking my house. Will you come to my house? Stalkers.
I'm not gonna have stalkers. I'm way too important for that.
Yeah, they're on the side of the house.
One of the dispatchers made a note here saying that you were gonna shoot someone.
It's great. Here you go. Spend it all in one place.
I can't believe I traveled all that and you give me.
Brian Mansell. A year and a half, almost 2 years, she had this consignment deal with him and she never paid it.
So right away, Josh is lying to the police, which we can easily verify with all the metadata timestamp pictures that show that the Lego sets were in the store when Josh took it over.
He's hired this YouTuber. His name is Ben Schneider. He's reckless. They say people are saying they're gonna murder her.
I'm gonna make you an offer you can't refuse. I'd say it's been an honor to work with you, but it would be a lie.
You mean to tell me that the guy that doesn't believe that thou shalt not steal doesn't believe that thou shalt not bear false witness?
I'm done.
What are you guys doing here? So we are in a court case with them, and we have to serve them legal papers.
She is a process server and she's trying to serve you. She's not a process server. Okay.
Get the papers. They're fake papers. They're fake. Go get the papers.
Is it okay for me as well?
Absolutely. They're fake.
Yep, let's see those papers.
I love how he just like orders the cops around. It's like he owns them or something. Or something.
Yeah, so this is what you're trying to serve them with? Yes. I wish we could send him an email. I wish we could send him a phone call. Or the court could send to him, but this is what
You want something?
From the United States. We're just following the instructions of the government. He thinks if I just call the cops on me, he can get away with it, but we're showing him like we're not gonna let him away with this crime. So. Okay. You okay if I give these papers to him?
Yeah, for sure. All right, let's go. Right, so in the original video, he just brought the papers back.
Okay, if she just gives you the papers, we can just get
Have
her.
you looked at the papers? I've talked to the Kaiser Police Department. There's nothing filed. So no.
All that gawking at goods and that's all you buy?
That's completely fine. You have that right? Yeah.
You just have the right to just not accept court. Isn't that a felony, actually? I'm pretty sure it's a felony to not serve people papers like that. Hold up. I need to look this up, dude. All right, so the good news is I'm Jewish enough to know the law. So get a load of this one. All right, I hope you're ready. This is crazy. Quote, if a person refuses to take the papers, the server or officer can drop them at their feet or post them onto their door, and they will still be considered legally served. All right? If police officers simply decide not to serve court papers, the act of failing to serve them is not generally a felony. It is considered a serious violation of police procedure, but the legal consequences depend heavily on how they handle the situation and whether they lie about it. Dude, this is crazy. So apparently, if they just fail to serve the papers, then it's considered administrative misconduct or job neglect. However, if they lie about it, that could be considered perjury, falsifying public records, or violation of civil rights. Oh my God! And according to the AI here, apparently failing or refusing to serve papers is not a crime, but they should be suspended, reprimanded, or fired. But if you lie about it, then yes, it is considered a crime, and they should be fired, arrested, and sentenced to prison. This is insane. Oh my God. No wonder why they redacted the body cam footage.
Literally, all this police officer has to do is be like, "You are served," and then he doesn't even have to accept them. He can literally just drop them. But as long as you say you are served, that counts as illegal serving. So why doesn't this cop just do that? Like, this whole thing could be solved in literally 3 seconds. Like, here, I'll time it. You've been served. Yeah, like literally 1.5 seconds, and this could be solved. This could literally be solved in 1.5 seconds. And this police officer is just purposely choosing to make this way more complicated than it has to be.
Hold up.
Oh, he's back.
What do you want done?
What do you want done? He doesn't even make eye contact with the guy. Totally owned by the thing. Bought and paid for. Oh, got my body language. Like, what is happening?
Obviously talk to.
What do you want done? I can't believe. Hold on, one more time.
Alright. What do you want done? My sides obviously talk to.
As much as you should.
I can screen charges. I'm open to screening charges to our attorney.
Yeah. Instead of serving these court papers, like the police officer promised me he would, this officer would rather screen all possible charges for me to see what random stuff they can make up about me.
I'm gonna go talk with him, give him his paper back.
Dude, what is happening? Why is he asking for permission from this fucker over here? Like, what is even going on, dude? This dude's acting like the fucking Kingpin from Spider-Man, just sitting his bald ass down there, commanding the police to do what he wants.
Can you peek at it?
What was that?
Can I peek at it?
It kind of puts me in a little bit of
There's no lawsuit in it.
Can I peek at it? That puts me in a bad spot because that would be serving him. And never mind, it's fake. Just leave.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm gonna give this back to him. Trespasser.
Because here's the thing. Like, think about this logically. Do you think the process server would show up with a guy that's been harassing a YouTuber to serve papers in Utah?
Josh knows.
Yeah? Why not? That's the law.
That if he gets served these papers, it's going to be really bad for him. And at this point, it seems like he's willing to make up any story he can to get us arrested before he gets served these papers.
They sent a lady in, and the lady's like, oh, I'm going to murder you to Amanda, the manager.
John fucking talking.
Lying to the police officers about a false threat on him to be arrested.
He does not want the papers.
God.
So, does not want the papers? Here's that back for you. Okay.
I'm not sure what this is. I've never seen something like that. To be honest with you.
It's a court paper.
Court papers.
The girl was like, oh no, I gotta serve them these papers. Like they printed up a fake lawsuit, you know? And I'm like, oh yeah, do you think the process server would really be riding with the YouTube guy to deliver papers to a guy? I'm like, do you think I'm stupid?
Yeah, you're going to jail. That's a felony. Literally lying about fake threats to your life to the cops? Dude, you're fucked. You're totally fucked. All because Patriot decided to release this unredacted photo. The craziest part is that the police department decided to redact all this because they knew it would make him look bad. Totally fucking paid for. It's honestly insane how deep this corruption is.
I don't know what to do, man.
So, all of this again.
I just don't know what to do, man. I'm done with these dudes.
We're ready and willing to arrest these individuals for Utah, Utah statutes for cyberbullying and
Don't make this shit up, dude.
stuff because they're using electronic means for communication, coordinating their stuff.
Okay, so it's digital stalking, not stalking?
It's all of the above.
Okay,
but because they're continuing to use additional tactics and other things like that, thinking that they're being cute and whatnot, can't continue. So somebody has to be arrested to show that they can't continue to do this.
They're literally saying on camera, well, someone needs to go down just to prove a point. What about because they violate the law? That's not a reason to arrest them. No.
Just kind of want to know what you want done on this. As much as we humanly possibly can.
He's going to submit, have a screen for charges with our prosecutors, right, with our city prosecutors.
And then he got the cops to talk to the fucking CEO on speaker. Dude, what are we doing?
Very adamant that he wants to serve you with papers, okay?
That's fake. That's illegal. You can't pretend to be a process server.
It's a real process server.
You can't. It's illegal.
Why not? In the state of Utah, to be a process server, all you have to do is be over the age of 18 years old. You got to be not affiliated with the case, and you can't be an attorney. And this girl meets all three. She is over 18 years old. I literally met her like 10 minutes before we showed up here, and she's not an attorney. So legally, in the state of Utah, this woman is a process server. And I already explained this to the police.
So anyone can be a process server, you have to be 18 years old, and you have to be not affiliated with the case. So she is not affiliated with the case, she's over 18 years old, that qualifies as a process server.
Well, maybe you just have someone not affiliated with you.
That's her, yeah, she's, we have no relationship, that's why she's here, yeah. That's why she's here, we have no relationship, and that is who, she is the exact person that you're describing.
That's fake. It is a lie. She's impersonating a process server.
So for this girl to be impersonating a process server in the state of Utah, she must either be under 18, which the cops took her ID and verified she's not under 18.
Do you have an ID or anything like that on you?
She has to be related to this case, which Josh says he's never seen her before, so she can't be related to this case. Josh has verified that, and so the only option left is Josh must assume that she's an attorney. But if Josh has never heard of her before, how does he know she's an attorney? And spoiler, she's not an attorney, but so I don't know what Josh means when he says she's pretending to be a process server, because it seems like he's verified that she meets all the requirements of the process server. So basically what Josh is saying is, even though she meets all these requirements, and I acknowledge she meets these requirements, she still doesn't meet these requirements. You're making no sense, Josh.
How did you get in here?
Now that you did the job, I guess you ain't that damn bad after all.
Whatever the fuck he wants. So to tell the cops, because the cops work for him, it seems like.
Officer of the court, that carries, it's pretty significant,
Yeah, you can't pretend to be a process server. Yeah, you can't. That's got
You better take this job. Well, good luck. By the looks of it, you break any of my shit, you're paying double.
It's a Class A misdemeanor to impersonate a process server in the state of Utah.
So right now,
I want her arrested for impersonating a process server. So
I demand she is who the fuck is this guy? Like, bro, the fact that they're just completely bending over backwards for him. This is the craziest thing I've ever seen.
right now,
I can't just go and pretend. I can't go print up fake documents and go try to process serve people.
It's real. What are we even doing?
That's illegal.
so these papers that you printed up,
Fake. Yes, 1 billion, trillion, gazillion %.
Again, this is Ammon. I'm
Hello, there's a really easy way to prove that they're real. I don't know why they just don't do that. Just verify it with the court.
corporate office.
He's the CEO.
Oh, hi. So, what's happened is we had a former franchisee, Mr. Schneider, is just a YouTuber that got a hold of the story and then went to this guy and said, hey, if I can harass these guys, if I can do some stuff and get some money out of them, maybe some of that money. And that's what they're trying to do, is the individual who actually owes the money.
Oh my God.
Thank you very much, and now you can go fuck yourself.
We created a fake contract with Fortune Managers.
Wait a second, hold up. Is that the same CEO that wrote this whole apology line to the YouTubers? That Eamon guy? Mr. Mansell? Who is this guy? Who wrote this? Who is this fucking Yes! The Eamon! Oh my God! I can't believe it! The guy who wrote the quote-unquote apology video is committing obstruction of justice, lying to the police? No shot, dude! They're all in on it, man! Get out of here! Corrupt freaking company! I told you I didn't think they repented! Look, dude! Oh my God! It's so bad. It's
Trying to kill her.
It's so bad.
I didn't sign no agreement. I'm not beholden to somebody else's stupid agreement. I like how he can just lie to you guys. Just straight face. Oh, you owe me $200,000.
I'll check with the court, see if it's a valid civil case that he's trying to.
All right, hang on. I gotta get something to drink. I will be right back.
Speak with someone to verify if a case is just verify if a case is real.
Yeah, looks like a real small claims case in our court.
Okay, thank you for your help. That's all for today. Thank you.
And after this phone call, I guess the police officers turned off the microphone on their body cam because I guess they really didn't want literally anyone to hear this. Even if someone gets a hold of the unredacted stuff, not even we now can get it to hear what these police officers are saying. But anyways, the police officer ends up going back to talk to Josh.
They're screaming some charges, okay? But we're just kind of working through. It looks like this is a real case. It just hasn't gone to court. Okay?
It's a real case. Who's it against?
Against you, him versus you.
Ben Schneider? What an idiot.
So.
Oh, so you were just lying to the cops for the last 10 minutes?
He's just racking up the charges and showing we're working together.
So basically the consensus is we were all wrong here. However, let's just arrest Ben anyways.
Like, letting them go cannot be an option here, guys. Like, this.
Letting them go cannot be an option here, guys. Says who the fuck? Excuse me, why? They didn't do anything wrong. You just don't like the fact that they're exposing you, so you're trying to weaponize the police that you apparently own to put them in jail. This is obvious corruption. Dude, I cannot believe how deep this goes.
Got to be something for cyber stalking, bullying, like all of the different things. Like, there's got to be something to arrest them. And
you gotta do a thing. We're trying to steal money from old people. Okay, listen. We're trying to steal money from old people. These people keep exposing us. There has to be something that we can do to put them away. All right, guys, let's all work together on this one.
Send a message that this is not appropriate. This is not okay.
I'm in agreement with you. Again, that's why
I agree with you, says the allegedly unbiased police officer to one of the parties in this case. Dude, this is unbelievable amounts of, negligence is what I was gonna say, but this is obviously not negligence, right? In my opinion, this is corruption. Oh my God.
Kind of working through this right now.
Hello. Sit down for me. Okay. Okay. Find you back. Am I being arrested? Really?
Oh my God. Dude, that looks so bad.
I love you. I love you. I love you.
Oh my God.
I love you.
I'm sure he'll give them a pretty big donation after this.
So now let's get to the search warrant, where the cops raided my house because they heard that I was the one that stole the Legos from Brian. So I might have found out an answer of why this cop was so rough with me and threw my arm back. Before we enter the property, the cop warns all the other police officers to make sure we are not filming.
Hey, they're probably going to be quick to film. They're probably going to be quick to pull their phones out, so just be aware of that.
However, when
What do you mean be aware of that? Why can't they film in their own house?
got raided, I instantly pressed the record button on my phone because I was terrified these police officers were going to do something and try and hide it from the public. But I guess the police officer sees that I'm filming, and once he sees I'm filming, I think he was like, as punishment for filming me, I'm going to bend your arm back upwards and injure you, is my guess of what happened, because afterwards he says this.
The main kid had his phone recording, so I shut him off. But...
Oh my God.
How many did you get? You got 10? We got 5. I know. Including Ben Schneider? Yes.
And then
Man, T-Joke's sticky as fuck.
Ball guy to tell him that who he got. Bro, this is just unprofessional. This is unbelievable.
That's good.
Next, we got some unredacted footage of me using the bathroom.
Oops.
W, let's go.
Redacted footage is we get to see the police's entire office building. We get to see their detective board of us. We get to see that they're actually a member of the Church of Scientology Sucks. Oh my, old school fans will know this, but basically I made a religion called Scientology Sucks, and it legally got approved by the IRS. And Scientology Sucks worships a gold plunger as their god. I even got it tattooed on my wrist right here. It's like a plunger cross on my wrist.
Wow.
I guess the American 4th Police Department is active members of the Church of Scientology Sucks because they literally put my god on their desk. That's exciting.
We have a felony stalking case right now. Felonies. Everyone's facing felonies. It's super serious. I know that you've been told all of, the fundraiser, this guy's $200,000. Yeah. If that was the case, that guy would be in jail. Yeah. So, let's see, we're going to use critical.
Anyways, we're going to fast forward a
All right, sorry.
So this is basically a spoiler for episode 3, but basically this Bricks and Minifakes company has non-stop been making fake bomb threats, fake fire threats, fake murder threats in my name that I'm going to murder them.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
The problem is, obviously these are all fake threats. I would never do something like that, but the police think that these are real threats. So now the police from Los Angeles, from Utah, they're all working together now to catch me.
That's why there's a warrant for his arrest, and that's why he had to flee the country to Mexico. Oh God, part 3 is gonna be insane, and we're on this ride to the end, bro.
Here's a phone call from just a few days ago of the Los Angeles police calling the Utah police of them scheming of a way to get me arrested for all these mystery threats that I've been making.
Paul, we got a complaint from a guy in Provo about this guy Schneider.
Okay.
And so it seems like I talked to the guys in Sandman police too, and then trying to get a hold of Provo police. So it seems like, Schneider's kind of all over the place.
Yeah.
Basically, so he called me and he's just like, this guy's crazy. He's like making threats against us, my employees, our business, etc. So it seems like this guy might live in LA, or his last known address is in LA. So I guess I'm just trying to track down what you guys are doing, if anything. I know, at least I've been told that there's technically a couple open cases. This guy's already being charged in Utah by 3 different places. What are we doing? Any idea where he actually is?
No idea. I know we had asked to hold him until we had further, but I'm guessing they just let him bond out. So.
Okay.
The only problem is I'm in a place the American police have no jurisdiction over, so they're never gonna catch me here.
No American police in sight.
Good luck finding me. You are never gonna find me, police officers.
Oh my God, this story keeps getting worse! Dude, citizen journalists saving America. I know I've said that before, but I'm saying it again. Bro, I don't think people understand the ramification of giving microphones and cameras to young males. I'm telling you, bro, we're reshaping this civilization. We're going back to the old traditional lifestyle, whether you like it or not. This infinite authoritarian government shit that y'all have been shoving down our throats, nah, that's over. We are taking our culture back brick by brick.
Hey, you're watching my official compilation channel, but if you want to see my newest videos as soon as they're uploaded, check out my main channel, Chat History. Alright, enjoy the video.
Spooky history stories. If you're well versed in American history, then you know the story of formerly alive President Abraham Lincoln's big night out on the town in 1865. Even if you're familiar with the historical archives of the matter, you might ask yourself, who the heck are these other people? You know Lincoln, sure. Of course, the guy using Lincoln's skull as target practice is John Wilkes Booth, but also accomplished the president that night were his wife, Mary, close friend and youth leader Henry R. Rathbone, and his fiancée, Clara Harris. Lincoln and the gang were out celebrating the recent Union victory of the American Civil War and were seated in a private viewing box to the right of the stage in Ford's Theater in Washington, D.C. What do you think of the play, dear? Just then, Confederate sore loser John Wilkes entered the booth and took aim, blasting the president point blank in the head with a .44 caliber lead ball from a single shot bearing his pistol. At the sound of the gunshot, Rathbone spun around to see Lincoln collapse in his chair with Booth standing in a cloud of smoke. He immediately leapt from his seat and charged the assassin, but Booth came well prepared. In the struggle, Booth was able to equip a dagger and severely slash Rathbone's arm before leaping from the box onto the stage. Right before jumping, Rathbone was able to grab Booth's coat, causing Booth to lose his balance and eat shit, fudging up his leg in the process. Despite being in a packed theater of witnesses and bystanders, Booth evaded capture for 12 days. However, his plan was successful as President Lincoln died from his injuries just 9 hours after the fatal game of tag. Rathbone, who passed out due to blood loss but eventually recovered from his injuries, personally placed the weight of the president's death on his shoulders. He believed because of this, he brought guilt every day of his life, absolutely destroying his mental well-being to the point of insanity. After resigning from the military, he struggled to find work and was eventually given a crucial position in the army by President Washington. Rathbone, now white had hoped that the change of scenery would do him some good. Rathbone's mental health continued to spiral, resulting in him lashing out at his young children and violently threatening Clara. After 13 years of mental deterioration, the breaking point had finally been reached. On December 23, 1883, Rathbone attacked his children in a fit of madness in their home. Clara had rushed to protect her children, but was fatally shot and stabbed by her husband. Instead of continuing his onslaught, he turned the knife on himself, stabbing himself in the chest 5 times. Despite the failed seppuku attempt, Rathbone survived his wound, with police finding him covered in blood, claiming that there were people hidden in the walls of his home, whispering to him. He was arrested and charged with the murder of his wife. During trial, he was officially declared insane by court doctors and committed to an asylum where he died 28 years later. Henry Howard Holmes was an American con artist and the U.S.'s first documented serial killer. Born the lesser cool named Herman Mudgett, Holmes attended the University of Michigan's Department of Medicine and Surgery in 1882, where he allegedly would accompany his professor in various grave robbing activities as a way to supply the school with fresh bodies for examination and dissection. It was here that Holmes developed a slight obsession with death, and seldom does such an obsession lead to good things. After graduating medical school in 1884 and being upgraded to Dr. H.H. Holmes, he moved out to Chicago to work in a drugstore, which he eventually bought outright from the owner.
What is drugs?
Proceeds from that store helped to fund his newfound hobby that would soon evolve into something much more sinister. Holmes drew up plans for a hotel, one designed to be a death trap for all who entered. Not the best business model for return customers, but hey. Several contractors and architects were put on the job with a steady rotation of firing and hiring. Now, it's believed that this constant turnover kept everyone from knowing his true design intentions, with no one designer knowing the full scale of the operation at any given time. When it was fully built, the hotel had 3 floors, with the first one being mainly retail and including a new drugstore. Holmes used the hotel to accommodate travelers during the upcoming Chicago World's Fair in 1893, which attracted millions of people to the area. Now, according to legend, the hotel contained secret rooms, trick hallways, and trapdoors and torture chambers throughout. It was in this hotel that Holmes would allegedly trap and torture his victims, eventually selling their bodies to the local medical school as a way to satisfy his macabre desires while still making bank. During the World's Fair, Holmes would charisma check dozens of wealthy women to spend the night in the hotel for rest and relaxation, but they would never be seen again. It is believed that as many as 50 women went missing during the World's Fair, all linked to what Holmes would later call his murder castle. In August of the same year, the 3rd floor of the hotel caught fire. While no one was injured, the fire destroyed most of the 3rd floor, but Holmes had an ace up his sleeve: multiple insurance policies. But like insurance companies
It
do,
was,
they
didn't we
refused to
agree
pay
your
out
first
and
job
accused
was
Holmes
gonna
of
be
setting
free?
the fire himself and engaging in insurance fraud. Holmes,
like
obviously
conspiracy.
angered by such accusations,
My
quickly
shop, my
skedaddled out of
rules.
Chicago.
You
And over the
follow,
following years,
or you
he
fuck
continued
off.
to dabble in insurance fraud with his friend Benjamin Peitzel. For his next trick, Holmes had suffocated Peitzel with chloroform and burned his unconscious body for a life insurance payout. What's even worse is that through extreme coercion and manipulation, Holmes had convinced Peitzel's widowed wife to place 3 of her 5 children
You're
into
getting
his
on my
custody.
nerves,
And over the years,
friend.
he would murder all 3. Holmes had forced the 2 older children, 13-year-old Alice and 9-year-old Nellie, into a trunk, drilled a hole through it, and plugged it with a gas line, suffocating them. He then buried their bodies in a cellar
My
of his
shop,
house.
my rules.
As for the
You
third
follow,
child, 7-year-old
or you
Howard,
fuck off.
Holmes drugged the boy, dismembered, and burned his body, with only some teeth and bones being the identifying factors. Eventually, the children's remains were discovered, leading to Holmes's arrest and subsequent conviction of the Peitzel murders. He was sentenced to death and hanged in 1896, but not before confessing to over 200 murders thanks to his murder castle. But Holmes was regarded as a habitual liar, and experts believe that there was only enough evidence to link him to 9 murders. Still a high count, but not nearly the 200 that Holmes had claimed. As for the murder castle, it is confirmed that the stories about the design and the use of the building were widely sensationalized and over-exaggerated by local media.
Shit, man, I
Such
treat
from a
you
horror
that
standpoint,
good, and
but
you
it's
don't
always a good
even
story nonetheless,
fucking
right?
tip me.
Take a look at this face. Seem familiar at all? If not, then you're useless to me if I start dating. Anyway, this is a death mask, a plaster casting of the face of an unidentified woman who was pulled from the River Seine in Paris in the late 1880s. She became known as Le Connu de la Seine, or the unknown woman of the Seine. After being fished out of the French River, her body was morgue, which at the time, corpses on full display for the sake of identification by the general public who happened to be passing by. Oh hey kids, look, it's Grandma. Because of this strange but effective method, the morgue became a popular tourist and public gathering spot, often referred to as the only free theater in Paris. This particular woman, however, was a bit of an oddity. Medical examination showed no visible wounds or signs of a struggle, so it was concluded that her death was self-inflicted, with her age being estimated at just 16 years old. But it was her calm, serene expression that caught the attention of a pathologist at the morgue. Since he couldn't take a picture to make it last longer, he decided to instead cast a plaster death mask of her face as a way to immortalize her. Creepily enough, but also to no surprise, many Parisians thought that having a face of a dead woman in their house to be the coolest thing since sliced baguettes. Sacre bleu! So countless copies of the death mask were made. From an artistic standpoint, many interpretations.
All right, I'm gonna log out. I'm getting tired.
Calm control over death,
I will see you guys
accepting
tomorrow.
its inevitability rather than fear.
You have
From
a
a
wonderful
non-artistic
evening.
viewpoint, you have some dead girl's face hanging